Chapter 1293. Aside from the fact that the Persian nobles despised the arrogance of the Greeks, another important reason was that the two armies were located at the southwestern edge of Mysia, not far from the coast. The Persia army was large in number, and they had consumed a lot of food. Coupled with the continuous pursuit for more than 10 days, the logistical transportation line had been stretched sharply, making it difficult for them to resupply. On the other hand, most of the nearby towns and cities had submitted to the Greek coalition, and the Greek fleet controlled the nearby sea area. If the two sides confronted each other for another day or two, the Persia army would have to retreat due to running out of food. Not only would their previous efforts be in vain, but it would also cause Persia's prestige in this region to plummet. Under their insistence, Phanabotsos finally made up his mind to fight the Greek coalition here. Upon learning that the Persia army was marching towards the camp, Leotychides, who had long been prepared, immediately sent messengers to inform the allied generals to assemble their respective armies and prepare to meet the enemy. When the two armies were about a mile apart, the two armies began to line up. The Persia coalition in Asia Minor consisted of the armies of the western regions of Asia Minor, the Greek mercenaries, the reinforcement of Galaxy Minor, and the reinforcement from the eastern regions of Asia Minor. There were nearly 80,000 soldiers in total. Since there were many Greek city-states in the western regions of Asia Minor and Galaxy Minor, the Persia army was somewhat different from the traditional Persia army. Phanabotsos had learned his lesson from the previous battles with the Greeks, so he specifically emphasized the recruitment of as many Greek infantrymen as possible. Therefore, in addition to the 15,000 Greek mercenaries led by Iazon, the entire army included more than 6,000 Greek heavy infantrymen, Persia cavalry from the eastern regions of Asia Minor, Mesopotamia cavalry, and cavalry from other regions. In total, there were more than 8,000 cavalrymen. In addition, there were more than 40,000 traditional infantrymen and archers. The ratio was about 1:2. Archers and cavalry were Persia's strengths, and their weakness, the infantrymen, had also been strengthened. In addition, they had more soldiers than the other side. Even though they did not have the terrain advantage, Phanabotsos was still very confident about this battle. Therefore, he adopted a relatively balanced formation. The Greek heavy infantrymen were at the forefront of the left, middle, and right infantry formation. Iazon's mercenaries were mainly in the middle, and there were 4,000 cavalrymen on both sides. The archers were at the back of the infantry formation. Leotychides and the allied generals were not in a hurry to get into formation. They stood on the high ground and observed the Persia's formation for a while. When they felt that it was not out of their expectations, they began to arrange the formation according to the plan they had drawn up last night. The Greek coalition consisted of 3 legions of Dionia and nearly 30,000 soldiers, about 27,000 soldiers from Greece and the Ionian Islands, and 7,000 soldiers from the Central Italian Confederation. Altogether, there were about 65,000 soldiers. Among them, there were more than 35,000 heavy infantrymen. In addition, there were more than 2,000 medium infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation. Obviously, Persia had the upper hand in terms of medium and heavy infantrymen. However, there were only about 3,000 cavalrymen from the Thessaly Cavalry Legion of Dionia, the Macedonian Cavalry Legion, and the other Greek city-states. That was less than half of Persia's cavalry. As for the light infantrymen, there were 3 light infantry battalions from the Legion of Dionysia, more than 1,000 Epirus light shield soldiers recruited by Leotychides in the mountains around Thessaly, 2,000 light infantrymen from the Central Italian Confederation, and nearly 3,000 light infantrymen provided by the Greek city-states. The total number of light infantrymen was actually close to 10,000, but it was still far less than the number of archers from Persia. Moreover, most of them were javelin throwers, so their shooting range was obviously inferior to the Persia army. According to the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's troops and the difference in numbers, Leotychides listed the formation. The middle was mainly led by Dionia, with a small number of Greek soldiers. The right wing was led by the Greek city-states. The left wing was led by the Dionia soldiers in the front row and the Central Italian Confederation soldiers in the back. And the cavalry was not placed at the two ends of the formation, but at the back of the middle. The entire formation of the Dionysian army was not completely parallel to that of the Persia army. Its right wing was slightly forward, and its left wing was slightly backward. It was actually an oblique formation, but it was different from the formation of the Thebes during the Battle of Leuctra. Leotychides did not thicken his right wing, but he placed the Sparta warriors led by Aegisthus, the Thebes led by Epaminondas, and the elite heavy infantrymen of Athens led by Iphicrates at the far right end of the right wing. Looking from afar, the entire right wing of the Greek coalition army was made up of Greek heavy infantrymen. Leotychides even forbade the Sparta warriors from wearing red cloaks. Even the thickness of the formation was the same, so the Persia could not make an accurate judgment. The center of the Greek coalition army's attack was on the right wing. In fact, Leotychides' meticulous arrangement was indeed effective. It took the two armies more than an hour to get into position, and neither immediately launched an attack. During this period of confrontation, the Persia's military commander, Phanabotsos, had a general understanding of the Greek coalition army's formation, but he did not make any adjustments to it. Obviously, he thought that the other side's formation was not unusual, and the Persia army could completely deal with it. But the reason why he did not give the order to attack was because he considered that the Greek coalition army was on high ground, and the Persia army would be at a disadvantage if they attacked from above. Therefore, he did not give the order to advance, because he wanted to see if the other side could attack first. This way, the Greek coalition army would have to walk down the slope and fight on flat ground. But it was obvious that the Greek coalition army was cautious and had good control over the entire army. From afar, the Greek coalition army looked like small trees planted neatly on the slope of the hill. This made Phanabotsos even more cautious. But after the confrontation lasted for half an hour, the Persia generals could not help but rush to question Phanabotsos. It was already noon, and the weather was relatively hot. Standing for a long time was more exhausting for the soldiers. If they continued like this, they might not be able to fight and could only retreat. Even the governor of Mysia, Theopompus, threatened that if Phanabotsos did not give the order to attack, he would lead the Mysian army alone to attack the Greeks. Phanabotsos could not dissuade everyone's insistence, but he did not immediately give the order to attack. Instead, he first told the archers to move to the front of the formation. After completing the formation change, he ordered again. The main forces do not move. The archers will advance first and attack the Greek coalition army from afar. More than 20,000 Persia archers approached the Greek coalition army in a loose formation that was 6 to 7 miles long. Leotychides, who was informed of the situation, immediately ordered the coalition army's light infantry to move to the front of the formation and get ready to shoot. The distance between the two armies was no more than 500 meters. The Persian archers were faster, and in a few moments they were within 100 meters of each other. The enemy was still out of their shooting range, but for the archers of the Greek light infantry, who were standing on higher ground, it was just within their shooting range. The officers of the Dionia light infantry shouted one after another, "Archers, get ready!" The archers drew their bows and knocked their arrows. Thousands of arrows were thrown into the air and fell on the Persia archers' formation. Screams rang out one after another. With the Dionia light infantry taking the lead, the other archers of the coalition army also began to shoot. Although the Persian archer soldiers were constantly falling to the ground, for the huge number of archers, it was only a small splash. In order to deal with the Persia archers, the Greek coalition army had stretched their formation to a length of several kilometers. However, they were outnumbered by the Persia archers, and there were even fewer archers among them. Therefore, the long-range attack power of the Greek coalition army was naturally reduced by a lot. It was not enough to deal a devastating blow to the Persia archers in that area. Therefore, the Persia archers resolutely braved the rain of arrows and advanced even faster. When the distance between the Greek coalition army was reduced to 60 to 70 meters, the javelin throwers of the Dionia light infantry roared and threw their heavy javelins at the Persia like lightning. The archers also changed from throwing arrows to shooting straight at them. More Persia archers fell, but at the same time, the Persia archers began to fight back. Both sides were shooting arrows at each other from a distance of tens of meters. Since neither side had much protection, the arrows and javelins that covered the sky caused a sharp increase in casualties on both sides. Persia's archers went from shooting hastily at the start to steadily increasing their output. Gradually, they turned the tables around and started to gain the upper hand. They were indeed one of the most powerful weapons that Persia had used to dominate the Middle East and Asia Minor. Except for the well-trained Ionia light infantry, the light infantry of their allies began to feel a little overwhelmed. The Epirus light shield soldiers even used their leather shields to protect their heads and rushed forward to engage the Persia archers in close combat. The Persia archers were not afraid. They pulled out their specially prepared short blades to fight. Even though the light shield bearers had better equipment, the Persia archers still had a slight advantage. The whole situation of the battle began to be a little unfavorable for the Greek coalition army, but Leotychides, who had been watching the battle from a high position, did not appear to be anxious. He just ordered the entire cavalry to move forward to the rightmost end of the entire formation. Then he calmly ignored the coalition army's light infantry that was struggling to hold on and did not take any action. In his opinion, although the coalition army's light infantry was at a disadvantage, they could use the advantage of the high terrain to deal with the Persia archers for a longer period of time. Even if all of them were killed, the arrows of the Persia archers would have been almost used up, and they would not pose much of a threat to the coalition army's infantry. Therefore, he would rather continue to confront the coalition army than give up the hard-won geographical advantage and order the whole army to attack. And he firmly believed that the patience of the Persia was probably not as good as his. Literature Hall. Chapter 1294. As a matter of fact, the plight of the light infantry in the front also affected the allied Greek soldiers in the rear to a certain extent. However, Peleus, Epaminondas, Iphicrates, these capable generals shared the same thoughts as Leotychides, so they firmly controlled their troops and didn't move an inch. Although there were some minor disturbances in the allied army of central Italy, they had been dependent on the kingdom of Ionia for more than 10 years. The long period of close contact and military cooperation had made them accustomed to obeying the orders of the commander of Ionia. Without the order to attack, they wouldn't attack easily. On the other hand, some of the Greek city-states, generals and soldiers, began to grow restless when they saw the light infantry falling one after another. Fortunately, Leotychides dispatched more than 10 messengers to the rear of the entire right flank and shouted his orders to stop them from attacking. Only then did they barely manage to control the entire army. On the other hand, when Phanabotsos learned that the enemy's cavalry had suddenly appeared on his right flank, he was worried that the Greek coalition army would use the cavalry to attack the Persian archers who were too far ahead to recover from their current disadvantage. Therefore, he quickly ordered the entire army to advance, hoping to shorten the distance between the main force and the archers and provide support and protection for the archers. Phanabotsos had a good plan, but when the army, 7 or 8 miles long and numbering as many as 80,000 men, moved forward, the whole situation was out of his control. Some of the Persia generals in charge of leading the cavalry had long grown impatient of the prolonged confrontation. They ignored Phanabotsos' order to advance and directly ordered their cavalry to attack the enemy in front of them. Their unauthorized actions naturally led the other Persia cavalries, so the cavalry on both ends of the Persia army quickly sped up and galloped toward the flanks of the Greek allied army. Phanabotsos was furious when he received the news, but he had no choice but to let the buglers blow the bugle to attack. Leotychides, who was standing on a high vantage point on his horse, saw the Persia army rapidly approaching and immediately ordered the buglers to blow the bugle as well. 2 similar bugles with different rhythms reverberated throughout the battlefield one after another. It was easy for the untrained soldiers to distinguish between the two, but it wasn't a problem for the Ionia light infantry. Under the reminders of their officers, the soldiers supported their wounded comrades and quickly retreated through the gaps in the chessboard formation to the rear of the entire army. Before the battle began, the other light infantry had been repeatedly reminded by their generals to follow the footsteps of the Dionia light infantry, so they followed suit. The retreat of the Greek allied light infantry undoubtedly provided a good opportunity for the Persia archers to attack. However, the Persia archers didn't take the opportunity to attack. On the contrary, they retreated earlier than the Persia light infantry because the formation of the Persia infantry was relatively dense. If the Persia archers waited until the Persia infantry arrived at the rear, it would inevitably cause some confusion in the formation. If the Greek allied army suddenly launched an attack at this time, the entire Persia army would be in big trouble. The archers who had retreated to the rear of the Persian army followed closely behind the infantries. Meanwhile, the Dionysian light infantries retreated to the rear of the Persian army and swiftly ran towards the left flank of the entire army. At this time, there was no cavalry at the left end of the left wing of the Greek allied army, but there were 3 Dionia light armored infantry battalions arranged in a loose formation, perpendicular to the left wing to guard the flank. The Epirus light shield-bearers, who numbered less than 1,000, did not follow the light infantry to the left wing. Instead, under the leadership of the Dionia team officer, they went to support the cavalry on the right wing. On the battlefield, facing the approaching Persia infantry formation, the Greek allied army still stood still, but the cavalry on the left wing moved. The Persia infantry was still halfway there, but the Persia cavalry had already rushed to the foot of the hill. At this time, the Greek cavalry on the right end of the right wing was arranged in a square formation. The commander of the Thessaly Cavalry Legion, who was in the front of the center, immediately gave the order to attack. The flag-bearer waved the Legion flag embroidered with a Pegasus and finally pointed it forward. The cavalry clamped the abdomen of the horses, shook the reins hard, and the war horse began to run. From the top to the bottom, the speed increased very quickly. First, it was the Thessaly cavalry, followed by the Macedonian cavalry, and finally the cavalry of the Greek city-states. They gathered into a powerful force, like a mountain torrent, making a deafening noise, roaring toward the Persia cavalry at the foot of the hill. Most of the Persia cavalry were light cavalry. Some of them were equipped with javelins, and some were equipped with bows and arrows. Close combat was not their strength. Although the terrain of the Thessaly and Macedonia region was relatively flat, the border area was mostly hilly, and their main opponents were the indigenous people in the surrounding mountains. When the war horse galloped on the hills, the rider could not maintain a stable posture to throw javelins or shoot arrows. On the contrary, it was easier for the indigenous people to catch up with them. Therefore, the cavalry had to improve their close combat ability. So most of the Thessaly and Macedonian cavalry were close combat cavalry. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Gallic and Lusitanian cavalry of the Western Mediterranean Sea were the same. Only the Namibians had developed the ability to ride horses, shoot arrows, and throw javelins in the vast, flat interior of Africa. After Dionia incorporated the Thessaly cavalry into the legion, they were equipped with a full set of leather armor, a 3-meter-long spear, and a saber specially made for the cavalry. While enhancing their close combat ability, it did not weaken the balance and flexibility of the cavalry on horseback. The Persia cavalry originally wanted to approach the flanks of the Greek coalition forces and use javelins and arrows to cause damage to the Greek cavalry and infantry, thereby disrupting the enemy's formation. Their formation was loose, and they were very fast. However, when they went up the hill, their speed naturally slowed down. At this moment, the Greek coalition cavalry, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly charged at them. They were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they were right in front of them. The Persia cavalry could not dodge in time. Relying on the fact that they outnumbered the enemy, they bit the bullet and charged forward. If the entire Greek coalition cavalry was a sharp knife stabbing forward at this time, then the Thessaly cavalry was the sharp edge of the knife. Although the speed at which they were galloping made their hearts palpitate, they still stared straight ahead with their eyes wide open, their left hands holding the neck of the horse, and their right hands gripping the spear. The moment they stabbed the enemy, They would immediately release their right hands to avoid being knocked off their horses by the strong momentum. Although the Thessaly cavalry had gone through countless charging training in the past few years, there were still many who fell off their horses. Of course, there were more Persia cavalry who fell off their horses, and they were either dead or injured. What was more frightening was that due to the strong momentum of the charge, the coalition cavalry could not stop their war horses at all. They could only watch helplessly as the war horse slammed into the Persia cavalry in front of them. Not only did the war horse crash into the Persia cavalry in front of them, but it also caused them serious injuries. The Allied army's cavalry trampled over the wounded soldiers and horses on the ground and quickly broke through the Persian cavalry's formation. The charge of the Greek coalition cavalry not only caused the Persia cavalry to stop advancing, but also caused most of them to huddle together. Horses neighed and men shouted. It was a mess, and it was impossible to quickly restore a unified command. When the Thessaly cavalry who fell off their horses got up from the ground, they immediately pulled out the sabers at their waists and slashed at the enemies and war horses around them, making the situation even more chaotic. The Allied cavaliers who charged through the enemy's formation quickly came back and launched an attack on the disorderly Persian cavaliers once again. The 4,000 cavalrymen on the right flank of the Persia army successfully approached the left flank of the Greek coalition, but the light armored soldiers of Ionia were guarding the flank and rear. Although the arrows and javelins fired by the cavalrymen caused some casualties to the light armored soldiers, they did not achieve their goal of disrupting the main formation. Then, the light infantry arrived one after another. Their arrows and javelins had a longer range, and their output was more stable and accurate. They posed a great threat to the Persia cavalry, forcing them to retreat further, thus relieving the pressure on the light armored soldiers. At the same time, the soldiers of the Persia army had set foot on the gentle slope and began to advance. When the zigzagging Persia army was about 50 to 60 meters away from the main force of the Greek coalition, and the Persia archers at the rear began to nock their arrows, the Ionia soldiers in the middle and left flank of the Greek coalition suddenly took a big step forward in unison and threw the javelins in their hands. Previously, when the light infantry and the Persia archers were at a disadvantage in the fierce battle, the legionnaires did not go forward to help their comrades under the strict orders of their team officers. They had been waiting for this moment. The Persia army did not know much about the tactics of the Legion of Dionysia. Although Iazon had heard of them before, he had never fought with the Dionysian army before. Coupled with the silence of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, the Persia infantrymen and Greek mercenaries let their guard down. As a result, when the javelins covered the sky, they hurriedly defended themselves, but it was already too late. Because the Ionia soldiers were on high ground, the javelins they threw were more lethal. After a round of javelins, many of them fell to the ground, dead or injured. While the Persia army was still in shock, another round of javelins blew like a gust of wind. The middle and right flank of the Persia army were instantly shattered. Woo! Woo! At this moment, the bugle of the Greek coalition army to attack was blown. Whether it was the Ionia soldiers, the Greek soldiers, or the Italian soldiers, they all roared in unison and charged one after another. The army formation that was 6 to 7 miles long poured down like an avalanche. The Persia archers desperately pulled their bowstrings, trying to weaken the enemy's charge with arrows that covered the sky. However, most of the arrows fell on the heavily armored infantrymen and did not cause any damage. Therefore, when the two armies collided head-on, it was almost a one-sided situation. The left, middle, and right flank of the Persia army were struggling to deal with the enemy's attacks. Under the strong pressure, the entire army was forced to retreat slowly. Chapter 1295. Commander, the cavalry on the left wing of Persia has been completely defeated. After receiving the good news from a messenger, Leotychides' expression was still serious. Pass down my order. The cavalry on the right wing and the light shield-bearers of Epirus immediately attacked the flank of the Persia army. He knew very well in his heart. According to what he knew before, although the cavalry on the left wing of the Persia army had lost the upper hand, they performed very bravely in a difficult situation. Although his own cavalry and light shield-bearers worked together to defeat them, they also paid a heavy price. But now was not the time to rest, because, judging from the overall situation of the battle, although the Allied forces had the upper hand, they would not be able to defeat the Persia army for a while. And the Persia archers continued to shoot arrows from the rear of their army, which continued to consume a lot of the energy of the soldiers in the rear of their army, affecting their strong support of the soldiers in the front line. What was more troublesome was the thousands of cavalry on the right wing of Persia. Although the light armored and infantry of Ionia had been mixed together and had their backs to the main force of the Greek allied forces, they were in a relatively loose formation, keeping a close eye on the movement of the Persia cavalry, ready to defend against a surprise attack from the rear of the main force of the allied forces. But the speed of the Persia cavalry was, after all, fast. If they really moved quickly over a large area, the light armored and infantry could only look at them in the dust. And at this critical moment, their desperate surprise attack could bring great trouble to the whole battle. So he hoped to establish a victory as soon as possible. While thinking about the overall situation of the battle, Leotychides also paid attention to the situation in front of him. At this moment, his personal guard captain suddenly shouted, "Commander, the Persia cavalry is rushing towards us." Leotychides hurriedly turned around and saw countless Persia cavalry in the distance galloping in his direction. The light infantry fired arrows and javelins at them, and Persia cavalry kept falling from their horses, but they did not retreat again like before. Instead, they accelerated their advance. Leotychides' expression changed slightly. His fears had come true, but the target of the enemy's surprise attack was himself, the commander of the Greek coalition army. As a former Sparta warrior, he did not lack courage. However, as the commander-in-chief of the Allied army, he could not afford to have any accidents during the most crucial moment of the battle. He could not allow the flag of the Allied army to be taken away, as it would greatly affect the morale of the soldiers. So, he did not hesitate to lead his escorts and ran towards the place where the light armored soldiers and light infantry were most concentrated. The officers of the mixed troops also sensed the danger and loudly called for the soldiers to gather. This Persia cavalry unit, which was mainly made up of light cavalry, did not choose to dodge like before. Instead, they tightened their grip on their horses' necks, increased their speed, and charged straight at the enemy. This kind of indomitable momentum made many Ionia soldiers' hearts palpitate. The officers shouted the name of Hades to stabilize the morale of the soldiers, and at the same time ordered the light infantry to immediately launch long-range attacks to hinder the enemy's charge. The war horse that was shot by the arrows fell to the ground with the cavalryman on its back, and then was trampled into meat paste by the Persia cavalry that followed closely behind. Although the long-range attacks of the Ionia light infantry failed to repel the Persia cavalry, they did slow down their charge, giving the light armored soldiers time to hastily form a formation. In the face of the Persia cavalry that was charging forward with an astonishing momentum, the Ionia light armored soldiers still raised their leather shields and formed a dense formation in front of them, despite their pale faces. Bang! 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 Many Ionia soldiers were knocked away, bringing down their comrades around them, but there were also soldiers who rushed to join the interception formation. In the continuous screams and screams, although the Ionia formation was broken, it did not collapse, and the charge of the Persia cavalry was finally stopped. Leotychides had been paying attention to the situation behind him. At this time, not only did he feel relieved, but he also felt happy. He knew very well that once the Persia cavalry lost their speed, if they did not retreat in time, what awaited them would only be destruction. He could finally focus all his attention on the battle ahead. On the right flank of the Greek coalition army, there were two adjacent elite troops, the Sparta warriors and the Thebes. In order to prove that they were stronger than each other, they competed with each other because of their past grievances, causing their enemy to bear a lot of pressure. At this time, the attack from the coalition army's cavalry and light armored soldiers from the flank was the straw that broke the camel's back, and the Persia soldiers began to retreat. Even though it was just a small defeat, it would still take some time for it to affect the 7 to 8 li long army formation. Perhaps during this period of time, the Persian army might have other opportunities to turn things around. But Phantabatzos, who heard the news, was obviously not so lucky. With the left, middle, and right flanks all at a disadvantage, and no reinforcements available, it was obvious that defeat was inevitable. He decisively issued the order to retreat. When the Persia soldiers heard the horn, they immediately turned and fled, and the coalition army took the opportunity to kill them. The whole battlefield was like a dam bursting, the river flowing in all directions. The tens of thousands of Greek mercenaries in the middle were affected by their thick armor. Not only were their reactions slow, but their speed was also slow. They fell behind and became the best targets for the coalition army. At this moment, Aisen couldn't care less about the mercenaries that he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. He threw away his eye-catching helmet and heavy breastplate and rode on his own warhorse. Just like how he escaped from Greece a few years ago, he quickly fled from the battlefield with complicated feelings. At dusk, the coalition army soldiers, who had stopped chasing, were cleaning up the battlefield. They stripped the armor and weapons from the corpses or searched for valuable items from the captives. They could not help but laugh. The generals of the coalition army gathered in twos and threes, looking happily at the battlefield full of corpses and excitedly discussing the previous battle. Leotychides sat alone on the hillside with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps, he asked without opening his eyes, "How's the loss?" The Greek coalition army staff officer, who was also Leotychides' old partner, Mukril, said in a low voice, "According to preliminary statistics, we have more than 6,400 casualties. Among them, 1,300 were cavalry casualties, with a death rate of 60%. There were more than 3,000 light infantry casualties, with a death rate of only 30%. There were also more than 1,000 light armored soldiers, with a death rate of only 30%. The rest of the heavy infantry casualties were mostly the coalition army soldiers, and the most casualties were the Sparta soldiers who lined up separately." Leotychides suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Mukril. Mukril seemed to have expected this reaction. He continued without a change in his expression. "According to the report of the messenger, the Sparta soldiers performed very bravely in this battle. They were the first to defeat the enemy in front of them, but of course, they paid the price of nearly 100 casualties." Leotychides did not speak, but his right hand silently tore off a blade of grass beside him. "There's one more thing I think you should know," Mukril hesitantly said in a low voice. "Agesilaus is dead." Leotychides' eyes widened. Mukril lowered his voice even more. "I heard that after the Persia army was defeated, Agesilaus, who was sitting behind the Sparta army and commanding, was so excited that he wanted to chase after the enemy with the soldiers. In the end, he fell and never got up again. That old man is finally dead." The weight that had been weighing on Leotychides' heart suddenly disappeared, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt empty. He looked at the battlefield around him and finally fixed his gaze on a corner on the left side of the battlefield. There were a few hundred strong, bare-chested men with long braids, bowing their heads and praying solemnly. In front of them was a row of corpses, and Agesilaus' body must be among them. Leotychides thought so, but he did not go over to pay his respects with them. He just sat quietly, and Agesilaus' words before he left last night echoed in his ears. Just as he was lost in thought, Mukril's report continued. The Persia army left nearly 6,000 corpses and wounded soldiers on the battlefield. Most of them were cavalry. We also captured more than 6,000 defeated soldiers, most of them Greek mercenaries. Alataka, a rather prestigious Tyre nobleman, had led the Tyre fleet twice and followed the Persia army to conquer Egypt. He had also made contributions in the war to quell the rebellion in the western part of Asia Minor and was rewarded by the king of Persia. Therefore, after the turmoil in Egypt, the king of Persia, who wanted to take back Egypt, obviously did not forget him. He sent messengers to Phoenicia, asking the cities of Phoenicia to gather all their warships under Alataka's command and prepare to cooperate with the Persia army to attack Egypt. However, not long after, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia declared war on Persia, followed by the Dionysian army landing in Egypt, quelling the unrest, staying for a long time without leaving, and even stationing their troops in Parameses, threatening the safety of Gaza. A series of news came one after another in more than 2 months, causing the entire Near East to become nervous. During this period, Persia, who was carrying out a full military mobilization, requested that the coastal regions such as Cyprus, Syria, and Issus gather all their warships at the military ports of Tyre and Sidon to form a unified Persia fleet. They also appointed Alataka as the commander of the Persia fleet, asking him to lead the fleet to guard the Near East Sea and prevent the invasion of the Dionysian fleet. Alataka, who was given this important task for the first time, was naturally very diligent. He sent messengers to urge Cyprus, Syria, and other regions to provide warships as soon as possible. At the same time, he seized the time to regroup and train the warships under his command. Literature Museum, Chapter 1296. The cautious Arataka even rejected the request of the new military commander of the Western Asia Minor, Phanabotsos, on the grounds of obeying the order of the king of Persia and guarding the Near East Sea. He hoped that the Persia fleet could assist the Asia Minor army and cut off the sea transportation line of the Greek army that landed in Asia Minor. In the end, Phanabotsos had to let the coastal city-states of Western Asia Minor form a new fleet. Arataka rejected Phanabotsos partly out of selfishness. The Phoenicians and the Greeks of Asia Minor had commercial competition, and there was a lot of resentment between the two races in history. The Persia fleet, which was mainly composed of Phoenicians, helped Darius conquer the Greek city-states of Western Asia Minor, so the relationship between the two races was not good. However, when he learned that the newly formed Asia Minor fleet was ambushed and wiped out by the Dionysian fleet, he was glad that he did not agree to Phanabotsos' request. At the same time, he felt very uneasy. After the Dionysian fleet controlled the Western Asia Minor, it was likely that their next target would be the Near East Sea. Therefore, not only did he step up the patrols in the Near East Sea, but he also increased the training of the entire Persia fleet. For this reason, he also severely punished several Cyprus and Syria generals who did not follow his orders and received the full support of the king of Persia. Not long after, another important news came from the south. The king of Dionia personally led the army to land in Egypt. Both the Jews and the Phoenicians began to panic because they realized that the Dionysian army was really going to invade Persia from Egypt. However, more than a month had passed. There was no movement from the Egyptian Dionysian army. The Persia general stationed in Gaza City sent scouts through the desert several times to spy on the Egyptian border, but there was no news. In order to avoid losses, the Persia general sent messengers to Cyprus many times, asking the Persia fleet to send fast ships to the Egyptian coast to spy on the Dionysian army's movements. Alataka agreed to the request and sent many clippers to the Egyptian sea. However, most of them never returned. The crew that managed to escape reported to him that the Dionia had deployed many warships to patrol the Egyptian sea. It was heavily guarded, and it was difficult for clippers to get close to the coast. In order to avoid losses, Alataka no longer sent ships south to scout Egypt, but he also increased the vigilance of the southern sea. During this time, the Phoenicians had been looking forward to the arrival of the Persia army. However, according to the news from Babylon, the Persia army had been stationed near Baghdad, not far from Babylon. They had no intention of going west to help the Near East. Of course, the most popular explanation was that Persia's territory was too large and it took too long for the full mobilization of the military. The king of Persia was still waiting for the Persia elite troops, the Scythians and the Indians, who had different tactical styles, to the east and were stationed in Persia's polis. Among the many rumors, there was one that caused the Phoenicians to feel uneasy. The king of Persia is afraid of the strength of the Dionysian army, so he needs more time to gather more troops to fight against it. Alataka did not care about these rumors. What he was concerned about was ensuring the safety of the Near East before the king of Persia arrived with his army. Therefore, he would arrive at the fleet headquarters in the largest military port of Cyprus early every day and listen to the reports of the patrol teams to understand if there were any abnormalities in the entire Near East Sea. On the last day of the end of March, Alataka came to the fleet headquarters as usual. Everything was as usual. He thought that today would be another peaceful day. However, when the sky was bright, a patrol ship quickly returned to the military port. The captain hurriedly ran into the headquarters and reported to Alataka that a large Dionia fleet was found in the southern sea of Cyprus. Then, one patrol ship after another rushed back to the military port. Alataka could not help but be shocked by the information he obtained. There were about 100 troop and cargo ships heading towards Cyprus under the escort of a few hundred Dionia warships. The intention of the Dionia was very obvious. They wanted to attack Cyprus. Alataka suddenly became nervous. Of course, he understood that in order to prevent the Dionysian army from landing on Cyprus, or even completely destroy this troop in the sea, they must first defeat the Dionysian fleet that was escorting the troop. This was bound to be a large-scale naval battle. Before he could summon the generals, the Cyprus naval generals who were worried about the safety of their motherland rushed into the headquarters. As the two pillars of the Persia fleet, the Phoenician and Cyprus naval generals quickly reached an agreement and formulated a battle plan. Then, they rushed to the military port where their fleet was anchored at the fastest speed and urgently ordered the crew to board the ship and leave the port. The Dionia troop convoy was escorted by the First and Second Fleets. When they set off from Egypt, the First Fleet guarded the entire fleet on the right, while the Second Fleet guarded the left, almost protecting the troop convoy in the middle. They were arranged in a relatively tight mixed formation of more than a mile wide and 3 to 4 miles long. A few hours after the First and Second Fleets set off, the Third Fleet, as the reserve force, escorted the full supply fleet from the port of Naucrates and sailed to Cyprus. However, after a few days of continuous sailing, the First and Second Fleets, as well as the troop ships, were no longer as organized as they were when they first set out. Although they did not encounter any storms during the voyage, the strong southerly gale the day before yesterday had caused a dozen of the Raven warships and troop ships to capsize. The entire fleet was blown apart, and it took them more than half a day to reassemble. In the early hours of this morning, due to the influence of the sea fog and the ever-changing sea breeze, Sicorian only received news when the sky was bright. The entire formation was once again scattered. The First and Second Fleets of the First Fleet, most of the Third Fleet of the Second Fleet, a part of the Fourth Fleet, and nearly 100 troop convoy were still gathered together. The other ships were nowhere to be found. After drifting at sea for a few days, the usually energetic Sicorian was a little tired. He did not even want to complain. He could only helplessly send out clippers in all directions to search for the other ships and inform them to come closer to him as soon as possible. For this reason, he also ordered the ships to slow down and let the guides determine the approximate position of the fleet as soon as possible. There was no point of reference in the vast sea. Moreover, it was daytime and the constellations in the sky could not be seen. Even the most experienced guides could not determine their position. They could only roughly determine that the fleet was still moving northeast based on the rising sun. But Sicorian's distress did not last long. He received news from the lookout on the clippers at the front of the fleet. A small warship was spotted ahead, and it quickly turned around and sailed away. Is it a patrol ship of the Persia fleet? Sicorian was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Finding traces of a Persia ship here meant that the Persia's military port was nearby. Perhaps Cyprus Island was not far ahead. He made a prompt decision and sent out 2 clippers to investigate in the direction in which the Persia warship disappeared. While waiting for news, several small Persia warships appeared near the fleet one after another, and then quickly sailed away. The situation was already very clear. There must be a Persia military port nearby. After these Persia patrol ships returned to report, it was likely that the Persia fleet would come to intercept them. At this time, more than half of the Dionia warships were gone. If they were to face the enemy head-on, it was likely that they would be at a disadvantage. The situation was somewhat grim. But after a moment of contemplation, Sicorian decisively ordered all ships to raise their sails and speed up toward the northeast. At the same time, he left 2 clippers in place and waited for the clippers that were searching for the remaining fleets to return. Then, he would bring the fleet they found to Cyprus Island. It could be said that this decision of Sicorian was quite risky. But because of his prestige in the Navy, none of the admirals and ship owners present dared to object. So, the entire fleet had to speed up north. About 20 minutes later, they encountered the clippers that had gone to explore and returned. When they learned that Cyprus Island was 15 miles ahead, both the crew and the soldiers were immediately in high spirits. With the help of the south wind that was not considered strong, the fleet approached Cyprus Island after 40 minutes. The soldiers on the troop transport ships cheered and began to actively pack up their parcels and weapons. The crew rowed even more energetically. Under the guidance of the guide, the fleet circled around the west side of Cyprus Island and sailed to the beach where they could land. All the warships guarded the outer edge of the troop transport fleet. The lookouts climbed up the mast and opened their eyes wide to observe the movements in the open sea. Knowing that there was no enemy defense on the landing beach, and that there was no Persia fleet in the surrounding waters for the time being, Sicorian let out a long sigh of relief. He knew that his risk was successful. Although the fleet was discovered by Persia's patrol ships, it happened suddenly, and the fleet moved quickly. Whether it was the Persia fleet or the enemy on Cyprus Island, even if they received the news, they obviously did not have enough time to prepare for a counterattack. But Sicorian did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that the Persia fleet could appear at any time. So, he ordered the crew and soldiers of the fleet to seize the time to replenish their food and water and recover their strength. More than 4,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia finally landed on the beach and began to unload the supplies on the ships in batches. Seeing this situation, the flagship captain of the First Fleet immediately asked Sicorian, "Sir, our mission to cover the landing has been completed. Should we first return to rendezvous with the Second and Third Fleets before coming back here to fight the Persia fleet?" Chapter 1297. Sicorian shook his head gently and said calmly, "The reason why His Majesty asked us to take such a huge risk and travel such a long distance to come here is not to capture Cyprus. The most important reason is to destroy the Persia fleet and control the dominance of the Near Eastern Sea. Now that more than 4,000 heavy infantry have landed, this has already posed a great threat to Cyprus. It has already destroyed the Persia fleet's attempt to intercept us at sea. Under such circumstances, when faced with the threat of our powerful Dionia fleet, it is very likely that they will choose to retreat temporarily. Instead, they will send reinforcements and supplies to Nicosia and other towns on the island so that they cannot be easily captured by our land forces. After all, our fleet has traveled a long distance to come here. The supplies we carry cannot guarantee the consumption of our huge fleet supplies. If the land forces cannot quickly capture Nicosia and other towns, our fleet will have no choice but to retreat first. At that time, the Persia fleet can easily cut off the sea supply line for the landing troops. By then, the land forces will be in big trouble. At this point, Sicorian's expression became very solemn. The land forces' misfortune is secondary. The key is that this time, His Majesty is personally leading the army to obtain the great honor of conquering Persia. Our navy has been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of destroying the Persia fleet and obtaining the dominance of the eastern Mediterranean Sea. If we passively avoid the battle and cause the mission to lure the enemy to fail, or even cause us to lose the first battle and affect the entire war to conquer Persia, I will have let down His Majesty's trust. I will even be speechless when I meet the generals of the land forces that I once mocked. It can't be that serious." The flagship captain muttered. Sicorian glared at him with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, "I'm the commander of this operation. I must seize all possible opportunities to ensure that the operation can be carried out smoothly. So, we must stay here and not leave. For the Persia fleet, what can be more attractive than destroying a Dionysian fleet that is far fewer in number and completely besieging thousands of Diolian soldiers on the island? Sir, we don't have enough warships. I'm worried that the Persia fleet will really treat us like delicacies and eat us. Before the captain could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by Sakarian. Even if Persia has 2 or 3 times more warships than us, the fleet led by me, Sakarian, will definitely be a hard rock. We will break the teeth of Persia's fleet. Furthermore, I believe in Middle Aids. Not only is he experienced in naval warfare, but he also has a good intuition. He will definitely lead the other warships to meet up with us in time and annihilate the Persia fleet together. After Sakarian made up his mind, the captain of the flagship did not dare to dissuade him anymore. Instead, he relayed the order from the fleet commander to all the warships. All Raven warships, load up the drawbridge and prepare for battle. More than an hour had passed, and there was still no sign of the enemy warships. However, a small number of Cypriot cavalry had appeared on the island. They spied on the Legion of Dionysia's camp near the beach from afar, but they did not dare to approach. It seemed that the Cypriots did not have the intention to gather their troops and fight the Dionysian army. Of course, the Legion of Dionysia did not have the intention to fight the Dionysian army either. What they needed to do now was to defend the landing site and facilitate the arrival of the reinforcements. A yellow flag has been raised on the ships in the south. The lookout on the mast of the flagship suddenly shouted. Sakarian, who was waiting anxiously, did not feel excited. Instead, he muttered to himself doubtfully, "There are fewer Persia warships than us?" Seeing the dissatisfied expression on Sakarian's face, the captain of the flagship sighed and asked, "Sir, should we inform the warships to prepare for battle?" Sakarian paced back and forth on the deck and pondered for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer. Let all the clippers be divided into 2 groups. One group will bypass the Persia warships and continue to explore the south, while the other group will explore the north." The captain of the flagship's heart skipped a beat. "Sir, do you suspect that the Persia fleet has split up?" Sakarian replied calmly, "I don't think the Persia are so bold as to lead a small number of warships to attack us. What's more, I believe that our fleet does not need to make too many preparations. We can easily defeat this number of enemy ships." Just when the crew on the warships furthest south of the Dionysian fleet could see the silhouette of the enemy ships in the distance, the Dionia clippers that were rushing south passed the information back to the fleet by changing the flags on the mast. 2 yellow flags. The lookout shout made Sakarian remain silent. On the contrary, when the captain of the flagship heard another report from the lookout, he clenched his fists nervously. "The Persia warships are less than 4 miles away from us." He looked at Sakarian, who was sitting on the deck like a clay statue. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. At this moment, the lookout's voice was heard again. 3 yellow flags. The clippers in the south have raised 3 yellow flags. There are no changes in the north. Sakarian immediately leapt to his feet. 3 yellow flags. The number of Persia warships is greater than ours. This means that their main force is here. The Persia have taken the bait. Sakarian was so excited that he danced with joy. He immediately revealed the battle plan that he had already thought of. Blow the bugle. Let all the warships form a circular formation and carry out defensive operations. Circular formation. The captain of the flagship was slightly stunned. "What? Do you think that I only know how to attack and not defend?" Sakarian said with a faint smile. "I'll convey the message immediately." The worry in the captain of the flagship's heart was alleviated. It was obvious that the fleet commander whom he respected did not lose his cool because of the arrival of the fighter planes. "By the way, arrange all the iron ships at the forefront of the circular formation. Face the direction of the Persia fleet." Yes, this Persia fleet, led by Phoenicia and Cyprus, had nearly 1,000 warships stationed at various military ports in the east of Cyprus. After receiving Alataka's order, the Cyprus crew was the most proactive. They boarded their warships as fast as they could and rushed out of the military port. Then, without waiting for the warships behind them to line up, they set off along the coast of Myrtis Island towards the west. When Alataka's flagship sailed out of the military port, he realized that many warships, led by the Cypriots, did not stop after leaving the port. They sailed westward like a swarm of bees. As the fleet commander, Alataka, stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only curse the Cypriots for their stupidity. At the same time, he hoped that when the entire fleet reached the west coast of Myrtis Island, the Dionysian fleet would not arrive yet. He would then have time to reorganize his fleet. After leaving the port, the Persia fleet had formed a long column. During the course of sailing, due to the different degrees of participation of the crews belonging to different regions of Persia, the long column gradually began to disconnect. The Cyprus warships were at the front, the Phoenicians were in the middle, and the Syrians and other warships were at the back. The Cyprus warships at the front were also disconnected. The warships that came from the westernmost military port of Larnaca were at the front. After sailing for more than 3 hours, the Cyprus warships circled the westernmost cape of the island from the south. With the help of the south wind, the speed increased again. After only 20 minutes, the lookouts on the Cyprus warships saw the Dionysian fleet in the bay. The numerous Dionia cargo ships docked on the beach, and the Dionia soldiers continuously walking from the cargo ships to the beach. In fact, it was the Dionia soldiers moving the cargo ships back and forth. Due to the distance and psychological effects, the lookouts on the Cyprus lookouts had an illusion. The Diorians were landing. This news made all the Cypriot crew members nervous. The belief of protecting their homeland made them forget about their fatigue and made them feel the urgency of the situation. According to the military order, after discovering the Dionysian fleet, they should stop moving forward. After rendezvous with the other warships, they would listen to the command of the fleet commander and launch an attack. But at this moment, under the command of the Cyprus admiral, they only slowed down in the process of changing formation. After completing the change, they continued to accelerate, charging towards the Dionysian fleet in a 2-column formation. During the Greco-Persian War, the warships of the city-states in the Near East were famous for their large and heavy hulls and large number of crew members. In the end, they lost to the small and agile Greek warships in the Battle of Salamis. After that, during the expansion of Athens to the eastern Mediterranean, they were repeatedly defeated by the Athens navy. This forced the city-states in the Near East to abandon their unsuitable warships and rebuild their fleets with triple-oared warships. Even the Phoenician city-states were the same. Therefore, in the end, only Carthage in the western Mediterranean still used the double-headed dragon warships, quadruple-oared warships, and 5-oared warships. The main naval force of the Persia fleet, with the city-states in the Near East as the main naval force, was completely the same as the Athens fleet. At this time, although the Cyprus warships had lowered their sails, the sailors rowed with all their might. The speed of the warships was increasing. Soon, the Dionysian warships were close at hand. The Cyprus crew on the deck even looked at the towering and swaying suspension bridge in front of them. Although they had not fought with the Dionysian fleet before, they had also heard of the strange warships of the Dionysian navy, so they were more or less on guard. As the Dionysian warships were turning almost on the same spot, the two warships were always bow to bow. At this time, the Cyprus warships did not want to perish together with the enemy, so the helmsman turned the rudder slightly, and the captain shouted to the bottom cabin at the same time, "Retract the oars." Chapter 1298. The sailors quickly retracted the oars, and the enemy's warship also retracted the oars in a well-trained manner. The two warships almost brushed past each other, and the Cyprus sailors could clearly see the enemy's sailors through the narrow hatch. Their expressions were cold and confident, and many of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. What's there to be proud of when we're about to die? The Cypriot sailors thought indignantly. Bam! A 12-meter-long drawbridge crashed down and nailed itself onto the deck of the Cyprus battleship. The Cyprus battleship was suddenly burdened with a heavy burden. Soon, the ship came to a halt. 40 infantries of the Dionysian fleet quickly crossed the drawbridge and charged towards the enemy's battleship. At this moment, the other Cyprus battleship in the 2-column formation had already made a small turn and was charging towards the immobile Corvus battleship. Facing such a dangerous situation, the Dionia sailors remained calm. Under the command of their captain, they used the fixed drawbridge as a fulcrum to deflect the entire battleship slightly, so that the hull of the battleship was not perpendicular to the collision angle of the enemy's battleship, but at a certain angle. It seemed that their efforts were in vain, because according to past experience, such a violent collision could still cause considerable damage to the battleship. But bam! After a loud bang, the three battleships shook violently at the same time. However, the Cyprus sailors on the deck widened their eyes in surprise. The part of the Dionia Corvus battleship that was rammed by their battleship was only dented inwards into a small pit and did not shatter into a large hole. So the Corvus battleship was an iron ship. Over the years, through the full cooperation of the Dionia Academy, the Turii shipyard, and the Ironworks workshop, the Corvus battleship had been fitted with a special iron sheet, which not only greatly enhanced the battleship's resistance to collisions, but also allowed the battleship to maintain its balance in the sea, albeit at a slower speed. As the entire battleship was painted black, those who did not know the inside story would not know the uniqueness of this battleship. That was why the Cyprus sailors were very surprised to see that the Dionia battleship was unscathed after such a violent collision. The Dionia sailors, on the other hand, heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the iron ship had been tested many times during the usual training, this was the first time it was used in actual combat. Obviously, it did not disappoint them. At this moment, the Corvus battleship that was hiding behind the iron ship charged forward like a ghost and swiftly rammed into the enemy ship that was still squeezed together with the Corvus battleship. The Cyprus sailors who could not dodge in time could only hope for a miracle like the Corvus battleship earlier. But there was nothing. At the same time, after the infantries rushed onto the other Cyprus warship, they did not kill their way into the cabin. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsmen on the deck and destroyed the rudder completely. Then, they quickly returned to the Raven warship and pulled out the drawbridge. Instead, they killed the crew and helmsmen on the deck. After completely destroying the rudder, they quickly returned to the Corvus battleship and pulled out the drawbridge. When Alataka led the main Persia fleet to the vicinity of the battlefield, he was surprised to find that the Corvus battleships were gathered together, waiting for his arrival. Soon, he found out the reason. The Dionysian fleet in the bay not only had sturdy warships, but also unique tactics and strong defensive capabilities. Not only did the Cyprus fleet not gain the upper hand in the attack, but after destroying more than a dozen of their warships, they also did not achieve much in the battle. The morale of the crew was affected, and they had to retreat temporarily to wait for reinforcements. Although the combat strength of the Dionysian fleet was shocking, as the commander of the Persia fleet, Alataka was secretly happy that the Cyprus fleet, who did not listen to his orders, suffered a small setback. He thought that it was a great opportunity to improve his prestige in the fleet. After listening to the Cyprus fleet's battle in detail, he still decided to adopt the attack formation of two columns, but he gave up the tactic of concentrating on one side. Instead, he used the huge advantage of having more than twice the number of warships to launch an attack from all directions, intending to overwhelm the Dionysian fleet's defense. The soldiers of the Dionysian army on the beach watched as the countless Persian warships spread out like a huge fishing net on the distant surface of the sea, menacingly assuming the posture of trapping the Dionysian fleet that had shrunk into a ball. Every single one of them broke out in cold sweat for the fleet's safety. Sakirian, who was in the center of the storm, laughed calmly. The Persia fleet is finally here. Great! These timid servants of Persia will soon know the power of the Dionysian fleet. Woo! 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 Accompanied by the loud sound of the bugle, 3 red flags were raised on the main mast of the Dionia flagship, fluttering in the air. Fight to the death. Every crew member who received the captain's message looked at the enemy ships in front of them and began to calmly hum the song of the Hades in a low voice. When the thick fog on the sea dissipated and the sky was bright, Middleades immediately found that something was wrong. Although he could not know the specific location of the fleet, the sun that should have appeared on the right diagonally ahead of the fleet had appeared on the right diagonally behind the fleet. Obviously, the fleet had greatly deviated from its course. After much difficulty, he gathered the scattered warships and cargo ships, then sent out the clippers to search in the direction of sun. At the same time, the entire fleet sailed in the direction of the sun. During the voyage, he also gathered some of the scattered warships and troop ships. Gradually, the fleet under his command had the Second Fleet's 1st B Squadron, 2nd B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 4th B Squadron's warships. At the same time, there were also the 1st Fleet's 3rd B Squadron, 4th B Squadron, 5th B Squadron, and part of the 6th B Squadron's warships. In total, there were more than 700 ships, including nearly 400 troop ships. For such a large mixed fleet, Middle-Aids had even widened the distance between the ships, causing the entire fleet to expand outwards. It was his move that finally allowed the clippers sent out by Secerian to discover them. A few hours later, the fleet led by Middle-Aids arrived at the bay where the Dionysian army had landed. He saw countless Persia warships stacked on top of each other somewhere in the coastal waters, charging and circling, like vultures that covered the sky and sun, sharing their food. There was almost no sign of the Dionia warships. Although Middle-Aids was burning with anxiety, he did not impulsively launch an attack immediately. He ordered the troop ships to temporarily move away and let all the warships face the Persia fleet in a fan-shaped formation. Then, with the fast warships in front and the Crow warships at the back, he launched an attack in a starry sky formation. The flagship that Arataka was on had been coordinating and commanding the battle from the rear. After a difficult battle, the Persia fleet finally broke through the defense of the Dionysian fleet, dispersing their formation. Just as he was about to completely crush them, he received an urgent report from the clippers. A larger Dionysian fleet was rapidly approaching. This news immediately extinguished Arataka's enthusiasm for victory and glory. His only thought at this time was to order the fleet to retreat immediately. However, the warships that were scattered in the vast coastal waters and engaged in battle could not quickly receive his order. The newly arrived Dionysian fleet was like a giant eagle spreading its wings amid the loud bugle call, swiftly pouncing on its prey. After a long and arduous battle, the Persia fleet's warships were damaged, the sailors were tired, and their strength was scattered. On the other hand, although the Dionysian fleet, led by Middle-Aids, had traveled a long distance and the crew was relatively tired, their belief in saving their comrades and defeating the enemy boosted their morale. The ever-victorious starry sky formation doubled their strength. Therefore, the Persia fleet was almost defeated and scattered in all directions. The Dionia warships took advantage of the victory and chased after them. What was even more unfortunate was that the Persia fleet encountered the Third Fleet of Dionia in the process of escaping to the south. As a result, under the pincer attack from the front and back, the Persia fleet suffered even more heavy losses. Middle-Aids jumped off the warship, waded through the seawater, and walked on the beach. At this time, the beach was full of disembarking Dionia soldiers. Under the command of the team officer, they gathered in small groups and began to march toward the camp that the Dionia soldiers were building. Middle-Aids' destination was the same as theirs. Due to his conspicuous commander-style helmet, the soldiers who met him, whether they knew him or not, would respectfully salute him when they saw him. Usually, he would smile and greet them, but now he was anxious and quickly walked into the temporary medical camp tent as if he did not see them. No one saluted him here. The doctors and nurses were busy rescuing the wounded. The disembarking legion of Dionysia soldiers did not fight with the Cypriots. These wounded soldiers were from the Dionysian fleet that had just finished fighting. Middle-Aids stopped a soldier who was helping to clean up the mess and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Sicolian?" The soldier glanced at him, hurriedly pointed to the front, and said, in the innermost part. Although it was said to be the innermost part, it was actually on the other side of the tent. In order to ensure the circulation of air, the convenience of rescue, and the recovery of the patients, there were multiple tents in this kind of tent dedicated to the medical camp. Secerian's bed was next to one of the tents. There was a small opening in the tent, and sunlight shone in, shining on Sicolian's body. With the light, two nurses were carefully cleaning his wounds. Chapter 1299. There were a few bloody wounds on Secerian's broad back. What caught Middle-Age's attention the most was that his tan skin, which had been exposed to the sun and wind all year round, was now so pale that it was frightening. "How is he?" Middle-Age asked the doctor who was dispensing medicine next to him worriedly. The doctor looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice with a serious expression, "Not too good. He's been shot many times, and he's lost a lot of blood. He's been soaking in the sea for too long." Middle-Age was shocked. He wanted to ask again, but he heard a weak voice next to his ear. "Middle-Age, you're here. How's the situation?" Middle-Age looked towards the source of the voice and saw Securian, who had been motionless, turning his head to look at him with his lifeless eyes. "Doctor, he's awake," Middle-Age said happily. He woke up not long after he was sent here, and he kept asking about the situation of the naval battle. The doctor sighed and said, "Hurry up and tell him, lest he keeps worrying about it and affects his recovery." Middle-Age walked to the bed and squatted down. He thought for a moment, and then half knelt on the ground. This way, he and Securian could talk more easily. Before he could say anything, Securian smiled first. "It's not easy to make the arrogant commander of the Second Fleet kneel. It seems I'll have to get more injuries in the future." Middle-Age looked at his unusually dry lips and said in a low voice, "If I were you, I'd calm down and listen to you now. That way, your body will recover faster." Securian rolled his eyes and did not say anything. Middle-Age then said in a low voice, "According to the rough statistics after the war, we sank more than 160 warships and captured nearly 350. The Persia fleet suffered heavy losses. Of course, we also paid a heavy price. A total of 218 warships were sunk. It's all thanks to you leading a small number of warships to defend the coastal waters, which bought us time and also weakened the enemy's stamina and morale. That's why we won so easily. Now that the Persia fleet has been completely defeated, we will be in control of the entire Near East Sea. We didn't let His Majesty down. Speaking of which, it's a pity that I didn't get to witness the outcome of this great naval battle. Sigh, I've always been used to attacking. The first time I fought a defensive battle, I suffered a defeat. I'm still not as good as you in this aspect," Middle-Age said in a serious tone. "I've said it before. It's because you chose to stand your ground against the Persia fleet that was several times larger than yours that we won this great victory. This glorious victory was accomplished under your command. As a result of this victory, the mighty Dionysian fleet will no longer have the opportunity to engage in defensive battles." Securian stared blankly at his comrade. After a while, a trace of fear appeared on his pale face. "Mito, am I getting old? Back in a war with the Syracuse Navy, my warship was also sunk. I fell into the sea and was also hit in the shoulder by an arrow. I only rested for 10 days and recovered. But now, I can only move my neck. I can't feel my hands and feet at all." When Middle-Age heard this, he wanted to comfort him, but he did not know what to say. The doctor behind him reminded him, "General, I'm going to apply medicine to the patient. In order not to affect the treatment, please go back first. You can visit him later. Rest well, you'll get better." Middle-Age had no choice but to stand up and grab Securian's hand. He wanted to give him some encouragement, but the coldness of Securian's hand shocked him. Securian could not raise his head to look at him. He could only say softly, "Mito, I'll leave the fleet to you. Take care of our brothers. Don't worry, I will." Middle-Age replied solemnly. When he left the bed and saw the doctors and nurses surrounding Securian, he could not help but feel an indescribable sadness in his heart. Most of the Dionysian army that had landed in Egypt had moved to the territories of Pay-Ramses and Defini. Only the 1st Legion was still stationed in Memphis, because the king of Devers was still there. As the commander-in-chief of the army, the Devers were supposed to stay with the main army. He had always done so, but this time was different. The kingdom of Dionia had just annexed Egypt. Although the assists had been appointed to govern Egypt, the presence of the king of Dionia would undoubtedly make the handling of government affairs smoother, which would be more conducive to the smooth transition of Egypt. Therefore, the Devers seized this period of time to help the assists solve some problems. At the same time, he appointed Alexis to go to Defini to temporarily take charge of the army on his behalf. He also asked Felicius, Epiphanes, and the others to help him manage the military affairs, plan, and prepare for the raid on Cyprus. This group of old people who had already retired and had originally followed him to Persia were once again entrusted with important tasks. After the military raid on Cyprus began, waiting for the result was a difficult process, especially for such a major military operation. Therefore, the Devers did not sleep well these days. On this day, at the strong request of Enipolis, the Devers went for a walk in the garden to relax after dinner. The garden of the pharaoh of Tereb Palace was vast, and there was a large artificial lake in the middle. Water from the Nile River was brought in, and various aquatic plants, such as lotus flowers, were planted in the lake. There were also all kinds of wild ducks with their wings clipped, wild geese, and even the rare hippopotamus. All kinds of rare trees and flowers were planted around the artificial lake, and there were even some ostriches. At this time, it was spring, and the garden was in full bloom. The birds were singing, and the insects were chirping. It was exceptionally lively. Strolling on the flat road beside the lake, breathing in the moist air with the fragrance of plants, it was relaxing, and all worries were gone. The Devers could not help but sigh. This is really a good place. We should let Crystal, Stoia, and Agnes stay here for a while. Your Majesty, didn't General Prososus lead the Greek coalition to completely defeat the Persia's Asia Minor army? I believe that they will soon be able to force Miletus to surrender. You can let the two concubines stay in Memphis for a while before going to Miletus. As the court clerk of the Devers and the biographer personally authorized by him, Enipolis was more familiar with the Devers family affairs. The Devers shook their heads. We have not yet defeated the Persia fleet, and we have not completely taken control of the eastern Mediterranean. They cannot come for the time being. It is not safe. Enipolis secretly hated himself for talking too much. He had inadvertently reminded His Majesty of the ongoing war. He was thinking of ways to divert the king's attention when he heard the Devers shout, "Don't stop it! Let it come." It turned out that an ostrich, perhaps out of curiosity, actually walked boldly towards the Devers. The guards went forward to chase it away, but were stopped by the Devers. The ostrich was only a young bird, but it was already as tall as an adult. It walked straight to the Devers with its long, slender legs. Its pair of big eyes blinked as it curiously looked at the new king of Upper and Lower Egypt. It looked very cute, but it made the guards and attendants around it nervous. The great Devers could not help but reach out to it, and it immediately retreated in alarm. The Devers smiled and said softly, "Don't be afraid." The ostrich seemed to understand. It stopped retreating, blinked its big eyes, and tilted its head to the left, then to the right. Then it carefully walked up and gently pecked the Devers' palm with its long beak. Seeing that the Devers did not respond, it pecked a few more times. The guards immediately shouted loudly, and the ostrich felt afraid. It immediately turned around and ran away. "It's just a bird. What's there to worry about? It just made my hand itch," the Devers complained. "Your Majesty, do you want the guards to catch an ostrich for you?" Henoboris asked hurriedly. The Devers waved his hand. "Don't do that. It's more interesting to watch them play and run freely in this garden. Thanks to your suggestion, it's really interesting to walk around this garden." As the Devers spoke, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw guards rushing from the direction of the palace. "Your Majesty, an urgent battle report from Naucrates." The Devers immediately took the papyrus scroll tied with a black rope and could not wait to open it. After reading it, his face was gloomy. "Your Majesty, this is..." Henoboris felt nervous. "Our fleet defeated the Persia fleet, and the army successfully landed in Cyprus. This is a joyous occasion. But, Your Majesty, you don't seem too happy." The battle report said that Sicerian was severely injured and paralyzed. "He can't move," the Devers said in a low voice. The soldiers and attendants who were cheering for the victory immediately fell silent. They quietly followed the Devers on the path beside the lake. After a long time, the Devers stopped and said, "Herney, prepare the records." "Yes, Your Majesty." The attendants immediately gave Henoboris a pen and paper and brought over a wooden bench. The guards then retreated with the attendants and set up a perimeter. Inform the Middle-Aides. After Securion's condition stabilizes, send him back to Turris as soon as possible. Let all the doctors in Turris do their best to treat him. I hope he can recover. The Devers sighed. At the same time, write a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Let Olivers and Printos discuss the possibility of erecting a statue of Securion in front of the Ministry of Military Affairs building and naming the First Fleet the Securion Fleet. Chapter 1300. Since the establishment of Dionia, only Mercies had this honor, and it was erected after his death. The reason why Dionia was able to rise rapidly in the past few decades was mainly due to its powerful military. The star-studded generals were the pillars that supported this powerful force. However, naming a legion or fleet after a person had never happened before. If the First Fleet could be named successfully, Securion would undoubtedly be the first person in the Dionysian army. Even if he had to die immediately, perhaps he would gladly accept it. While Henneborus was distracted, the Devers continued. Appoint Middle-Aides as the temporary commander of the First Fleet. Stephacas as the commander of the Second Fleet. Lamarcas, the commander of the First Fleet's First Fleet, has made outstanding contributions. This time, he has assisted Securion in tenaciously defending against the attack of the Persia fleet. I hereby appoint him as the commander of the Third Fleet. Middle-Aides will command the three fleets and continue to suppress the Persia fleet. He will completely control the sea in the eastern Mediterranean, ensure the safety of the fleet's transportation, and provide assistance to the army's attack on Persia. Henneborus's hand did not stop writing, but in his heart, he was thinking, although I said I'm taking over temporarily, it's just to make Securion and the crew of the First Fleet feel better. I'm afraid His Majesty doesn't think that Securion can recover at all. Fortunately, Lamarcas of the First Fleet has been promoted. This should make the crew of the First Fleet feel better. Write to Alexis and ask her to inform the troops to prepare for attack. Write to the administrator of Naucrates and ask him to arrange for the transport fleet to be ready to set off east at any time. The Devers stared at the ostriches running through the trees in front of them. After a moment, he turned back to look at Henneborus and said in a clear voice, Henny, are you ready? We go to Persia. Henneborus immediately said excitedly, Your Majesty, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. The most glorious chapter in my biography will be written there. His left hand pointed to the east. In March, after the news that the Greek allied forces had defeated the Persia army in Asia Minor and Mysia spread, it caused a great shock to the people in the western part of Asia Minor. Many cities and towns that were previously in a wait-and-see state started to riot, driving away the local Persia garrison and publicly declaring their support for Dionia. On one hand, Leotychides accepted their surrender, but on the other hand, he requested them to provide him with provisions. At the same time, he ordered his troops to rest and reorganize for a while before advancing towards the Persia army's headquarters, Phrygia. Persia's Asia Minor army was just a temporary army. After suffering a crushing defeat, some of the demoralized regional armies refused to continue fighting. Some of them did not even ask for permission from Phanabotsos and directly led their remaining troops back to their respective regions. Phanabotsos, whose forces had been drastically reduced, did not try his best to defend himself against the rapid approach of the Greek allied forces. Instead, after a series of conspiracies with his colleagues, he arrested Iazon for being a traitor. Iazon, who had managed to escape back to Phrygia, was executed before he could even defend himself. In his war report to the king of Persia, Phanabotsos argued that during the battle with the Greek allied forces, the Greek mercenaries, who had been entrusted with the important task, suddenly turned against him, which was the main reason for the defeat. The Persia commanders and generals used Iazon as a scapegoat, trying to escape the blame of the defeat. However, this caused the defeated Greek mercenaries to panic. Several mercenary officers launched a rebellion under the banner of revenge for General Iazon. Although it further proved that the Greek mercenaries were unreliable, it caused the situation in Phrygia to completely go out of control. As a result, Phantabatsos had no choice but to lead the remaining troops to continue to retreat in panic. The Greek allied forces successfully occupied Gedium, the center of Phrygia. Leotychides did not continue to the east and deep into the interior. Instead, after gathering a lot of supplies, he left a troop to guard the place. His main force turned south and headed straight for Lydia. Along the way, they did not encounter any effective resistance. By the end of May, the Greek allied forces had quickly entered the area around the important town of Sardes in Lydia. Leotychides' rapid march had thwarted the Persia garrison's attempt to transfer the wealth of the area. The powerful military strength of the Greek allied forces had also frightened the garrison of Sardes, who had voluntarily surrendered the city. After the Greek allied forces occupied Sardes, they did not continue to attack. Instead, they reorganized in the area. At the same time, Leotychides was also waiting for the arrival of the manpower he had requested from the king of Devers. At the beginning of June, Leotychides led the allied generals and some former officials of Lydia out of the city to welcome the envoy of Dioria. There was not one envoy of Dionia, but a group of people. The one in the lead was an old man. Even though he had a head full of white hair and an aged face, his expression was resolute and his every movement was dignified. "Sir Persosus, I'm really sorry. I'm a little late." As he knew Leotychides' unsociable personality, the old man took the initiative to say after seeing him, 2 months ago, I received the order from His Majesty to come to Asia Minor to take over the area you have conquered. However, because I had to wait for a group of officials selected by the palace's administrative office to be sent here, it took some time. Originally, we were going to land in Ilion, but we heard that you have captured Geldium and are marching south, so we changed our route and landed in Eritrea, a Greek city-state to the east of Chios, which had surrendered to Dionia after the Greek allied forces defeated the Persia army. We rushed all the way, and although we encountered a little trouble, we finally met you in time. After listening, Leotychides just said dryly, "You've worked hard. Asia Minor is indeed vast. Marching and fighting here is far more time-consuming than in Italy or Greece." The chief of staff, Mukalu, quickly said, "Sir Capys, we have been looking forward to your arrival for a long time. With you at the rear, the Greek allied forces will have no worries at all. We can continue to march eastward without worry." Capys was originally a person who did not like to talk much, but after serving as the regional governor for many years, he had changed a lot. Coupled with his old age, his mentality was much calmer, and he was able to handle the situation with ease. He said humbly, "I've just arrived, and I'm completely unfamiliar with everything here. I need some time to familiarize myself with this place, and I also need your help and support. But I can assure you that the officials behind me and I didn't come here from thousands of miles away to enjoy ourselves, but to follow His Majesty's order to do our best to ensure the stability of the conquered areas, and to ensure your logistical supplies, so that you can attack Persia with all your might. Because defeating Persia is our common wish, don't you think so?" The last question was asked by Capys as he turned around to face the officials who followed him. "Sir Capys is right. Defeating Persia is the common wish of the Dionia and our allies." The officials replied in unison. Leotychides showed a rare smile and said, "Sir Capys, please allow me to introduce you. This is the military chief of the Pyotia Alliance, Epaminonda. Is he the General Epaminonda who commanded the Thebes to defeat Sparta in the Battle of Leuctra? Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I heard that Sir Capys was the hero of the Persia expedition. The reason why we dare to attack Persia today is also because of your heroic deeds. Shame, shame. I was just a soldier who followed His Majesty. If not for His Majesty's superb command, I'm afraid I would have been buried in this foreign land." This is General Iphicrates of the Athens Alliance. General Iphicrates of the Athens Alliance, who created light infantry tactics in Greece and defeated Sparta many times in the War of Corinth. It's an honor to meet you. Sir Capys, you're too kind. I heard that as early as the Persia expedition, you had already begun to use light infantry tactics to fight against the Persia. I also learned from the tactics of the Dionysian army. At that time, His Majesty forced us to start practicing light infantry tactics. We were not willing at first, but after we became familiar with it, we found that it was very effective. You can abandon the inherent Greek military tradition and take the initiative to learn, and according to the actual situation in Greece, you can create light infantry tactics that are unique to the Athens alliance. Amazing! I know him. I don't need to introduce him. He's the chief general of the Arcadia alliance, Lycomedes. 4 years ago, when I returned to the Senate to report, he happened to be visiting Thurii, and we even attended His Majesty's banquet together. Sir Capys, I happened to sit in on your report in the Senate at that time, and I was very surprised. A large number of fierce and barbaric Gauls live in northern Italy. Sir Capys has been the governor there for many years. Not only did he keep those areas stable, but he also made the backward Gauls take the initiative to learn the Greek civilization and actively integrate into Dionia. This shows the ability of Sir Capys. Sir Lycomedes, you praise me too much. In Dionia, there are many regional governors like me who can integrate the indigenous people into Dionia. For example, Sir Helos in Thessaly and Sir Assis in Egypt are outstanding in this regard. I hope that with the blessing of Hades, the people here can cooperate well with us to overthrow the tyranny of Persia and create a better future together. After everyone introduced themselves, Mukru led them back to the city, with Leotychides and Capys walking in front. Chapter 13:01. At this time, Capys whispered to him, "Are you going to lead the army eastward along the coast?" "Yes, because this can ensure the safety and convenience of the logistical transportation line, reduce the threat of Persia to the coalition army's flank, and ensure that the army conquers Asia Minor faster." When I returned to Thurii from the Per region and was waiting to leave, Princess Christoia summoned me. She asked me to bring you a message, hoping that you can conquer or surrender Miletus as soon as possible. Miletus? You don't know? Capys saw that Leotychides was a little puzzled and reminded him. Princess Christoia is from Miletus, but since she followed His Majesty, she has not been able to return to Miletus for decades. I heard that this time, His Majesty promised the princess that after Miletus has surrendered to the kingdom, she will be allowed to return to her hometown and visit her relatives. Hearing this, Leotychides stopped and fell in a deep thought. Capys did not urge him to move forward, and stopped as well to look at the towering Sard city gate in front of him. Even though he had weathered countless storms and waves, he could not help but feel a little agitated at this moment. More than 30 years ago, he had also been here under Menon's lead, but the people of Sardes had strictly forbidden them from entering the city. Furthermore, they had designated a narrow area 5 miles away from the city so that the mercenaries could only build camps in this area and were not allowed to move around, guarding against them like thieves. But today, not only could he enter the city with his head held high, he would also become the master of this land and its people. With Capys leading the administrative officials to manage the rear of the conquest, Leotychides could focus all his energy on the military. At the end of June, the coalition army advanced east to the coast of Ephesus. The people of the city had already broken out in a riot. They overthrew the oligarchs who were pro-Persia and went more than 10 miles out of the city to welcome the arrival of the Greek coalition army. In mid-July, the Greek coalition army arrived at Miletus. The oligarch government of Miletus sent an envoy to meet Leotychides, claiming that Miletus would remain neutral and would not participate in the war between Dionia and Persia. Leotychides refused without hesitation and strongly demanded that Miletus surrender unconditionally. Just as the oligarch government of Miletus was debating about this, the Greek coalition army surrounded the entire city. The Fourth Fleet of Dionia also rushed over to blockade the port, causing the people of Miletus to panic. At the same time, the Dionia Intelligence Department personnel lurking in the city of Miletus began to spread rumors. The people were surprised to learn that in the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, there was a Princess Christoia who was deeply loved by the king of Dionia. She was from Miletus and had always been looking forward to returning to her hometown. The oligarch government of Miletus actually knew about this situation, but they refused to surrender because most of them were the culprits who persecuted the Kristoia family. As long as they were captured, offered to the Dionysian army, and surrendered to the Dionysian army, Princess Kristoia would definitely protect the city from the flames of war out of gratitude and nostalgia for their hometown. This rumor was so convincing that the people were skeptical. Some people specially investigated the people and things mentioned in the rumor and found that it was actually true. It immediately set off a great wave among the people. Therefore, people who were dissatisfied with the oligarchs of Miletus began to link up and incite the people to overthrow them and submit to Dionia. The government of Miletus felt that the situation was not good and was preparing to send troops to suppress it. Who knew that the Dionysian army outside the city would launch an attack at this time? Although the walls of Miletus were tall and strong, it was obviously not enough to defend the entire city with only the military strength of Miletus. Not to mention that it was completely surrounded and there could not be any reinforcements. Therefore, under the restraint of the Dionysian army, the oligarchs could not transfer more troops to suppress the instability in the city. On the other hand, the patrols they sent in the city quickly aroused the anger of the people. In the end, the people launched a riot and helped the Dionysian army easily break through the city of Miletus. This resulted in very few casualties on both sides, thus achieving Leotychides' goal to give a good explanation to Princess Kristoia, who was respected by the people of Dionia. After the surrender of Miletus, the Greek coalition forces did not encounter any more battles. All the towns along the way opened their gates and surrendered until they arrived at the city of Halicarnassus, the capital of the Caria region. The coastal city-states of the Caria region, like most of the coastal city-states in Western Asia Minor, were once colonized by the Greeks. Not only did it maintain close ties with the Greek city-states, but it also gradually civilized and integrated the indigenous people of the Caria region over a period of hundreds of years. Not only did most of the towns in the region look the same as the Greek cities, but Greek had also become the common language of the region. Although Caria was eventually conquered by the Persia Empire and became its province, the region was still relatively independent like other regions in Western Asia Minor. Most of the towns in the region were even united around a close neighbor alliance centered around the Temple of Zeus in Lagina. Of course, it was only a religious group, not a political entity. After Agesilaus led his army into chaos in the western part of Asia Minor, and Teusaphres was sentenced to death by the Persian queen mother, Hecatomnus, a noble of Coria, took advantage of the turbulent situation to establish his rule in the Caria region. At this time, because the king of Persia not only negotiated peace with Sparta, but also supported Sparta's hegemony in Greece, this caused great dissatisfaction among the nobles and people in Western Asia Minor. In order to appease them, Artaxerxes married a daughter to the son of Phanabotsos and temporarily appointed Hecatomnus as the governor of Caria. Hecatomnus was a very shrewd man, and so was his son Mausolus. They had always paid tribute to the treasury of Persia on time and expressed their allegiance to the king of Persia. 5 years ago, when almost all the governors in Western Asia Minor rebelled, Mausolus, who took over his father's position as the governor of Caria, also wavered. At first, he remained neutral, but when the rebels were at a disadvantage, he sided with the king of Persia and helped the Persia army to completely wipe out the rebels. Therefore, after the war ended, he was able to retain his position as the governor. During this period of turmoil, his power in Caria was further strengthened. Not only was he officially appointed as the governor of Caria by Persia, but he was also the co-owner of many cities in the Caria region. Mausolus also moved the governor's residence from Mylasa to Halicarnassus. Not only did he spend a huge amount of money to rebuild the city, but he also expanded the port. He built a strong castle and 2 military ports on a small island outside the city, Zephion. He also spent a huge amount of money to build a fleet. The ambitious Mausolus obviously wanted to develop Caria into a maritime power. As he was worried that the landing of the Greek allied forces would disrupt his ongoing plans, he actively supported Phanabotsos this time. Not only did he provide a large number of troops, but he also became one of the main advocates of building the Asia Minor fleet. He generously provided 1/4 of the warships. Of course, he was also planning to take control of the command of the Asia Minor fleet after the war ended. Unfortunately, the Asia Minor fleet was completely wiped out by the Dionysian fleet in Samos, which dealt a heavy blow to him. Then, the Greek allied forces defeated the Persia army, which made him extremely uneasy. He immediately mobilized the military in the Korea region and strengthened the defense of Halicarnassus. His prediction was not wrong. After that, the Greek allied forces advanced eastward along the coast and entered the Korea region. Mausolus immediately used the same trick and sent an envoy to meet Leotychides. He proposed to him that Korea was willing to remain neutral in this war, and was even willing to provide some resources for the Greek allied forces to pass through the Korea region, as long as the Greek allied forces no longer saw Korea as an enemy. Mausolus' idea was good, but Leotychides had studied some information about Korea in detail, and he was not at ease with the cunning Mausolus. Moreover, the Korea region was not weak, and he was not at ease to leave such a hidden danger in the rear of the army without dealing with it. So, he did not accept Mausolus' request, but proposed that the Korea region must surrender to Dionia. Of course, this was unacceptable to the ambitious Mausolus, so the negotiation failed and the war began. Mausolus knew that the morale of the Greek allied forces was high, and they were strong. Fighting them in the field would only result in a crushing defeat. So, he withdrew his forces into the city and focused on defense to buy time and wait for the situation to change. The father and son, Hecatomnus and Mausolus, had been in charge of the Korea region for more than 20 years. The opposition had been suppressed for a long time, and their influence was minimal. The people basically agreed with the rule of this family, so it was impossible for there to be unrest and riots when the army was pressing on the border like Ephesus and Miletus. So, the Greek allied forces had no other choice but to attack. However, under the high and thick walls of Halicarnassus, the Greek allied forces had failed several times. This caused the Greek allied generals to be careless because of the previous successful attack. They had no choice but to patiently fight with Mausolus. At the end of April, the Devers led the army eastward from Defini. The huge fleet of supplies traveled side by side along the coast. After a long journey of 6 days, they crossed the desert, bypassed Gaza City, and entered the Canaan region. Then, they easily captured the port of Jaffa, making it an important supply port for the army. Chapter 1302. Before the Dionysian army completely surrounded Jerusalem, the high priest took the initiative to go to the Dionia camp and humbly expressed to the king of Devers that the Jews were willing to surrender to the kingdom of Dionia. The Devers were more cautious about this special race in the Mediterranean world who believed in one God. He quickly accepted the surrender of the Jews and made a promise and warning. As long as the Jews are loyal to the holy kingdom of Dionia, they can have a right to live according to their own laws and religion. But at the same time, they can't affect the living rights of other races under the rule of the holy kingdom of Dionia because of their own customs. Otherwise, Dionia will intervene. The next day, the king of Devers was greeted at the gate of Jerusalem by the high priest in a purple robe and thousands of Jerusalemites led by him. The Devers followed the example of Cyrus and once again read out his promise and warning in public. The people cheered. At the same time, the Jewish priests also tied up the governor of Canaan appointed by Artaxerxes, Nehemiah, who had worked hard for the reconstruction of the Canaan region, and his subordinates. They pushed him to the Devers and handed him over to them. The Devers did not punish the governor of Persia, who was also a Jew, in public. Instead, after bringing him back to the camp, they asked Nehemiah kindly. If he was willing to serve the kingdom of Dionia, he would be sent to govern the Canaan region after he was familiar with Dionia's political system and legal system. The Jews were flexible, not conservative and stubborn. Nehemiah obviously inherited this characteristic. Surrendering to Dionia would not only allow him to live, but also allow him to fulfill his long-cherished wish of rebuilding Jerusalem and take revenge on the Jewish priests who betrayed him. So, he knelt in front of the Devers happily. With Nehemiah as a guide, the Dionysian army quickly conquered the entire Canaan region. Then, under Nehemiah's leadership, they successfully invaded the Samaria region to the east of Jerusalem. They quickly captured many towns and even captured the governor of the region, Samara. This was a great relief to Nehemiah. Canaan and Samaria were conquered by Dionia one after another, making Gaza an isolated enclave of Persia. The Dionia defenders panicked. They were eager to leave this dangerous place and return to their homeland. Under the strong request of the soldiers, the commander of the defending army had no choice but to let the soldiers bring enough food and water and quietly leave Gaza City. They marched towards the northeast, attempting to bypass the area occupied by the Dionysian army and go to Damascus through the trade route at the edge of the desert in the east. Unexpectedly, the Dionysian army had been keeping a close eye on the movements of Gaza City. They soon discovered the intentions of the Persia defenders. On the second day, the 4 Dionic cavalry legions and the Namibian light cavalry legion caught up with the marching Persian garrison. The light cavalry legion attacked with arrows and javelins, while the heavy cavalry legion launched an attack and quickly defeated the Gaza garrison. Gaza City also fell into the hands of the Dionic army. After completely stabilizing the rear, the Devers led the army north and soon entered the Phoenician region. It could be said that the Phoenicians were the earliest enemies of Dionia in these regions affiliated to Persia. When the Phoenicians made the decision to send a fleet to support Carthage, they probably never imagined that one day the army of Dionia would arrive at their city. Moreover, the first city that the Dionysian army was going to attack was Tyre, the initiator. After the Phoenicians surrendered to Persia, the successive kings of Persia promised that as long as the Phoenicians paid a certain amount of gold and silver every year, and their fleet was always at their disposal, they would allow the Phoenicians to live in their original way. For hundreds of years, the kings of Persia rarely interfered in the administrative affairs of the Phoenicians. One of the main reasons was that the mountains of Lebanon separated Phoenicia from the inland Persia. Land transportation was very inconvenient, and this terrain also had a great impact on the Phoenicians. They did not have vast and fertile farmland to support a larger population. They could only devote all their efforts to developing their economy on the sea, thereby becoming rich and prosperous because of maritime trade. However, due to certain conflicts of commercial interest between the city-states of Phoenicia, although they had established a Phoenician city-state alliance very early on, they had never been able to form a unified country. Therefore, the king of Persia was more satisfied with the state of the Phoenician city-states. The Phoenician city-states had also taken advantage of the preferential treatment that Persia had given them and made a lot of profits from trade with the inland. Therefore, they were still relatively loyal to Persia. Tyre was the most powerful of the Phoenician city-states, and its city was built on a small island about 8 miles from the coast. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. In the history of the previous life, King Alexander of Macedonia, who had attacked Persia smoothly, encountered a setback here and spent a full half a year. It was precisely because of this memory that the Devers were very cautious when he led his army to Tyre. He planned to lead the generals on a warship to carefully inspect the defense of Tyre before considering whether to directly attack the city or force it to surrender through a long-term siege. However, before he could set off, Tyre's messenger arrived first. Tyre's messenger was also an acquaintance, the former Carthage Sophie Tepenrako. After seeing the Devers, not only did he not show the arrogance and hostility towards Dionia that he used to have, he even showed some flattery. Therefore, the atmosphere of the whole meeting was relatively relaxed. The Devers asked about the recent situation of Hanno and the others, and Tepenrako's expression became a little gloomy. It turned out that after Dionia forced Carthage to expel the Hanoverian faction, most of them chose to settle in their former motherland, Tyre. Tyre also accepted them, but not only could Hanno and the others not reproduce their power in Carthage, but the higher-ups of Tyre also deliberately suppressed them, making it difficult for them to gain some power. The people of Tyre used to be extremely envious of Carthage's wealth and power, but now they often despised these stray dogs. Although they did not have to worry about food and clothing, Acron, who joined Ionia, persuaded the Carthage council to allow them to take away part of their property out of guilt. Their lives were relatively depressed, especially Hanno. He, who used to have hundreds of followers, could not bear such loneliness and passed away after a few years. However, since Dionia declared war on Persia, the higher-ups of Tyre began to pay attention to Tepenrako and the others. Not only did they often ask them about the situation of Dionia, but they also elected Tepenrako and a few others as counselors to discuss how to deal with the attack of the Dionysian army. The reason why Tepenrako was sent as an envoy was also because he was familiar with the people of Dionia, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the people of Dionia. The purpose of Tepenrako's visit was to represent Tyre to surrender to Dionia. Regarding this good news, the Devers did not seem happy. Instead, he was a little cautious. In his memory, when Alexander led his army to Tyre, the people of Tyre also took the initiative to surrender. However, when Alexander proposed to go to the Mercian temple in Tyre to worship Hercules, Tyre immediately expressed their refusal. It turned out that they had only chosen to feign surrender in the face of military pressure. They wanted to wait for the final battle between Alexander's army and the army of Persia before making the final decision. Therefore, the Devers made the same request. Tepenrako said that he could not make a decision and needed to ask for the opinion of the Tyre council before replying. After he left by ship, the Devers immediately reminded the generals to prepare for battle and not be fooled by the surrender of the people of Tyre. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Tepenrako once again came to the camp of Dionia and sincerely expressed to the Devers that the Tyre council was ready to welcome the visit of the king of Devers at any time. The Devers did not refuse. The next day, they led a group of elite soldiers to the island, and the people of Tyre welcomed them respectfully. In the holy kingdom of Dionia, Hercules was one of the most popular gods. Therefore, the Devers solemnly worshipped his statue here. Throughout the worship process, the people of Tyre were always obedient, which made the Devers believe in their sincerity. Based on the situation they observed in the city of Tyre, the Devers analyzed the reason why the people of Tyre made a choice that was completely opposite to the history of his previous life. It was because in the history of his previous life, although Alexander won many battles on land, his navy was very weak. At one point, he even disbanded his already weak fleet, causing the Persia fleet to harass the rear of his conquest many times, causing him a lot of trouble. Alexander could only take over the Mediterranean Sea by capturing the towns belonging to the Persia along the coast one by one. This was the only way. Because of this, the people of Tyre bullied him because he did not have a navy, making it difficult to capture their cities in the middle of the sea. Therefore, they dared to pretend to surrender to buy time. In fact, because of the lack of a navy, Alexander did encounter great difficulties when he attacked Tyre. Even after the surrender of Cyprus provided him with a fleet, it took him more than 7 long months to capture Tyre, which was time-consuming and laborious. However, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia was different. It had a strong navy, and it defeated the Persia fleet twice in Samos and Cyprus. Not only did it establish an absolute advantage in the sea, but it also completely controlled the Eastern Sea. Not long ago, the army that landed on Cyprus had conquered the entire island. The first and second fleets had been stationed in the military port of Cyprus, which was very close to Tyre. They could blockade and attack Tyre at any time, which posed a great threat to the city of Tyre. In addition, although the Macedonian army in his previous life was very strong, it only had 40,000 to 50,000 people. Compared with the army of Persia, there was a huge gap. Therefore, the people of Tyre were not confident that Macedonia could eventually defeat Persia. Chapter 1303. At the same time, the Tyre people also found out that the king of the Devers had personally led more than 100,000 troops. There was also a Greek coalition army of 60,000 to 70,000 people in Asia Minor. In total, the powerful army of more than 200,000 people had defeated the Persia army many times. They were mighty and unstoppable. The Persia army might be more numerous, but in terms of combat effectiveness, it seemed that they were no match for the mighty and unified Dionysian army. This was the feeling of the tired generals who had fought with the Persia army many times. More importantly, many of the Tyre people became prisoners of Dionia during the Battle of Cyprus and were still imprisoned in Cyprus. The Devers were overjoyed by the surrender of Tyre. He immediately sent messengers to the 3 legions that had landed in Cyprus and the first and second fleets of Dionia to discuss a military plan to land in the Syrian Gulf and capture the city of Miliandros as soon as possible. At the same time, the surrender of Tyre also had a huge impact on the other Phoenician city-states. They were not as strong as Tyre, and they did not have cities built in the sea to defend themselves. They did not dare to confront Dionia, so the city-states of Sidon, Eduras, and other city-states quickly surrendered, and the Dionysian army successfully conquered the Phoenician region. The Devers did not immediately lead the army north. He waited for the army of Cyprus to successfully land in the Syrian Gulf before he issued the order to go north. However, the route of the march was no longer along the coast, because the Libanese mountains formed a barrier from the north to the south of the northern Near East coast. The further north they went, the more difficult it was to travel, especially for a large army like Dionia. The Devers did not choose to go around the Libanese mountains and go to the edge of the desert in the east. Firstly, the distance was longer, and secondly, the climate was hot. There were few people along the way, and it was difficult to supply food and water. There were no large towns except for Damascus, which was at the southern end and very close to the Phoenician region. Perhaps in the future, Damascus would become a battleground in the Near East, but at this time, the Devers did not really care about it. Although it was still a large town, it had no Persia garrison, and it did not show hostility to the Dionysian army. Instead, it sent messengers to express its willingness to be neutral to the Devers. Therefore, the Devers did not spend time to capture Damascus. They only asked the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to closely monitor the movements in Damascus while they led the army out of the Phoenician region and east into the Libanese mountains. In the Amanus Mountains of northern Syria, the snows converged into a single river, the Orontes, which flowed from north to south through Mount Libanus and finally into the northern part of Phoenicia. Thus, in the middle of the mountains, a relatively wide and narrow plain, the plain of Amycus, was formed. This was the route of the Dionysian army to the north. Fearing that the Dionysian army would be heavily intercepted in the north, the Devers specifically ordered the army in Cyprus to land in Syria first to ensure the smooth movement of the main force north. But in fact, the Devers were too worried. Not long ago, part of the garrison in the Syrian region had been transferred by the king of Persia to Phanabatsos in Asia Minor, leaving the troops here empty. There was no way to intercept the main force of the Dionia, and they could not even provide enough defense for the region. The Cypriot army easily landed on the coast of Syria and quickly captured the city of Miliandros. Then they quickly moved east and surrounded the town of Sochi at the northern entrance of the Amanus Plains. By the time the main force of the Dionia arrived near Sochi, the town had already been captured. After leading the army through Sochi and into the Syrian region, the Devers stopped and began to rest and recuperate. The camp that was being built stretched from the foot of the Amanus Mountains in the north to the foothills of the Libanese Mountains in the south. It was close to the Orontes River in the east and the bay in the west, occupying a good defensive position. The Devers also sent a large number of scouts to cross the Orontes River and explore the movements of the Persia army eastward. At the same time, he sent part of the army to attack the coastal pass in the northwest, the Syrian Pass. Once they occupied it, they would continue to attack the west and attack the towns of Issus, Casta Bloom, Philotas, and other cities in order to open up the coastal passage to Asia Minor. Then, they would receive the Greek coalition army as soon as possible. When the two armies met up, they would attack the east together. This was the next step of the Devers' plan. But what the Devers did not know was that the Greek coalition army, which had attacked quickly before, had now encountered some trouble. After the Greek coalition army suffered a setback in their attack on Halicarnassus, in order to not waste time and reduce the number of troops, Leotychides decided to leave some troops to surround the city, while the main force of the army continued to advance eastward. However, After passing through Korea and entering the region of Lycia, the Greek coalition army could no longer advance along the coast. This was because Lycia and the neighboring region of Pisidia were both mountainous areas. The roads were difficult to traverse. The Greek coalition army could only bypass Lycia and Pisidia to the north, then pass through the pass of the Taurus Mountains in the region of Cappadocia and enter the fertile region of Cilicia. Most of the road they had to trek was a straight road that the Persia court built to govern the empire. Although this road was easier to traverse, they had to enter the interior of Asia Minor. During this period of time, the military commander of Persia's Asia Minor, Phanabotsos, had reorganized part of his defeated army and received some reinforcements from the court. After Phanabotsos' report to Artaxerxes, the king of Persia believed that the reason why the battle failed was due to the sudden betrayal of the Persian mercenaries. Therefore, he did not dismiss Phanabotsos from his post. Instead, he sent more reinforcements and ordered Phanabotsos to do his best to stop the Greek coalition army within the borders of Asia Minor. Ironically, this time, Phanabotsos did not dare to face the Greek coalition army head-on. Instead, he decided to carry out the suggestion of Iazon, whom he had killed, to strengthen the defense and clear the wilderness. At the same time, he sent a small group of troops to harass the Greek coalition army's transportation lines. The governors general of Asia Minor, who had tasted the strength of the Greek coalition army, did not oppose it firmly this time, allowing the strategy to be implemented. As the Greek coalition army failed to capture Halicarnassus, a strategic town with a large port, most of the Greek coalition army's grain convoys had to disembark at the port of Miletus. The supply line was stretched, and Phanabotsos' defensive tactics posed a great threat to the long supply line. The Greek coalition army that entered the interior of Halicarnassus could not collect grain on the spot, and they had to send a large number of troops to protect the supply line, which seriously slowed down their eastward advance. In September, the reinforcements sent by the Devers captured Issus, took Castabrum, and even advanced west to Maris. They were only separated by the Elaine Plain from the rich Cilicia. But the Greek coalition army had not even passed through Pisidia and reached the Cappadocia region. The two sides were still far apart. During this time, the scouts sent to the east reported that they had found a large Persia camp near the city of Thebasakis, which was located on the bank of the Euphrates River, more than 200 miles from the Orontes River, and Persia's army was constantly coming from the east. The Persia's army was finally coming. Both the Devers and the generals under them suddenly became alert. Not only did they order the soldiers to reinforce the camp and strengthen the defense, but the Devers also sent messengers to the Elaine Plain to inform the troops that were preparing to receive the Greek coalition army there to return immediately. Not long after, many Persia cavalry appeared on the east bank of the Orontes River, trying to cross the river to spy on the Daionia camp. The Daionia cavalry drove them away, and there were many small-scale battles. But the main forces of both sides stayed in Syria, and the main forces of both sides were stationed near Thebasakis. Both sides did not move, and the confrontation lasted for more than a month. At dusk, the Devers' tent welcomed a guest. "Why, Zam, you're finally back. I haven't heard from you for so long. I thought you missed home and didn't want to go back to Daionia. Haha." Although the Devers were joking, they were very excited. They stepped forward and gave Zam a strong hug. "Your Majesty, to be honest, when I return to Dukia and see my brothers speaking the same language, wearing the same clothes, and eating the same food, I always feel scared," Zam said with a relieved expression. "I'm scared that my experience in Daionia is just a dream. Now that I've seen your Majesty, I can finally be at ease." Then he said with slight guilt, "I found that I can't leave the prosperous life of Daionia, and I can't get used to the poverty of Dukia." The Devers comforted him. "When the conditions are right, people are willing to enjoy happiness, and they won't take the initiative to suffer. But the poverty of Dukia is mainly caused by the cruel oppression of the Persia. As long as we defeat Persia, I believe that this terrible situation of the Dukia people will gradually improve." "Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten on the way back, right?" "Your Majesty, I went to see Sir Marigi before I came to see you, and I've eaten a little at his place." This time, If it wasn't for Sir Marigi, who found a Persia caravan to cover my movements, I wouldn't have been able to reach Dukia so smoothly. The Devers looked at Marigi, who had a calm expression next to Wyzam, and smiled. I'm afraid you don't know, but Marigi used to be the royal merchant of Prince Cyrus, and he has a lot of connections among the merchants in the west of Persia. After defeating Carthage 10 years ago, he thought that Persia would become the biggest enemy of the kingdom. So he secretly supported a few trustworthy friends in Persia with the help of the intelligence department. These friends of the kingdom even secretly sold weapons and food to Dukia several times, which were banned by Persia. Chapter 1304. I've heard about it from my tribesmen. My eldest brother even said gratefully that without their help, his tribe would not have become the largest tribe in Dukia. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sir Marigi. Wyzam sincerely bowed to both of them. Marigi quickly moved away and said in a calm tone, It's nothing. It's all for the kingdom. Wyzam, you've gone to Dukia. Why are you so different now? The Devers joked. Don't thank me anymore. I want to hear the details of your adventure in Dukia. Come, sit down. Let's talk. The guards brought over wooden chairs. After everyone sat down, Wyzam began to narrate. After I arrived in Egypt with Chalcidus' vanguard, I boarded an Egyptian merchant ship arranged by Sir Marigi at Naucrates that actually belonged to his friend in Persia. I boarded it and entered the port of Issus. After that, I followed a merchant team arranged by this Persian merchant to the Mesopotamian plains. Your Majesty, this Persian merchant is the Messiah that I've mentioned to you before, Marigi interrupted. After we arrived here, did you send someone to contact him? The Devers asked with interest. Your Majesty, I sent someone to Issus to look for him. Unfortunately, he was not at home. I heard from his servants that he was still doing business near Babylon and had not returned yet. The Devers noticed Marigi's hesitation when he answered, so he said in a gentle tone, After all, Persia is his mother country. It's understandable that he does not want to completely side with us, but we cannot forget the help he has provided. After we win, we will definitely reward him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Marigi heaved a sigh of relief and immediately expressed his gratitude. Wyzam, please continue. I followed Mizai's caravan to the east along the north bank of the Euphrates River. At first, it was relatively smooth, but later it was said that the news of our army entering Egypt and part of the Greek army landing in Asia Minor had reached Babylon. The king of Persia had issued an order to mobilize the army, and the order in the towns along the Euphrates River became a little chaotic. My caravan was intercepted several times by the checkpoints in the towns. The temporarily formed army wanted to seize the caravan's goods for various reasons. Although Messiah had some tricks up his sleeve, he was able to get them to let us go in the end. However, after discussing with me, we decided to go north in advance after we had enough food and water in Chalcedon. Unexpectedly, the order in the Mesopotamian plains became even more chaotic. Not only was my caravan robbed, but there were also a few casualties. I had to pretend that I was a messenger sent by the Dukia people, claiming that the goods the caravan was carrying were used by Dukia to form reinforcements. Perhaps it was because we, the Dukia people, had defeated the army of the king of Persia and established our reputation. After that, the caravan was no longer harassed by the garrisons in the towns, and we smoothly passed through Gain, Lalitha, Mespira. We smoothly arrived at the Dukia Mountains. Speaking up to this point, Izam seemed to be rather proud of himself. Then, his tone became gloomy again. When I met my people, I found out that my father had passed away 10 years ago. My eldest brother and a few other brothers had died in the war against the Persia. My second brother, Remy, was in charge of the tribe now. Although he was surprised by my sudden appearance, he was not too surprised. According to him, his tribe had been in close contact with Messiah's and a few other caravans. Through them, he learned some things about Dionia. He even knew that I was not dead, and had even become a high-ranking official in the kingdom. Since Sir Marigi had these caravans provide assistance to the tribe, my second brother had a very good impression of the kingdom. He was very happy that I was able to arrive in time, otherwise he would not know what to do next. Because the king of Persia had already sent messengers to Dukia, requesting for all the tribes to send their warriors to participate in the war against the kingdom. More than half of the tribes had expressed their agreement. Only a few tribes led by our tribe did not express their opinion because of my second brother's objection. This caused the Dukia tribe to not make a final decision for a few days. Wasn't Dukia and Persia victorious in the war? How can the Persia command Dukia so casually? The Devers were a little puzzled. Izam hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I heard from Remy that although Dukia won that war, Dukia also suffered great losses. After that, the Persia made some concessions such as reducing the annual tribute and giving some disputed areas to the Dukia tribe. So the various tribes of Dukia were still willing to attach themselves to Persia. Moreover, due to the fact that the Persia's oppression of Dukia had lessened in the following years, the tense relationship between both sides had improved by a lot. This time, in order to get Dukia to participate in the war, the Persia had even promised some benefits. So many tribes were tempted, however, because the Zoskin tribe was now the strongest tribe in the Dukia Mountains. My second brother had expressed his objection, and the entire Dukia alliance was unable to reach a consensus. The Persia messenger had pulled several tribal leaders to persuade Remy for a few days, and in the end he even threatened, even if the Zoskin tribe refuses to participate in the war, the other tribes will participate, but after the war, Persia will treat the Zoskin tribe differently. This put a lot of pressure on Remy. I told Remy about Your Majesty's plan. Although he was a little tempted by Your Majesty's promise to allow Dukia to become independent after the war, and even to fully support him to become the king of Dukia, he was still a little worried. I gave him a detailed analysis of the military strength of Dionia and Persia, as well as the current situation in the Mediterranean Sea, and he reluctantly agreed to the request of the Persia messenger to lead the army to participate in the war. Did your second brother persuade the other Dukia tribes to participate in this plan? Marigi interrupted. I also raised this question to him, but he was very cautious. He told me that there were two big tribes that had a bad relationship with the Zoskin tribe. If he were to contact the other tribes in secret, it would be hard to guarantee that the news would not leak out. Once the Persian knew about this, the Zoskin tribe would be in a dangerous situation, so he didn't want to take this risk. However, he had already gathered all the young and strong people in his tribe, more than 5,000 people, to participate in this war. This force plays an important role in the Dukia tribes. When the time comes, he only needs to secretly persuade the tribes that have a good relationship with the Zoskin tribe to act together, and I believe that it will have a great impact on the war. Izam said confidently. Devers smiled and praised. Very good. Your second brother is calm and thoughtful. He made me believe that our cooperation with the Zoskin tribe will succeed. Izam, did you follow your tribesmen to Tabasakas? Your Majesty, after the General Assembly of the Dukia tribe reached an agreement, the various tribes formed their armies and set off for Mesopotamia. Although Remy commanded the largest number of warriors, he was the first to set off. I disguised myself as a warrior of the Zokan tribe and followed beside my second brother. We left the Dukia Mountains and went south along the Tigris River. The towns along the way received orders to provide us with a certain amount of food supplies. After we reached Olympus, the Persia did not allow us to go further south, so we set up camp near Olympus and waited for the rest of the Dukia army to come and join us. During this period, every day, the towns along the Tigris River would gather their armies and head to Setak, which is further south from Olympus. When Izam said this, Devers suddenly sighed and said, Olympus, Setak, we have been there before. Your Majesty, this time, you have enough time to tour these familiar towns in Persia, Marigi immediately said. Marigi, when I first met you, it was in the Medes region, right? Devers looked at him and said with a nostalgic tone, Your Majesty, it has been more than 30 years, and you still remember it so clearly. Thanks to the blessing of Hades, I was able to meet you when I was in danger, and my life has changed dramatically since then. I only hate that I didn't meet you earlier and serve you earlier. Hearing Marigi's sincere words mixed with compliments, Devers nodded slowly and said softly, It is my greatest fortune to be able to receive help from you and Mirzas. You must take care of yourself. I am still waiting for the war to end, so that you can take me around Persia. Yes, yes, Your Majesty, I will be a good guide. Marigi's trembling voice was slightly choked with sobs. Devers suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked, Izam, how long did you stay in Olympus? All the troops of the Dukia tribe stayed there for more than 2 months. The reason why they did not take action for such a long time was that the king of Persia wanted to wait for the Persia army and the Indians to come from the distant eastern region. During this period, I also saw troops from Emiria, Toria, and even the Cardan. Speaking of this, Izam's expression became a little solemn. In the end, the nearest large area between the two rivers was filled with barracks and soldiers everywhere. There were countless troops. Because of this, my relatives also wavered on whether to continue supporting Dionia. Fortunately, during this period, the Greek coalition army defeated the Persia army in Asia Minor, and our fleet defeated the Persia fleet. Your Majesty, you personally led the army to conquer Canaan. These news came one after another, and with my persuasion, their confidence was once again strengthened. Chapter 1305. In July, the king of Persia ordered us to move west. Because the army was too large, it took us 2 months to reach Tapasakis. At that time, Your Majesty had already led the army to conquer Syria, so the Persia ordered us to set up camp near Tapasakis. In order to make it easier for me to leave quietly and contact them in the future, the Kesakan army chose the northern outskirts of Tapasakis as their base, which was not far from Mount Amanus. So one evening half a month ago, I secretly left the camp and went north into the mountains. I was not discovered along the way, and then I took a big detour before returning here. Izam, this time you risked your life to go deep into the heart of Persia and successfully contacted the Kesakan tribe. You persuaded them to support Dionia and made a great contribution to the kingdom. I thank you on behalf of the entire army. The Devers solemnly bowed to him. Izam quickly stood up and waved his hands, not daring to accept the salute. Your Majesty, as a citizen of Dionia and a senior member of the Senate, this is my duty. Even though I've already retired, as a former member of the Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Team, this is my duty. I am not worthy of Your Majesty and the gratitude of the entire army. These words were very appropriate, and Marigi blinked. When Izam first began to follow the Devers, he was a barbarian who did not understand the etiquette of seniority. After decades in Dionia, especially after his retirement, his temperament had completely changed. Well, since you still regard yourself as a Dionia soldier, then according to the military's reward and punishment system, I will give you a big contribution first and reward you after the war is over. The Devers were satisfied with Izam's performance and smiled. You have been there for so long. Do you know how many soldiers Persia has? What is the composition of their army? How was their combat strength? As the former leader of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, Izam was the best at investigating the enemy. So he thought for a while and immediately replied, Your Majesty, according to my observation, the Persians have about 350,000 soldiers stationed in Tapasakis. Among them, there are about 200,000 soldiers. As for the rest, there are about 30,000 soldiers in Dukia's army, 10,000 soldiers in Torquia's army, 30,000 soldiers in Emiria's army, 10,000 soldiers in Arabia's army, 5,000 soldiers in Scythia's army, 10,000 soldiers in Khaldan's army, 10,000 soldiers in Hindustan's army. Oh, they also have about 20,000 Greek mercenaries. Among so many troops, the 50,000 to 60,000 Persia troops guarding the king should be the most powerful. Among them, except for the Persia troops stationed in Babylon, the rest are from Susa and Persia in the east. Artaxerxes personally led the army to battle. Daves interrupted him and asked in surprise. Izam quickly replied, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I forgot to mention that the king of Persia led the undead army to Tapasakis at the end of last month. After arriving, he has been staying in the city and has not shown himself. The Devers nodded. Continue. In addition to the 50,000 to 60,000 Persia troops, the Persia army has an advantage over us. They have a huge cavalry force, about 30,000 soldiers, including the cavalry in the affiliated areas. In addition, they have more than 50,000 archers. But they do not have powerful heavy infantry. This is the biggest weakness of the Persia army, but the Dukya troops, the Chaldean troops, the Greek mercenaries, these troops have decent combat strength, and they are likely to be deployed by the Persia in the first line of battle against our legions. In addition, there are some special units in the Persia army that we need to pay attention to. One is the Scythe Chariot. It is said that the reason Artaxerxes arrived at Tapasakis so late was to prepare these 200 chariots. I have seen this thing from afar. Its axle is equipped with a long and sharp double-sided blade. When the chariot is moving, the blade will rotate along with the wheels. It is very scary to use it to charge into enemy lines. In addition, there are more than 50 war elephants. They were brought by the Indians. Although I have seen elephants many times in the Turkestan Zoo, this is the first time I have seen someone use them in battle. The Indians put a small wooden tower on the back of the elephant. The tower can seat 2 people, one for the elephant driver and the other for the archer. The elephant's body is huge, and using it to charge into enemy lines should be a threat to our infantry formation. The other one is the Arabian camel soldiers. The camels are big but slow. At first, the Arabian camp was very close to the Amirians, but the Amrian war horse was restless because of the camels. The Persia made the Arabians stay away from the main army and built their own camp. But they do not have many camels, only about 500. Yizam paused for a moment. Seeing that the Devers were silent, he said in a more serious tone, "Your Majesty, although the Persia army is huge, its origins are too complicated. Apart from the tens of thousands of main troops, I found that most of the other troops are lax in discipline, lack fighting spirit, and lack effective organization. There is even a language barrier between the troops, making it difficult for them to cooperate well. When I followed the Dukya tribe's army from Opis to Tapasakis, I deeply felt this. The troops followed the marching route set by the Persia and lost control in less than an hour. They were mixed together and scattered all over the plains. So every afternoon, the entire Persia army had to stop advancing and regroup. This took at least 2 hours, including the Dukya tribe's army. They often clashed with other troops because of this. A Persia army with no fighting spirit, no discipline, and no unity is unable to fight against our army, even if we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. However, the Persians were also aware of this. When the majority of the troops arrived at Tapasakis, they began to reorganize their troops. How did the Persia reorganize? The Devers asked seriously. For some of the smaller troops, such as the Chaldeans and the Arabs, they merged them into the Persia army. As for the larger troops, such as the Dukya and the Armenians, they stationed some Persia generals in their army. On one hand, they were responsible for conveying the orders of the king of Persia. On the other hand, they were responsible for supervising the execution of the orders. At the same time, these generals were also responsible for training the troops to cooperate with the Persia army. So these days, the Persia army has been training on the plains near Tapasakis. Before I left, I felt that the condition of the Persia army was better than when they first arrived at Tapasakis. Your Majesty, if we allow the Persians to continue like this, even if we can win in the end, we will have to pay a heavy price. So, Izam solemnly requested, Your Majesty, we should take advantage of the fact that this Persian army is still relatively loose and has not gathered together to launch an attack as soon as possible. The Devers pondered and did not immediately express their opinion. Seeing this situation, Marigi immediately changed the topic. Yizam, you have been in the plains of Mesopotamia for so long. What do you think of the attitude of the people there towards the Persia army? Of course it is not good. Yizam replied with a look of disdain. The Persia army is not our Dionysian army. We have strict military rules. Their affiliated forces come from different regions and different races. Not only are their military discipline lax, some of them even have grudges with the Persia. For example, the Dukya tribe came to such a rich place like Mesopotamia and looted, destroyed, raped, and even killed people every day. The Persia even formed a large military team to deal with these violations and even had a few minor conflicts with their affiliated forces. But even the Persia soldiers themselves are doing these disgusting things, so when the towns along the way hear the arrival of the army, they will close their gates and refuse to let the soldiers in, even to the Persia army. I heard some rumors that some Mesopotamian nobles have intercepted the carriage of the Persia king several times on the way and complained about the Persia army, but the Persia king did not seem to punish them. Hearing this, the Devers asked Marigi with interest. The residents of the plains of Mesopotamia seem to be dissatisfied with the rule of the Persia. Your Majesty, Marigi replied with slight excitement. Although Persia has ruled the plains of Mesopotamia for more than 100 years and has been operating it as a core area, Persia residents still do not make up the majority in the plains of Mesopotamia. The main ethnic groups in the plains are still Babylonians and Medes, but they have always been submissive to the Persia, and the Persia also treats them as equals. Outsiders also see them as part of the real Persia. But in fact, there is still a difference between the two, especially the Babylonians, because they have been ruled by many foreign races for hundreds of years. They are used to being indifferent to the war between countries. As long as it does not infringe on their interests, they can accept whoever rules the plains of Mesopotamia. Therefore, when little Cyrus led the army from Asia Minor into the plains of Mesopotamia, he was almost close to Babylon and did not encounter any obstacles along the way. This may be an important reason. I do not know if Artaxerxes was angry about this, but the information obtained from Isaiah shows that he trusted the Persian nobles of Susa and Persia, who gave him a lot of support during that turbulent period. Later on, he gave them more power and preferential treatment, and even rewarded them with some land in the plains of Mesopotamia. These Persian nobles wantonly expanded their territory in Mesopotamia, causing tension between the nobles and the residents of Mesopotamia and the Persia. Although Artaxerxes later realized this problem and mediated, the dissatisfaction of the Mesopotamians towards the Persia will not disappear. Your Majesty, as long as our army does not offend the Mesopotamian people after defeating the Persia army and also promises them some benefits, they will definitely see us as the masters of this land and open their gates to welcome us. Chapter 1306. The Devers were listening attentively and feeling happy. Suddenly, Marigi knelt down and said with a guilty face, Your Majesty, I'm actually a Babylonian. I just wanted to make myself look noble, so I always call myself a Persia. Later, I wanted to confess, but I felt that if the people of the kingdom knew that I had lied, it would damage the prestige of the Ministry of Commerce. So, Your Majesty, please forgive me for hiding this for a long time. The Devers laughed and pulled him up. He said in a clear voice, You're not a Persia. That's great. I was worried that if Persia was defeated and Persia lost too badly, it would hurt you. Now, I'm relieved. This means that after the decisive battle with the Persia army, I will appoint you as the messenger of Dionia. You will go and persuade your compatriots to surrender to the kingdom and share the fruits of victory together. Thank you, Your Majesty. Marigi bowed deeply to the Devers with a joyful face. The next day, the king of the Devers called for a military conference. Not only did he require all the generals to attend, but he also invited Alexis, Felicius, Tormid, Amyntas, Epthenus, and other retired mercenary generals to attend the conference. After listening to Zam's detailed report on the Persia army, they discussed whether to change the current defensive posture and attack the Persia army. Almost at the same time, the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, also called for a military conference in the city of Thebesico. Although his army was larger than Dionia's, there were only a few people attending the conference. Tarabasis, the king of Persia's trusted advisor, Halpergus, the governor of Susa, Mardonios, the general of Persia's polis. Both of them were descendants of the 6 allies of the great king Darius, who rebuilt Persia, so their status was extremely high. Orontes, the governor of Armenia, who was also the son-in-law of the king of Persia, and Terteos, the general of the undead army, who was also of high status. He was born in the Achaemenid royal family. Although he was a distant branch, He married a daughter of Artaxerxes and had a close relationship with the king of Persia. The last one was Marktonos, the head of the royal secret service. He was narrating the information about the Dionysian army aloud. From the turmoil in Egypt last September, the Dionysian army landed in Egypt one after another to the arrival of the king of Dionia in Egypt in January of this year. Then they invaded Canaan, captured Phoenicia, and occupied Syria. During this period of time, the flags of the so-called Legion of Dionysia that we could detect are the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, mainly Gauls in the Per region, and 21st, mainly Phoenicians and Namibians in the Affila region. Based on the fixed combat strength of each Legion of Dionia, there are 144,000 soldiers in total. In addition, there are also flags of 5 Dionia cavalry legions in the Dionysian army, with more than 10,000 soldiers. This army, led by the king of Dionia himself, has a total of more than 150,000 soldiers. This is consistent with the judgment of the total number of Dionysian army made by our spies in Syria. Marktonos spoke with fervor and assurance. He knew the situation of the Dionysian army like the back of his hand. He was able to obtain such accurate information thanks to the department he was in charge of, the Royal Secret Service of Persia. Cyrus founded Persia, but Darius made Persia truly an empire. He perfected the political system of Persia, established a complete administrative and bureaucratic hierarchy, reformed the financial and monetary system of Persia, and established Ahura Mazda as the leader of the people's faith. He also built a huge road system within the country, making the communication between the central and the regions more convenient. Of course, Persia had such a vast territory, and even some regions were still autonomous. In order to rule the subjects more effectively and prevent the Great Rebellion during the Cambyses period, it was necessary to have a more detailed and accurate understanding of the situation of the officials and people in each region in order to be able to respond in time. Therefore, Darius established the Royal Secret Service to serve the king, which was more than 100 years earlier than the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Dionia. Although more than 100 years had passed, this intelligence department had become bloated and inefficient. It was still the most trusted eyes and ears of the king of Persia. Not only did it monitor the movements of the subjects in the country, but it also paid attention to the situation in neighboring regions like Egypt and Greece. Therefore, when the Dionysian army appeared in Egypt and Asia Minor, it immediately became the focus of its attention. After such a long time, and in their own country, with the ability of the Royal Secret Service, it was natural that they had a clearer understanding of the situation of the Dionysian army. The Dionysian army only has 150,000 soldiers. Our army has twice the number of soldiers. With such a huge advantage, I don't understand why they don't take the initiative to attack the Dionia. Instead, they cowardly hide in Thabasakis. Maldonios said loudly. His tone was obviously dissatisfied with Artaxerxes, but he had no scruples. Not only because his ancestor, Gobryas, was the closest of the 6 conspirators of Darius who usurped the throne of Persia, but his family had always been trusted by the royal family. Moreover, during the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger, he was the first top noble in Persia to support Artaxerxes. Thus, he helped the king of Persia gain the support of the native nobles of Persia and overcome the crisis when he first ascended the throne. Because of this, he was also trusted by Artaxerxes, who allowed him to command a large army and guard the real capital of Persia, the Susa region. Faced with Maldonio's accusation, Artaxerxes was a little embarrassed. Although he had expressed his contempt for the barbarian country of Dionia on many public occasions, in fact, the military performance of the king of Persia had almost become a joke among the nobles of Persia. The only thing he was proud of was the rebellion of Cyrus the Younger, who was quite prestigious among the nobles of Persia when he first ascended the throne. But in fact, he knew very well that in that decisive battle, he led more troops than his opponent, but he was at a disadvantage in the battle. If Cyrus the Younger had not been stupid and personally led the troops to charge and died in the battle, the result would have been completely different. Therefore, when the aggressive kingdom of Ionia, which had almost never suffered a defeat in the Western Mediterranean, launched an attack on Persia, he felt a little guilty. So for more than half a year, he stayed in Babylon and watched as Canaan and Phoenicia were captured one after another. It was not until the armies of all regions had gathered that he dared to take action. But when he was about to face the Dionysian army, he could not help but feel a little flustered. His experience of repeated defeats in the past came to mind, and he did not dare to make a rash decision. As the most noble king of kings, of course, Artaxerxes would not show his timidity in front of his ministers. He glanced at Tarabasis next to him. Tarabasis immediately understood and said, "Your Majesty actually wanted to launch an attack on the Dionysian army for a long time, but I dissuaded you. Lord Maldonios, although our army is large in number, you should have a lot of experience in terms of combat power after staying here for so long. The natives and barbarians, who make up more than half of the army, look fierce, but they only know how to fight. They do not know how to line up, obey orders, or cooperate with our Persia army. If we attack the Dionysian army in such a state, they will only become a burden to us. So we need to spend some time training them and make them our help as soon as possible. Lord Maldonios, you have also commanded such training several times, so you should have felt their progress. I believe that it will not be long before they can cooperate with our army and launch an effective attack on the Dionysian army." Maldonios snorted and could not think of how to refute. Halpergos sneered and interrupted first. "It is said that Lord Tarabasis is wise, but I think he is only so. It turns out that we are wasting time here just to make those barbarians a little more obedient. But don't forget that the Greek coalition army in Asia Minor is coming here. Once they meet with the Dionysian army in Syria, the strength of the Dionysian army will increase greatly, and it will not be easy to defeat them. So we cannot waste any more time. We must defeat the Dionysian army in front of us as soon as possible. Phanabatsos is doing his best to stop the advance of the Greek coalition army, and he has achieved good results. According to the news we have received, the Greek coalition army has not entered Cilicia, so we still have enough time to deal with the Dionysian army in Syria." Artaxerxes frowned when he heard Tarabasis mention Phanabatsos. In fact, through the intelligence of the spy, he already knew the real situation of the battle in the western part of Asia Minor. Although he was angry at Phanabatsos for lying about the military situation, he did not punish Phanabatsos. He even gave him more support because he knew very well that in such a terrible situation in Asia Minor, only Phanabatsos could support the overall situation. Iazon, the scapegoat, only gave both sides a way out. Of course, after the war, he would punish Phanabatsos for deceiving the emperor. At the same time, because he knew that Phanabatsos' claim that the Greek mercenaries led by Iazon had defected to the enemy was a lie, he rejected the proposal of some Persia officials. He did not vent his anger on the Greek soldiers he hired. Instead, he gained the gratitude of the Greek mercenaries. Chapter 13:07. "Enough time," Orontes also said coldly. "I don't think so. Didn't the previous news say that the Dionia had sent part of their army to the west to capture the cities of Issus, Castablanum, and other cities, opening up the road from Cilicia to Syria? Phanabatsos was only harassing them. He didn't dare to block the Dionysian army head-on. As long as the Greek army passes through the Taurus Mountains, they can smoothly reach Syria and join forces with the Dionysian army. This will undoubtedly greatly increase the enemy's strength." At this point, Orontes turned around and bowed respectfully to the king of Persia. He then said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Greek soldiers are very strong in close combat. This time, the Dionia has also gathered the most powerful armies of Sparta, Athens, and Thebes. Although, according to Phanabatsos' report, it was the betrayal of the Greek mercenaries that led to the defeat of the entire battle, it may also be that the Greek army led by the soldiers of Sparta, Athens, and Thebes first defeated the left wing guarded by our army, which led to the sudden change in the situation of the battle. Therefore, we must defeat the Dionysian army in Syria as soon as possible before the Greek army arrives. Only then can we secure the final victory of this war." Back then, Orontes was ordered to stop the Greek expeditionary army and suffered a crushing defeat. The terrifying impact of the Sparta soldiers left a deep impression on him. Therefore, the governor of Emeria for decades, who was like a local tyrant, could temporarily abandon the arrogance of the nobles of Persia and give a warning. His words immediately made Artaxerxes' face turn ugly, because he also had the same memory. In the battle with Cyrus the Younger, he witnessed with his own eyes the charge of tens of thousands of Greek heavy infantry to defeat his left wing. At that time, he almost fell into despair. For the other generals present, the fact that the Greek army was able to defeat King Darius and King Xerxes twice and maintain the upper hand in the battles with the Persia army for decades was obviously more worthy of their attention than the Dionysian army, which had yet to achieve a brilliant victory against the Persia army. The crushing defeat of the Persia fleet in the Battle of Cyprus did not cause a shock to the nobles of Persia, because Persia was not good at naval battles. Almost no Persia participated in the entire Persia fleet. As for the battle in the western part of Asia Minor, Artaxerxes did not announce the real situation, so Phanabotso's report made them misjudge the situation. The defeat of the Persia army was mainly due to the betrayal of the Greek mercenaries. Seeing that everyone in the room had their eyes on him, Tarabasis' heart tightened. He knew very well that at the beginning of today's meeting, Maldonios, Halpergos, and Orontes had questioned the strategy adopted by the Persia army. In fact, they were expressing their dissatisfaction with him. The conflict between Tarabasis and these top nobles of Persia had been going on for a long time, and the root cause was jealousy. The king of Persia regarded Tarabasis as his confidant and obeyed him. This was obviously incomparable to the ministers of the kingdom who were far away from the royal court. Of course, this also involved the conflict between the old nobles of Persia and the new nobles. Since the meeting of the army, they had repeatedly expressed their dissatisfaction with Tarabasis, but with the protection of the king of Persia, the matter was eventually left unsettled. But today, their joint attack made Tarabasis feel a little uneasy from the way Artaxerxes looked at him. The king, who had a mediocre performance in military affairs, was wavering on whether to continue implementing the strategy he proposed. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. He calmly took out something from his pocket and said softly, "This is the map of the Dionysian army that Lord Mactonos had sent out after many investigations and a lot of time. I have specially made a copy of it. Have a look." As he spoke, he unfolded the white cloth in his hand and placed it on the open space in the middle of the room. Mactonos, who had been watching from the side, walked over first. He looked down at the cloth on the ground and said, "This is indeed the map of the Dionia camp drawn by my men." Maldonios, Orontes, and Halpergos walked over slowly and looked at it casually. But soon, they looked surprised and bent down to take a closer look. Seeing this, Artaxerxes asked the eunuchs to bring a table and put the map on it. While the three of them were looking at the map, Tarabasis said in a deep voice, 5 years ago, the Dionysian army invaded Greece. The Greek city-states united and formed an army of nearly 100,000 men. They had a chance to repel the Dionysian army, but the Dionia built a complex defensive camp to lure the Greek army to attack. The number of Greek soldiers was 2 or 3 times that of the Dionia soldiers defending the camp. But after more than 2 months of siege, they did not achieve much. Instead, the Dionia took advantage of the Greeks' lack of defense and sent troops to land on Thessaly. In the end, Greece sided with Dionia. This side seemed to twist Artaxerxes' heart, making him lean back in his chair. If it were not for the rebellion of Asia Minor, Persia would have been recaptured by him. Even with the support of Asia Minor, Greece would not have surrendered so quickly. This time, the Dionysian army is trying to repeat the same trick. Look, both sides of their camp are against the mountains, and the back is a bay. We can only attack from the front, and the width of this front is narrow, which is obviously not conducive for us to take advantage of our numbers. Tarabasis gestured on the map and said earnestly, "Look again. The camp they built has 2 layers of wooden walls. The wooden fence in front is very low, only about 1 meter high, and the wooden wall behind is 4 meters high. The distance between the 2 walls is 30 meters, and there is a trench in the middle. Although our spies are unable to explore the depth of the trench, according to the situation of the Dionysian army defending Peloponnesus, it is very difficult to cross. It will be more difficult for our soldiers to reach the wooden wall at the back, and it will take a lot of time. And look, the wooden wall at the back is densely packed with towers. The Dionia will definitely place a large number of archers on it to launch a fierce long-range attack on our troops. In addition, Lord Halpergus's men also mentioned a piece of information that needs our attention. In this period of time, the Dionysian army has sent out a large number of soldiers to set up traps in front of the camp. According to what we know, the Dionia camp is very well defended. Our troops will have to pay a lot of casualties just to attack the real wooden wall of the camp. Not to mention besieging them for a long time. Just 1 or 2 failed attacks will cause the subsidiary troops to lose their fighting spirit. Once the rested Dionia launches a full-scale counterattack, our troops will be in a very dangerous situation. The 3 great nobles of Persia had been commanding troops for a long time, and were all proficient in military affairs. Looking at the map, they naturally understood that Tarabasis was not exaggerating. Although they hated this person, they did not refute him. Instead, they stared at the map and thought hard, hoping to find a solution to the problem. After a brief silence, Orontes asked reluctantly, "Are we going to stay here and do nothing? Are we just going to watch as the Dionysian army and the Greek army converge?" Tarabasis was waiting for the question. He calmly replied, "The Dionysian army has invaded our borders aggressively, capturing Canaan, Phalli, and Syria. At first, we thought that they would continue eastward into Mesopotamia, so the king personally led the army to Thabasakis. But the Dionia slyly stopped advancing, trying to exhaust us through defense while waiting for the Greek coalition army to meet. Of course, we can't let the Dionia get what they want, so we have to force them to leave their camp and take the initiative to attack us. Only then will the overall situation be more favorable to us." Halpergus sneered and said, "Since the Dionysian army can suddenly change from an offensive posture to a defensive one, it shows that their king is very cautious. Unless he is a fool, it is impossible for him to give up his camp and lead an army that is much smaller than ours to take the initiative to attack us." Tarabasis replied confidently, "I have studied the king of Dionia in detail. He is a very confident and bold Greek. He has led an army that is smaller than the enemy many times, and he has taken the initiative to attack us. This is also one of the reasons why the Dionia has rapidly expanded in just a few decades and become our opponent. It shows that he is not someone who does not dare to take the initiative to attack just because his army is small. On the contrary, he likes to take risks. It is only because the king arrived in time with his army that he temporarily took a defensive position and waited for reinforcements. But as long as we pay a price, I believe that he will have to give up his defense and take the initiative to fight us." "What price?" Artaxerxes asked eagerly. Tarabasis looked at the king of Persia with a very serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the reason why Phanabotsos was able to stall the Greek coalition army was mainly because he burned and evacuated the villages and towns along the Greek coalition army's route, so that the Greek coalition army could not collect any food and supplies, making it difficult for them to transport. Now, we can adopt a similar tactic, evacuate all the people in the area around Thabasakis, burn the villages and supplies that cannot be taken away, and turn the area between Thabasakis and Syria into a barren land." Chapter 13:08. "That's ridiculous." Maldonios interrupted Tarabasis and rebuked him angrily. "It's shameful enough to retreat without a fight and allow the enemy to occupy our land. You want us to drive the people away and destroy their property? Do you think they don't hate the army enough? Are you trying to provoke them into a riot? Your Majesty, the army of Dionia has invaded our territory, and the situation is tense. Tarabasis's ridiculous scheme will only disturb the kingdom and affect the army's performance in battle. I request that he be severely punished." Halpergos also rebuked Artaxerxes. Artaxerxes was also displeased, but when he remembered that Tarabasis had always been quite resourceful and was also his favorite subject, he suppressed the displeasure in his heart and asked coldly, "Tarabasis, why are you doing this?" Tarabasis ignored Maldonio's rebuke and said calmly, "Your Majesty, the king of Dionia is a greedy man. Over the past few decades, he has annexed one city-state after another and controlled the entire western Mediterranean Sea. This time, his invasion of our kingdom is not just to occupy Asia Minor, Syria, Phoenicia, and Canaan. His target must be our entire kingdom. That's why he has transported nearly 200,000 soldiers from thousands of miles away. However, these 200,000 soldiers consume a lot of resources every day. It is far from enough to rely on the few areas that he has occupied to provide supplies. Furthermore, transporting food and supplies from the western Mediterranean Sea thousands of miles away is too long, and it will consume a lot of time and manpower. Furthermore, once the Dionysian army continues to advance eastward from Syria, it will be even more difficult to transport supplies. For the Dionysian army, the best solution is to loot food and supplies on the spot. Mesopotamia is the wealthiest country in the world, and the people have just completed a harvest of food. It is more than enough to satisfy the needs of the Dionysian army. But, Tarabasis said in a serious tone, once we take the measures I mentioned and assume that we're going to defend Babylon, the king of Dionia will be very anxious. He will be worried that his army will not be able to obtain supplies on the spot after they enter Mesopotamia. Babylon is famous for its strong defense, and it is not something that they can conquer in a short period of time. Therefore, in order to avoid such a terrible situation, he will definitely take the initiative and seek a decisive battle with us. Haha, it sounds so simple, but what if the Dionysian army doesn't fall for it and remains in their camp? Orontes sneered and questioned. Lord Orontes, do you still not understand what I mean? Tarabasis also sneered. The king of Dionia has traveled thousands of miles to conquer our huge kingdom. He can only win quickly. Maintaining such a large force in Syria for a long time without taking any action will only greatly deplete Dionia's national strength. The king of Dionia will not be so stupid. Perhaps he will wait for the Greek coalition to meet up before attacking east. Halpergus continued to question. Then we will have enough time to evacuate all the people west of Babylon, leaving not a single grain of food for the Dionysian army. In that case, the larger Dionysian army will have to march more than 1,000 miles to Babylon, and they will not be able to obtain supplies on the way. Our powerful cavalry can also bypass the main force of the Dionysian army and continuously attack their supply convoys. In this way, I am afraid that the Dionysian army will collapse before it reaches Babylon. The ambitious king of Dionia will definitely not want to see this happen, so I believe that he will definitely lead his army to pursue us. Halpergus sneered. You think they will come after us? Tarabasis, the people of Dionia are not your subordinates. They will not listen to you like this. What you said is just speculation, and the kingdom has to pay such a huge price based on your speculation. It is not worth it. Tarabasis did not back down. Lord Halpergus has actually begun to care about the people of Mesopotamia. This is really rare. I remember that the army you lead is the one that has the most disputes with the people of this area. Even after the king issued a new military order, they still refused to mend their ways. Halpergus flew into a rage and cursed. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Enough. Artaxerxes slammed the seat and shouted, This is not a place for you to scold each other and show your personal grudges. Tarabasis, are you sure that the Dionysian army will leave their camp and take the initiative to fight us? After the argument just now, and seeing Maldonios and the other two sneering at him, Tarabasis had no way of backing down. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, As long as we carry out the plan I just mentioned, the Dionysian army will definitely come out. We will pay a huge price, but as long as we can defeat the Dionysian army, not only will you be able to recover Syria, Phoenicia, Canaan, Western Asia Minor, and Cyprus, but you will also be able to take back Egypt, regain control of Greece, and once again threaten the mainland of Dionia. So it will all be worth it. Defeating Dionia, taking back Egypt, controlling Greece, and regaining the hegemony of the Eastern Mediterranean. Artaxerxes was moved by Tarabasis' words. The old king longed for a glorious victory to wash away his past failures. But after all, this decision was of great importance. He was still a little hesitant, so he turned his eyes to his trusted aide who had been silent all this while, Pisididae. What do you think? Pisididae knew his place. Although he was a prominent figure, he was still far from being compared to these important ministers of the kingdom. So he did not intend to participate in the quarrel between these important figures. But now, when faced with the question from the king of Persia, considering that he and Tarabasis were both close ministers of the king, and that Tarabasis had taken good care of him, he considered his words and said tactfully, "Your Majesty, the advantage of our army lies in our cavalry and archers. If we attack the camp of Dionia, the cavalry will not be able to play a role at all, and the power of the archers will be greatly reduced. If we can lure the Dionysian army to engage in a battle in Mesopotamia, the vast plains will allow the cavalry to gallop freely, and the arrows will be able to hit the enemy without any hindrance. We will have a better chance of winning." Artaxerxes nodded. After pondering for a moment, he finally made up his mind. He looked around at the people and suddenly raised his voice, making it a little hoarse. "I have decided to adopt Tarabasis' suggestion. We will evacuate all the people around Tapasakis and west of it. We will burn all the villages and destroy the city of Tapasakis. At the same time, we will retreat all the troops to Nisophonia Dash." Seeing that Maldonios and the other two were about to speak, he immediately waved his hand to stop them. At the same time, he looked at Tarabasis and said sternly, "If the Dionysian army does not come after us like you said, and continues to hide in their camp, I will not continue with this measure. And I will not let you go easily." Artaxerxes only accepted half of Tarabasis' suggestion. In the past few years, the failure of the attack on Egypt, the rebellion in Asia Minor, the loss of control over Greece, and a series of failures had caused Artaxerxes' prestige to plummet. Therefore, this time, he only dared to make a small attempt. He did not dare to let more than half of the people on the plains of Mesopotamia become homeless, lest he completely fell into a passive position. Although Tarabasis was a little disappointed, he also knew the reason why the king of Persia did this, so he could only pretend to accept it calmly. As for Maldonios and the others, it was as if they had seen the tragic end of their political enemy. They no longer questioned Artaxerxes. Just like that, the higher-ups of the Persia army reached an agreement. After listening to Isam's detailed introduction of the situation of the Persia army, all the commanders of the Legion of Dionysia strongly requested for a decisive battle with the Persia army as soon as possible. Among the retired generals, except for Felicius and Georges, who were more cautious and hoped to wait for the Greek coalition before taking action, Alexis, Amintas, and the others also suggested that they should take advantage of the fact that their army's morale was still high and that the Persia army was still relatively disorganized, and lead the army eastward as soon as possible to find an opportunity. The generals were full of fighting spirit, and this also strengthened the Dever's determination. On the second day, after he gave the order to prepare to move eastward, the soldiers of the legions began to pack their luggage. The supply camps began to load their supplies, and the engineering camp inspected all kinds of equipment and prepared some wood. At the same time, the Devers also informed the commander of the Dionia coalition fleet, Middleades, to lead the fleet to the camp as soon as possible. And after the Dionysian army left, all the fleet's infantrymen would immediately take over the camp to ensure the safety of the rear base. Although the Dionysian army was well-trained, such a large army needed to go to an unfamiliar battlefield and launch an attack on the Persia army, which required detailed planning and strict operational organization. Therefore, it took a full 3 to 4 days before the entire Dionia army was ready to move eastward. When a main force of the army set off on the 5th day, the cavalry hurriedly rushed back to report. The Persia army entrenched near Tapsacus was driving the local people to retreat eastward, and at the same time, they were burning the fields and villages and even destroying the city of Tabassus. This news came as a shock to the Devers, but he did not stop the entire army's action, nor did he reconvene a military meeting to discuss the intentions of the Persia army. In his view, Whether the Persia army chose to strengthen the defense, retreat, or use a false retreat to lure the Dionysian army into a rash advance, not only would it not change the Dionysian army's action plan, but it would also strengthen their determination to fight. Chapter 1309. Furthermore, the Devers once had a worry. How would they cross the wide Euphrates River under the heavy defenses of the Persia army? However, with the retreat of the Persia army, this worry was no longer a problem. In the past few days, the engineering battalion had built 3 wooden bridges across the Orontes River in front of the camp. The 150,000 soldiers crossed the Orontes River in an orderly manner and marched eastward in a grandiose manner. 6 days later, the vanguard troops were approaching Thapsacus. The Euphrates River, which flowed out of the mountains in the eastern part of Asia Minor, flowed from north to south through the westernmost part of the Mesopotamian plain and converged with many other rivers to form a series of wide lakes. When it reached Thapsacus, it turned eastward, causing the river to narrow suddenly. Thapsacus became the best crossing point for the upper reaches of the Euphrates River. The royal road of the Persia kingdom to Asia Minor passed through here, and this was the reason why the city of Thapsacus thrived. When the Daionia vanguard troops arrived at the west bank of the Euphrates River, they were surprised to find that the Persia army did not burn the pontoon bridge when they retreated. The pontoon bridge was very wide, and it could accommodate 10 soldiers walking side by side at the same time. This saved the engineering battalion the trouble of building another pontoon bridge. The next day, the Devers followed the main army to the west bank of the Euphrates River. He stopped by the pontoon bridge, his eyes fixed on the soldiers in unlined clothes, carrying weapons and armor on their backs. There was a look of longing on their faces as they stepped firmly onto the pontoon bridge, crossed the wide Euphrates River, and set foot on the unfamiliar Mesopotamian plain. The Devers on horseback ignored the fatigue. He straightened his upper body, placed his right fist on his left chest, and looked solemn. The palace guards who followed him also saluted the soldiers. The soldiers who passed by the bridgehead were at first astonished, before becoming immeasurably excited. However, the long queue that rolled forward did not allow anyone to stop, while the heavy bags on their shoulders prevented them from doing anything. Hence, the young soldiers who were mostly born in Daionia and grew up under the influence of countless victories and glory gazed with immeasurable reverence at the kingdom's founder, the supreme commander of the kingdom who had created many military miracles. "Long live your majesty," they shouted excitedly. "Victory to your majesty. Victory to his majesty. Long live his majesty." In the beginning, the scattered shouts soon converged into one, echoing across the bridgehead and quickly spreading to the front and back of the troops. The soldiers who heard the news seemed to have been injected with stimulants, forgetting the exhaustion of the long journey and quickening their pace. Looking at this exciting scene, Epicthenes could not help but sigh. 30 years ago, we were also here. Just like these little guys, we stepped on this pontoon bridge full of hope and entered the fertile Mesopotamian plains ahead. Don't forget, when Menon led us as the vanguard of the entire army, we were the first to enter the Mesopotamian plains. Amyntas, who was half lying on the carriage, said proudly. His lower limbs were paralyzed, and he could not walk. Originally, he was carried by the servants in wooden palanquins, but the speed was too slow to keep up with the main army. Therefore, the Devers allowed him to ride in small open carriages. Ever since the army landed in Egypt, his physical condition had been poor due to the lack of acclimatization. But when the army re-embarked on the route of Cyrus, the Younger's march to Babylon, his spirit became better. "Amyntas, how dare you say that?" Agathia, who used to belong to another mercenary team, said disdainfully. Back then, Menon rushed to be the vanguard, saying that he wanted to scout the way for the army. But everyone knew that he just wanted to be the first to rush to the Mesopotamian plains to loot. So Cyrus the Younger agreed to his request, and then issued an order to the entire army to prohibit looting on the Mesopotamian plains. Were you disappointed at that time? What's there for me to be disappointed about? Amyntas was about to refute when he suddenly thought of something and deliberately said loudly, "Hieronymus, did you just say we?" Don't forget, His Majesty was also one of U.S. back then. As he said that, he also pointed to the Devers standing solemnly in front of him. Hearing this, Agathia, who had always kept a low profile among the old generals, was a little flustered at this time. He hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Actually, the reason why we joined the mercenary team and served Cyrus the Younger was also to survive." Hieronymus, who used to be the leader of another mercenary team, spoke in time, dispelling Agathia's embarrassment. In fact, even Cyrus the Younger allowed us to loot the Asia Minor many times to solve the shortage of military funds. The reason why he didn't allow us to loot Mesopotamia was probably because he thought that after he won the throne, Mesopotamia would be the core area under his rule, so he didn't want the people here to resent him. Alexis let out a long sigh. Asia Minor is a part of Persia, but neither Cyrus the Younger nor Artaxerxes cherished that vast land. Instead, they treated the people there as foreigners and took whatever they wanted. How could the people of Asia Minor not rebel? How could the people in other parts of Persia be truly loyal to Persia? We should thank the people of Persia for doing this. Because they didn't treat other races as their own, we had the opportunity to invade this vast land and finally defeat this powerful enemy. Matones pointed at the soldiers of the First Legion who were crossing the river and said proudly, "These little guys are luckier than us. We were just tools in the hands of the people of Persia. We died in this foreign land for the sake of the royal family of Persia for no reason. Although they are marching along the same route as us, they are fighting for themselves and for the kingdom. They will create an unprecedented great victory." Well said, Matones. Amyntas leaned back on the seat of the carriage and said with a hint of mockery, "Although you weren't in my team back then, I've heard of you. A strong, brave, but ill-tempered recruit who gave the commander a lot of headaches. No one would have thought that after a few decades, you would become the commander of tens of thousands of soldiers and speak so logically. Lord Amyntas, I've also heard of you back then." Matones retorted rudely, "Do you know why I didn't want to go to the 100-man team you commanded back then? Because everyone called you a mad dog under Menon. Although you often led the team to charge at the front, there were no tactics to speak of, and there were many casualties every time. But I'm afraid the mercenaries who died with you back then would never have thought that you would become an important minister of a powerful kingdom and a famous general praised by the people a few decades later." Matones' harsh words touched Amyntas' heartstrings. He did not refute, but fell silent for a moment with a pained expression. Then he said in a deep voice, "We came to Persia this time not only to take revenge on the king of Persia and wash away the humiliation of the past, but more importantly, to find the bones of our comrades and bring them home." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became a little heavy. Henipolis, who had been listening and collecting information for his future biography, could not help but ask in a low voice, "My lords, you have said so much just now. Can you briefly talk about His Majesty at that time? You should have been a young recruit at that time, right?" Alexis, Felicius, Tormid, and the others began to talk to each other as if they did not hear Henipolis' words. Even Amyntas and Epitenes, who usually spoke without restraint, were afraid of being pestered by the annoying Henipolis at this moment, so they simply closed their eyes and pretended to be asleep. Matones, who was in the same squad as the Devers back then and was very familiar with him, even pulled Geogres away from the crowd with the excuse of urging the soldiers to speed up the march. It was not because too much time had passed and they could not remember how the king of the Devers behaved back then. On the contrary, the two of them clearly remembered that when the mercenaries arrived at the bank of the Euphrates River, the young Devers were shocked by the abnormally wide river. When he stepped on the pontoon bridge, his legs actually turned to jelly, and it was almost Matones who supported him the whole way to the other side of the river. If they truthfully told the truth about these embarrassing incidents of the Devers back then, how big of an impact would it have on the people of the kingdom today? Moreover, today, 30 years later, they revisited the old place and looked back at the past, feeling even more emotional. Compared to their companions who died in battle here, they were so lucky. Not only did they escape from the encirclement and pursuit of the Persia army, but they were also able to kill their way back while they were still alive, trampling the once invincible enemy under their feet, washing away the shame. All of this was because of the person standing in front of them. It was under his leadership that the impossible became possible, creating an unprecedented miracle. At this moment, their hearts were filled with gratitude and respect for the Devers. After some time, the Devers turned around and said in high spirits, "Brothers, it's time to cross the river." The men replied in unison, "Yes, your majesty." When the Devers crossed the Euphrates River, they found that the situation was just as the scouts had said. The originally golden fields had been burned black, and there were villages and ruins everywhere. The largest of the ruins was the city of Tabasicus. Not only were the residences in the city burned down, but even the city walls were completely destroyed. This made the soldiers of the Legion, who originally wanted to save themselves the hard work of building a camp, furious. All of them scolded the Persia people for being cowards. Although the surrounding environment had become a little harsh, the Devers still ordered the whole army to build a camp near the city of Tabasicus. Chapter 13:10. The reason was simple. The Dionysian army must firmly control the pontoon bridge over the Euphrates River to ensure the smooth transportation route. When the army began to build the camp, the soldiers found a problem. The area was a continuous plain covered with withered yellow grass. Clusters of bushes and reeds could be seen from time to time, but not a single tree could be seen. Unable to make wooden fences, the soldiers had to dig more soil to make earthen walls. Of course, there were also things that pleased the soldiers. For example, the terrain here was unusually open, and the camps of the legions could be completely spread out. Unlike in Canaan and Syria, where the narrow terrain forced them to huddle together, there was little room to maneuver, let alone in Phoenicia. Another thing that excited the soldiers was that there were many animals living on the plains north of the city of Tabasicus. Wild donkeys, antelopes, bustards, and even ostriches, they foraged in groups on the wide plains. Even when they saw strangers from afar, they did not panic and ran away, because their running limbs or wings were good enough for them to evade human pursuit. While the Dionysian army was building the camp, they sent out the Namibian Light Cavalry Regiment, which was best at hunting on the plains. Thousands of Namibian Light Cavalry used tactics to surround wild donkeys and antelopes, shooting the bustards and ostriches with bows and arrows during the chase. In just 2 days, they provided a lot of fresh meat for the soldiers. In addition, the chefs in the supply camp also used fishing nets to catch a lot of big sturgeon in the Euphrates River. Donkey mutton was nourishing, the bustards fresh and tender, the sturgeon delicious. Only ostrich meat was relatively coarse. Since the Dionysian army left Egypt and fought all the way, the original reserve of dried meat had long been used up, especially after entering the inland. Their daily food was drinking hot water and eating bread. The soldiers did not expect to eat such delicious food in the ruins of the city of Tabasicus. Not only did they feel tired, but they also had the energy to work. 2 days later, the Namibian Light Cavalry, who had killed all the animals near the camp, had to move eastward in search of new prey. One of the cavalry, while chasing wild donkeys, even entered the territory of Nisophonia. Then they were shocked to see an endless thick fog of dust rolling toward them, and the whole sky was dimmed. The Persia army had arrived. Before they could run back to the camp in panic, the scouts had already sent the news back to the king's tent. On one hand, the Devers ordered the legions to be on alert. On the other hand, they asked the scouts to pay close attention to the movements of the Persia army and report back at any time. In the afternoon, the Devers received news again. The Persia army stopped advancing 20 miles away from the Dionia camp and began to set up camp to rest. At the same time, they sent a team of less than 10 messengers to meet the king of Dionia. Tarabasis came to the Dionia camp under the escort of the Dionia cavalry. He stopped and looked into the distance. The Dionia camp in front of him was very simple, with only a long ditch and a soil wall more than a meter high. It was completely incomparable to the camp in Syria, but to be able to build the basic defense of the camp in just 2 days, the people of Dionia were really good at building fortifications. Tarabasis was secretly glad that his army arrived in time. At the same time, he thought about how his army should attack this simple camp if the Dionysian army still held their ground. He thought as he walked, and soon came to the gate of the camp. It was said to be the camp gate, but it was actually just a gap in the earth fence. 4 heavily armed palace guards, and the clerk, Henipolis, stood at the gap. "Welcome, messenger of Persia." Henipolis said welcome, but there was not a trace of enthusiasm on his face. Instead, he looked cold. Tarabasis showed a blank look, and Henipolis immediately realized that the other party did not understand Greek. The palace clerk, who was proficient in many languages, immediately repeated it in Persia. Only then did Tarabasis understand. He raised his head and replied, "I'm here to meet your king on the king's orders. His Majesty knows your purpose and agreed to meet you. Come with me." Henipolis directly interrupted him, waved his hand, and gestured for him to follow, then turned around and walked back. Tarabasis' face twitched a few times. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and quickly followed Henipolis into the camp. He immediately gathered his thoughts and began to carefully observe his surroundings. As far as he could see, the camp was a little messy. Not only were the tents built crookedly, but they were also not neatly arranged, causing the paths between the tents to be crooked. Many soldiers in unlined clothes wandered between the tents. Some were even shirtless, lying on their backs by the side of the path to bask in the sun. Even when they saw Tarabasis and Henipolis, they did not move. They only moved away reluctantly under Henipolis' scolding. Tarabasis could clearly hear their grumbling. "I've been building the camp for the past few days. I'm exhausted. It's not easy for me to lie down and rest for a while, but they still come to disturb me. How annoying. Isn't he just a lowly official writing documents for His Majesty? How dare he yell at me? If he annoys me, I'll slap him to the ground. If it's not marching, then it's building the camp. There's no end to it. We've already obtained enough wealth. Why do we still need to advance east? We might as well retreat." Tarabasis could understand Greek, but he pretended not to understand. He wanted to use it to find out more about the Dionia camp. He saw the Dionia official's face becoming more and more unpleasant, but he had to force himself to endure it. In the end, he simply stopped ordering the idle soldiers to make way for them. This also slowed down their progress. Tarabasis remained silent, but his face deliberately put on an impatient expression. After much difficulty, they finally passed through camp. There was a commotion in front of them. Dozens of soldiers gathered together. First, they were cursing, and then they started a fight. Not long after, a heavily armed patrol team arrived and waved their sticks to disperse them. "What happened?" Tarabasis asked curiously. Henipolis hid the embarrassment on his face and said perfunctorily, "Nothing, nothing." A group of energetic soldiers had a wrestling match in private, and it turned out to be too much. Tarabasis did not ask further, but in fact he had heard it very clearly. The two groups of soldiers fought over the prey they had caught. Finally, they arrived at the Dionysian army's main tent. Tarabasis heard quarreling coming from inside the tent. He listened carefully. It seemed like they were arguing over whether to continue marching east. "Your Majesty, the envoy from Persia has arrived," Henipolis shouted, and the tent quickly regained its silence. A deep and powerful voice came from inside. "Bring him in." When Tarabasis entered the tent, he saw 20 to 30 Dionia generals in armor and bright helmets. They turned their heads to look at the tent, and in the middle of the tent sat an old man in the same armor, but with a crown on his head. His expression was solemn and dignified. Tarabasis took 2 steps forward, bowed slightly, and said with his head held high, "The Lord of Persia, Mesopotamia, Armenia, Asia Minor, Egypt, Arabia, India, Persia, Mesopotamia, Armenia, Asia Minor, Egypt, Arabia, India. The King of Kings, the son of Ahura Mazda, the great King Artaxerxes has sent me to bring you, the noble king of Dionia, a letter in his own handwriting, and looks forward to your reply." When Tarabasis finished, Henipolis immediately translated it in Greek. The Devers laughed. "What you said just now is wrong. Your king is deceiving himself. He should know that he is no longer the master of Egypt, and now Canaan, Phoenicia, Syria, and most of Asia Minor no longer belonged to Persia. After listening to Henipolis's translation, Tarabasis responded calmly. The war has just begun, and it is still uncertain who will win or lose. Perhaps in the end, King Artaxerxes will still become the master of Dionia. After listening to the translation, the Devers' expression changed slightly. Before he could speak, a general suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Damn Persia! How dare you come here and talk nonsense? Aren't you afraid that I will cut off your head and kick it like a ball?" The Devers waved his hand. "Sit down, Martones. It is a tradition not to hurt envoys when two armies fight. Don't let the Persia laugh at us Dionia for not understanding etiquette." Martones did not listen to him and continued to glare at Tarabasis. "Sit down." The Devers' expression was a little ugly. After shouting a few times, Martones finally sat down resentfully. Tarabasis saw the scene unfold before his eyes. After a moment, the Devers calmed down and said, "Yes, the war has just begun, and the outcome is not yet decided. Perhaps in the end, the whole of Persia will belong to Dionia. Where's the letter that Artaxerxes wrote to me?" Tarabasis immediately took out the letter from his pocket. The Devers looked around and then smiled disdainfully. "Letter, I won't read it. Why don't you read it out loud, so that we can all hear what the king of Persia, who has always been defeated, would say in the face of our powerful elite army?" The generals burst into laughter. Tarabasis listened to the translation and did not retort. The fierce gaze of the Dionia general still made his heart palpitate. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he opened the letter as if he did not hear anything and read it aloud with a serious expression. From the Lord of the Eastern Mediterranean, the King of Kings, to the King of Dionia in the Western Mediterranean a few decades ago, Dionia was just a small state, but they were brave and aggressive. They had never stopped invading other countries, relying on plundering and annexation to strengthen themselves, threatening and seducing other states to control them, causing the surrounding city-states to feel threatened. All along, Persia has been responsible for maintaining order in the Mediterranean and has long wanted to teach Dionia a lesson and return peace to the Mediterranean. But I did not expect Dionia to brazenly invade Persia, occupy our territory, and kill our people. Our people are terrified, and the gods are furious. Today, I will lead a 1,000,000-strong army of vengeance to the east of the territory of Tabasicus and fight with Dionia to settle the grudge between the two countries. Do you dare to come? Tarabasis emphasized the last sentence and enunciated it word by word. Chapter 13:11. Even though Heniboris translated in a gentle tone, the Devers still frowned after hearing it. He snorted heavily and said angrily, "Go back and tell Artaxerxes that I have accepted his letter of challenge. Your Majesty." Alexis interrupted him anxiously. "You cannot agree to it. The reason why the Persia dared to issue a letter of challenge is because they are already prepared. We cannot agree to it rashly. We must consider it carefully to avoid falling into their trap." "Yes, Your Majesty." Felicius also persuaded. Even though the letter says that they have an army of 1,000,000 is definitely an exaggeration. The number of Persia's army is far greater than ours. We cannot rashly engage in a battle. We should first defend our camp and then look for an opportunity. Nonsense! Lazaru stood up and retorted. Even though the Persia army has a large number of people, they are timid and afraid to fight. Even though we have fewer people, we are advancing bravely. Therefore, we should take advantage of the morale of our soldiers to engage the Persia army in a battle. We cannot blindly defend. Otherwise, the pressure on our logistics will increase. Lazaru is right. We are deep in the enemy's territory. Only by advancing bravely can we obtain the final victory. Once we hesitate, the entire army will be in trouble. Matones also expressed his opinion loudly. Not long after, the entire tent became lively. The situation seemed to be no different from what Tarabasis had heard from outside the tent. Dozens of generals were divided into two factions. They supported or opposed the battle. Both sides were arguing endlessly, and it was difficult for them to reach an agreement. Tarabasis saw with his own eyes that the king of Dionia tried to stop them several times, but it was to no avail. It was only when the guards beside him beat a drum forcefully that the crowd stopped arguing. The Dever stood up and said loudly with some embarrassment, "Stop arguing, all of you. I have already decided. People of Persia, go back and tell your king that the battle will take place in 2 days." When Tarabasis walked out of the Dionia camp, his footsteps were light and his mood relaxed. Not only did he complete the task given by the king of Persia and successfully got the king of Dionia to accept the letter of challenge, he also learned the truth about the Dionysian army. They were not as good at fighting as the rumors said. The soldiers were tired, and the generals were arrogant and difficult to tame. The king of Dionia was not as strong as the rumors said. He could not even completely control and command his generals. Tarabasis felt that the weakness of the Dionysian army would greatly increase the odds of victory for the Persians, and he was pleased that the risk he had taken to the Dionysian camp was well worth it. He hurriedly mounted his warhorse, wishing that he could return to the encampment immediately and report his findings to the king of Persia. However, he did not notice the smug smile on Henoboris's face as he stood at the entrance of the camp. After the Persia envoy left the tent became lively again. "How was my performance just now? Martones, I really didn't know that you could be an actor in the Turii theater." "Ah, forget about being an actor. I only care if the Persia people will be fooled. After all, we have urgently mobilized so many people and spent so much energy to put on this show. We can't let it go to waste." I have been observing the Persia envoy just now. Every time we speak, his expression changes a little. He probably understands Greek, which means he is paying attention to the situation in our camp. So no matter how cunning the Persia people are, they can't escape from His Majesty's plan. After the generals discussed enthusiastically for a while, the Devers coughed softly, and the whole tent suddenly quieted down. Compared to the time when the Persia envoy was here, it was a world of difference. The Devers looked around and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, now let us discuss the strategy for the decisive battle with Persia." On the morning of the 3rd of November, 364 BC, year 30 of the kingdom of Dionia, a sharp bugle suddenly sounded, and the originally quiet Dionia camp quickly became lively. "Brothers, don't sleep in, wake up quickly." Just as the captains woke up their soldiers, the chefs in the supply camp had already begun to prepare breakfast for the soldiers. When the bugle sounded, the Devers immediately woke up from his sleep. When he saw the guards entering the tent, the first thing he asked was, "How is the weather outside?" "Your Majesty, the weather is good. There is no rain, and there is no wind. Good weather for a battle." The Devers sighed. After the Dionysian army entered the Mesopotamian plains, the 4 seasons became more distinct. The temperature in early autumn here was a little low, the air was relatively dry, and there were more sunny days than rainy days. These were all advantageous for the Dionysian army, which mainly consisted of heavy infantry. The only downside was that it was often windy. After washing up, the guards brought breakfast: a bowl of sticky oatmeal, a bowl of hot broth, a large piece of steamed sturgeon, 2 large pieces of bread with cheese. When Henoboris entered the tent, he saw the Devers staring at the plate and immediately said, "Your Majesty, don't worry, the soldiers' breakfast is similar to yours. In order to meet your requirements, yesterday the supply camp fished on the Euphrates River for a whole day, and the light cavalry ran hundreds of miles north, only to catch some beasts. The main thing that determines the outcome of a battle is the careful preparation before the battle." The Devers picked up a piece of bread and said seriously, "I'm afraid that today's battle will be very long. The soldiers must eat enough to have enough strength to support themselves. Considering that the formation alone may last until noon, Felicius has already informed the supply camp to prepare more bread for the soldiers to bring to the battlefield, so that they can eat more before the battle. Hearing this, Your Majesty, I am even more confident that we will win this battle, because the king of Persia will not be able to prepare such rich food for his huge army like we do." Henoboris flattered, then sat on the wooden chair beside him, hesitated for a moment, and said again, "I heard that the people here forbid the catching of this fish, saying that it is a divine creature that will anger the gods. The angrier the enemy gods are, the happier the great Hades will be," the Devers said unhurriedly. He took a big bite of the fish, chewed a few times, and spat out the fish bones. "Have you finished your breakfast?" "I've eaten long ago," Henneborus complained. "Your Majesty, I'm not like you, who can treat a big battle as normal. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep last night, and I got up early today. Look at me, there's still dark circles under my eyes." The Devers looked at his funny expression as he pointed at his eyes and laughed. After he finished his breakfast, he chatted with Henneborus for a while, and the captain of the palace guards came in to report, "Your Majesty, the legions have begun to line up and leave the camp." The Devers put on his armor and walked out of the tent. The guards had already brought his warhorse. It was a strong Lusitanian stallion, fat and strong, with smooth, brownish-yellow fur and unusually tall. It kept digging the soil with its front hooves and shook its neck, as if it did not want to be led, but when the Devers walked in front of it, it immediately quieted down, lowered its head, and approached the Devers, humming softly. The Devers patted its face and said with a smile, "Hey, Nicky, you're going to fight with me again." Nicky seemed to understand. It rubbed against the Devers' hand, then raised its head and neighed happily. Since coming to this world, this was the 5th war horse that the Devers had ridden, and it was very likely to be the last. The Devers patted the horse's back with some emotion, then turned over and mounted it. Under the protection of 1,000 fully armed palace guards, they left the inner camp. There were dozens of people gathered at the exit. When they saw the Devers, someone could not help but shout, "Your Majesty, we've been waiting for almost half an hour. Why are you only coming out now?" The soldiers have already left the camp. Although the man lying on the carriage had spoken rudely, the Devers was not angry. He said with a smile, "Amintas, your temper has not changed even in your old age. Don't worry, the battle will not start before we arrive." "Your Majesty." Hieronymus, Epicthenes, Georges, Marcius, and the others immediately came forward to greet him. The Devers looked at them and asked, "Brothers, are you ready to fight?" 30 years ago, after the Devers became the leader of the mercenaries and completely won the trust of the mercenaries, he often said such words before the battle. At this moment, the old generals had mixed feelings when they heard it. After a moment, they shouted excitedly, "Ready!" The Devers waved his right hand forward. "Then let's go." After meeting up with the old generals, the whole team passed through the spacious camp passage and quickly left the main camp. The Dionysian army did not gather together before setting off. Instead, each corps was led by the corps commander. After leaving their own camps, they went directly to the predetermined battlefield. More than 20 teams marched eastward almost side by side. Because they had just eaten breakfast, and in order not to waste energy, the teams moved very slowly. The soldiers chatted and joked in the team, and the officers did not stop them. They even took the initiative to start a conversation. If people who did not know the inside story saw them, they would think that they were going for an outing instead of a life-and-death battle. More than an hour later, the teams walked out of Tabasacus and the surrounding areas that had been burned by the Persia and set foot on the green and yellow plains. After walking for a while, the corps commanders ordered, "Stop moving forward and rest here. Is this the place where the battle will take place? I don't see anything special. I heard that the Persia army camp is 25 miles away from our camp." I just silently counted. This place is about 11 or 12 miles away from the camp, right in the middle. Isn't this the battlefield? Chapter 13:12. But why can't I see a single Persia soldier? I heard that the Persia soldiers only know how to bully their affiliated races. They're all lazy. I'm afraid they're sleeping in the camp. Ha ha. Hey, what are you doing? The soldiers who were chatting and laughing saw their comrades resting on the grass suddenly turn around and put their ears to the ground. A moment later, they shouted, "The Persia soldiers are here." With a reminder from their comrades, the soldiers were surprised to find that the dry mud under their feet was trembling slightly. After a while, the Dionysius soldiers began to hear a faint rumble coming from afar. It sounded like muffled thunder rolling over the clouds in the sky, and the sound was getting clearer and clearer. Then, a brownish-yellow cloud appeared at the intersection of the sky and the ground, drifting slowly in the direction of the Dionysian army. From a small column of smoke at the beginning, It gradually turned into a rolling dust storm that covered the sky and covered more than a dozen miles. Under the reflection of the rising sun, countless rays of light shone in the gray dust cloud, layer upon layer, like the stars in the sky. From the huge dust cloud that shrouded the wilderness, there were shouts of people, neighs of horses, footsteps, the clashing of armors and weapons, and even the roars of beasts. All sorts of sounds intertwined together, like thousands of drums beating at the same time, shaking the heavens and the earth, making one's heart palpitate. When the dust cloud moved closer, the sharp-eyed Dionia soldiers could already see through the flying dust cloud and see what was going on inside. It was a real sea of people, tens of millions of soldiers dressed in all kinds of clothes, holding all kinds of weapons, and speaking different languages, densely packed and boundless, like a vast sea surging towards them. The heavy pressure even made them suffocate to the point that they couldn't breathe. Many of the Dionia soldiers' expressions changed. At this moment, the commander of the First Legion, Martones, laughed loudly. The Persia army is still the same. Don't be fooled by their numbers. They're actually useless. When we helped Persia's Prince Cyrus the Younger fight for the throne, we had a battle with the Persia army in Kunarissa, a few hundred miles away. At that time, the commander of the Persia army was today's king of Persia. The number of their soldiers was about the same as today's, far more than Cyrus the Younger's army. But as soon as the battle began, the right wing, composed of our Greek heavy infantry, smashed the left wing of the Persian army in a single charge, and if Cyrus the Younger had not been so rash as to risk his life in the charge and be killed, the throne of Persia would have long since changed hands. Today, the number of our soldiers far exceeds the army of Cyrus the Younger at that time. Our army is better trained than the Greek mercenaries at that time. Our army is more complete than the Greek mercenaries at that time. Our tactics are more advanced than the Greek mercenaries at that time. We can definitely defeat this seemingly strong, but actually weak Persia army. Matone's words greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers of the First Legion. At the same time, Trotilus and the other old generals in the army were also giving similar speeches to the soldiers under their command. Seeing that the soldiers had returned to normal, the commanders gave orders one after another. Gather the troops and get into formation. When the Devers arrived, the Dionysian army was also covered in dust. Your Majesty, Alexis, Martones, Lizaru, Felicius, and Tormid hurried over on horseback. The Devers looked at the army in front of them, which was still in a marching formation. After returning the greeting, they asked, "Haven't started the formation yet?" Alexis replied, "The Persia army is very large, but it is too disorganized. It will take a long time for the Persia army to take shape." So, after some discussion, we decided to let the soldiers rest first. Based on the slow speed of the Persia army, we can still make it in time to start the formation after we confirm the location of their central army. The Devers nodded slowly. Just as they were about to speak, Amyntas, who was behind them, shouted, "Since the Persia army is large and disorganized, why don't we take this opportunity to attack?" The Devers coughed heavily and said in a deep voice, "This battle will be watched by the whole world. If we attack before they get into formation, even if we win, we will be laughed at by the people of other countries. I need a glorious victory to intimidate the Persia people. Also, I need to severely injure the main force of Persia in this battle, so that the Persia people won't be able to fight us in the future. If we attack too early, it will only cause the Persia people to retreat. We won't be able to achieve much." Amyntas was so embarrassed that he couldn't say anything. The Devers didn't care about Amyntas' feelings at the moment. He continued, "Come, let's go to the front and take a look." After that, he urged his horse forward. The palace guards immediately came forward and surrounded him in the center. Alexis, Felicius, Matones, Lizaru, and Tormid couldn't stop him in time and could only follow. Amyntas, Hieronymus, and the others could only stay where they were because they didn't have any military duties to attend to. The Devers rode through the gaps between the armies and came to the front of the army. Looking to the east, the Persia army stopped a mile away. Although there was still dust flying everywhere, the flat and vast plains were unobstructed. They could already see the situation inside more clearly. They could even hear the shouts of the Persia generals. The Persia army stretched for more than 10 miles from north to south. In order to have a more comprehensive understanding of the Persia army's formation, the Devers rode from the south to the north at the front of the Dionysian army, observing the enemy's situation as they went. However, when the Dionia soldiers saw their beloved king passing by, they were all extremely excited and shouted, "Victory to your majesty! Victory to your majesty!" The news quickly spread throughout the army, and the sound of cheering increased even more. It was like the rumbling of winter thunder, completely overshadowing the noise coming from the opposite side. This caused the Devers to have no choice but to turn an investigation of the enemy's situation into a pre-battle inspection. This also aroused the curiosity of the Persia people. What's happening? King Artaxerxes of Persia, who was at the back of the army, heard the thunderous roar and couldn't help but ask the commander of the undead army in front of him. Soon, the scouts reported back, "Your Majesty, the king of Dionia is inspecting the army. The outcome of a battle is not decided by the loudness of the voices," Artaxerxes said in a strange tone. Artaxerxes said sarcastically. In fact, he knew very well that if he was the one inspecting the Persian army, it would be very difficult for him to receive such continuous cheers, not only because of the subsidiary armies, but also because of his lack of prestige among the Persian soldiers. It was precisely because of this jealousy that he impatiently said to Tribasus, who was standing beside him, "Urge all the troops to get into formation as soon as possible. The sooner the enemy is defeated, the sooner the noise is over." The Persia army stretched for more than 10 miles from north to south. Although the Dionysian army didn't spread out, the legions were almost evenly distributed in the area. In order to save horsepower, the Devers had to smile and wave at the soldiers while controlling the horses to move slowly. After more than half an hour, he began to return from the north to the south. "Your Majesty, look, that should be Artaxerxes." Alexis suddenly pointed to the east and shouted. In the opposite Persia army, there was a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 pure white horses. There was a person standing on the carriage. He was wearing luxurious clothing, reflecting the sunlight, and looked very dazzling. The Devers reigned in the war horse. He was a little curious about the appearance of the so-called King of Kings. Artaxerxes was also staring at the King of Dionia, who was wearing a crown in front of him. The two sides were separated by more than a mile. After looking at each other for a while, the Devers shifted his gaze to the front of the King of Persia. Dense formation, thick round shields, helmet that completely covered the face. It was the Greek heavy infantry. The Devers was not too surprised. From Leotychides' report on the Asia Minor battle, he knew that there were a lot of Greek mercenaries in the Persia army. He also carefully observed the spears in front of the king of Persia's carriage. It was like a dense forest. It could be seen that the infantry column was quite thick, and behind those erected spears, there were even longer spears. Through the gaps between the swaying Greek heavy infantry, he saw long, bearded soldiers wearing long robes, covered with golden armor, and holding spears and shields. Compared to the information he knew, he understood Persia's undead army. He immediately pointed to the king of Persia's carriage and said with certainty, "The center of the Persia army is over there." In fact, there was no need for the Devers to say more. Alexis had already made the same judgment. So when the Devers returned to the back of the army, the entire Dionysian army began to arrange their soldiers. The staff officer of the 1st Legion rushed to the front of the 1st Legion and said to the flag bearer, "Lead the troops and follow me to the position of the 1st Legion." The flag bearer heard this and waved the flag. The soldiers of the 1st Legion who were resting immediately stood up and quickly lined up. Under the leadership of the staff officer, the 6,000 heavy infantry soldiers of the 1st Legion bypassed a few other troops and came to the position facing the king of Persia's carriage. Spread out into formation. As soon as the staff officer at the front shouted, the 6 heavy infantry platoons commanded their respective platoons to spread out in a formation of 3 horizontally and 2 vertically. They also widened the distance between each platoon. Then, the platoon leaders commanded their soldiers to quickly line up into a square formation. Then, the platoon leaders split the formation into 4 smaller square formations and arranged them in a crisscross formation. In less than 10 minutes, the soldiers of the 1st Legion had completed their formation. The reason why Martones did not personally command them was because in this battle, he was not only the commander of the 1st Legion, but also the commander of the middle path by the Devers. He still had to give orders to the other legions. With the 1st Legion as the center of the formation, the rest of the legions began to move. Unlike the Persia, the generals and officers did not command the soldiers by shouting. Instead, they used flag signals to guide the soldiers. The soldiers also strictly obeyed the order and did not casually joke around during the formation process. In the stirring dust, there was only the hua-hua-hua sound of footsteps and the clashing of armors and weapons. There was almost no noise of people. Chapter 13:13. More than half an hour later, almost all the Dionia troops had completed their formation. This side was soon quiet again, but the Persia side was still noisy. 2 days ago, after listening to Tarabassis's description of the situation in the Dionia camp, Artaxerxes' confidence in winning the battle increased. Now that he was on top of the carriage, he could clearly see the situation on the opposite side. The fast and efficient formation of the Dionysian army was too obvious compared to the chaotic procrastination of his own side, which made him feel a little uneasy. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but darkness. The sense of uniformity of the formation was so oppressive that he could not help but shout, "Tarabassus, urge all troops to hurry up. Hurry up!" "Yes, your majesty." After the Dionysian army finished their formation, the sun had almost risen to the middle of the sky. The soldiers received orders from their officers one after another. "Hurry up and replenish your food and drink." Just as the soldiers of the 1st Division of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Legion were chewing on the bread they carried and passing water bags to each other, someone exclaimed, "Captain, look, the Persia really have elephants." Artaxerxes, who was standing at the back of the division and serving the soldiers, immediately walked to the front of the formation and looked forward. He saw dozens of elephants in cloaks and with sharp swords tied to their tusks, slowly walking to the front of the Persia formation under the command of the elephant handlers. The elephants were huge and particularly eye-catching compared to the troops around them. Their appearance immediately caused a commotion among the soldiers of the 1st Legion and the surrounding legions. Artaxerxes took a deep breath, then turned around and shouted to the soldiers who were talking among themselves, "Commander Matones has already told us before that the Persia army may have war elephants. What's there to be surprised about?" "Captain, we're just curious. The Persia actually sent such docile animals to the battlefield." A soldier responded, "No matter how docile an animal is, once it goes crazy, it can be very scary. Don't take it lightly." Arsines reminded him, and then laughed. "But the Persia don't know how many times we have seen elephants in the Turiai Zoo. They think they can scare us with it. When the time comes, we will make the Persia suffer from the abuse of elephants." "Captain, don't worry. We are not afraid of elephants. We just think that elephants are so cute. It would be a pity if they all died in this battle." Another soldier said half jokingly and half seriously. Another soldier immediately replied, "I don't feel that it's a pity. It's not our fault that these elephants died in battle. On the contrary, it would be great if we could taste the meat of the elephant after the war." "Crips, you glutton. You've eaten so much good food these past few days, and you're still not satisfied? Do you think you can become as strong as an elephant after eating elephant meat?" Arsines laughed. "Captain, he just feels that the thing down there is too small, so he wants to make it bigger." A soldier joked loudly. The soldiers roared with laughter. More than an hour later, the Persia army finally got into formation. The Persia archers in the middle were in a loose formation, followed by Indian war elephants and sickle chariots. The war elephants were in the middle, and the chariots were on both sides. Behind them were 3,000 Persia cavalry in armor. Behind the cavalry were 20,000 Greek heavy infantry and 10,000 undead soldiers. Artaxerxes was in the rear. Behind him were troops from Mesopotamia and Persia along the Gulf of Persia. At the front of the right wing were Persia archers and a mixed group of archers from Armenia, Parthia, and Media. Behind them were 100 chariots from Media and Babylon. Behind the chariots were infantry from Dugia, Emiria, and Persia. Behind them were troops from tribes around the Caspian Sea, such as the Sulcalians and the Tapirians. At the far right of the right wing were more than 10,000 cavalry from Emiria, Parthia, and Media. Foremost on the left flank was a mixed force of Persian, Arab, Bactrian, and Arahosian archers, followed by the infantry of Persians, Carians, and Eastern Uxians and Western Tarkans, east of Susa, and then by the far eastern races, led by Arahosian and Bactrian troops. At the far left of the left wing were more than 10,000 cavalry, led by Persia, Scythia, and Bactria. The 500 camel cavalry of Arabia were in the front. From the formation of the Persia, it could be seen that the Persia formation had a thick depth, and the middle was the strongest. The reason why the Persia made such an arrangement was that they took into account the fact that the Dionysian army had many heavy infantry and strong close combat abilities. Therefore, they increased the depth of their formation to increase their close combat ability. Whether it was for safety reasons or to dispel Artaxerxes' fear, Artaxerxes had been traumatized by Cyrus's javelin attack in the battle with Cyrus the Young. The strength of the middle had to be strengthened. Therefore, Lalabasus took the opportunity to propose a suggestion. Amass a large number of soldiers in the middle. Use war elephants and chariots to tear open the enemy's defense line. Then use armored cavalry to charge and completely disrupt the enemy's heavy infantry. The Greek heavy infantry and undead army would then charge and completely crush the enemy, thus winning the battle. In the end, Artaxerxes accepted his suggestion. The formation adopted by the Dionysian army was, the middle consisted of the 1st Legion, Legio IV, 7th Legion, 12th Legion, and 15th Legion in a chessboard formation. When combined, the thickness was 10 columns, with 5 light infantry brigades at the back. The commander of the entire middle was Martones. The left wing consisted of the 2nd Legion, 5th Legion, 8th Legion, 14th Legion, and 16th Legion in a chessboard formation. When combined, the thickness was 10 columns, with no other troops at the back. The leftmost part of the left wing consisted of the 1st Cavalry Legion, 3rd Cavalry Legion, Gallic Cavalry Legion, and 2,000 Namibian Light Cavalry. At the back were 9 light armor brigades. Behind them were 6 light infantry brigades and 2,000 Beliali stonecutters. The right wing consisted of Legio III, Legio VI, 11th Legion, 13th Legion, and 17th Legion in a chessboard formation. When combined, the thickness was 10 columns, with no other troops at the back. The rightmost part of the right wing consisted of the 2nd Cavalry Legion, 4th Cavalry Legion, Iberian Cavalry Legion, and 2,000 Namibian Light Cavalry. At the back were 9 light armored brigades. Behind them were 6 light infantry brigades and 2,000 Beliali stonecutters. The command center where the King of Devers was located at the back of the middle. In addition to the palace guards, there were also the 18th Legion, 19th Legion, and 21st Legion on the left and right as reserves. From the formation of the Dionysian army, it could be seen that Dionia had gathered a large number of troops at both ends of the flanks. Obviously, they wanted to defeat the Persia cavalry first and then outflank them from both flanks. The Persia cavalry was obviously stronger than the Dionia cavalry, but the Devers actually wanted to attack the enemy's strongest point. It could be said that they knew there was a tiger in a mountain, but they still chose to go to the tiger's mountain. Although the Persia army was twice the size of the Dionysian army, due to the caution of the Persia king, Artaxerxes, the depth of the formation was significantly increased. On the other hand, due to the confidence of the King of Devers, the Dionysian army's infantry formation was only 10 columns thick. Therefore, the length of the formation of the two sides was almost the same, 15 miles long. The Persia army had many different types of troops. Not only did they wear different clothes and weapons, but even the soldiers themselves were very different. Therefore, even though the entire formation was mostly a dense formation, and they stood on a flat battlefield, the experienced Ionia cavalry could still roughly determine the distribution of troops at the front of the Persia formation through careful observation. On the other hand, The Dionysian army was almost entirely made up of black helmets and black armor. The types of troops were relatively simple, and the Devers deliberately did not let the enemy see the actual situation of the formation. Therefore, after the heavy infantry and cavalry at the front of the formation were completed and could block the enemy's line of sight, they began to arrange the troops at the back. At the same time, the Devers specially ordered that the soldiers at the back of the formation were not to raise their weapons before the battle began. At this moment, according to the reports of the cavalry scouts, Felicius and his staff had already drawn a sketch of the distribution of troops at the front of the entire Persia formation. The Devers took the wooden board that Felicius handed over. After carefully reading the sketch on it, he was slightly surprised. Hey, the Persia have 100 more chariots. This is a little different from the number that Izam told us. Maybe they just arrived recently, Felicius explained. The Devers thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. Then, let the light infantry on the right send 2,000 men to deal with these chariots. Yes, Your Majesty. Felicius immediately went to pass on the order. Your Majesty, it's already past noon. Let's eat something first, Henoporus reminded him from the side. I'm not hungry yet. Henoporus had already asked this a few times, so the Devers waved his hand impatiently. After the messengers set off, he kept looking to the left with concern, even though he could not see the movements of the troops a few miles away from where he was. After a while, he suddenly realized something and asked, "Have Hieronymus and Amyntas eaten?" Before Henoporus could answer, Hieronymus's voice came from behind. Your Majesty, we're old and don't participate in the battle. It doesn't matter if we eat or not. Yes, Your Majesty, we don't have the leisure to eat now. We just have to wait for the battle to begin. Amyntas interrupted impatiently. There's no rush, the Devers said calmly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Persia. As he spoke, Izam galloped from the left and shouted, Your Majesty, I found the position of the Zokant warriors in the Persia formation. Chapter 13-14. The Devers perked up and immediately asked, That's great. Where are they? Felicius took the wooden board and handed it over. Zam panted heavily as he took the board and looked at the Persia's formation carefully. He then pointed at the center of the right flank and said excitedly, They're here. Remy followed the signal I agreed on before I left, and had the Persia civilians wave their bronze shields up and down in a rhythmic pattern in front of the sun. This way, they'll stand out from the rest of the Persia's army. Even from here, I can see them clearly. Back then, when we conquered Asplustum, our mountain reconnaissance brigade used a similar method. Very good. You've done a great job. The Devers interrupted him and asked, Which army are we facing? The 11th Legion's 3rd and 4th Legion. Zam immediately replied, Your Majesty, we can send the 18th Legion over as backup. When Zam's army retreats, we can make full use of this opportunity to attack Persia's formation. Felicius also suggested excitedly, 1 legion is not enough. The Devers shook his head and said firmly, Send the 19th Legion over as well. This will be the breakthrough point for our infantry. Just as the 2 legions of Dionia were quietly mobilizing at the back of the formation, Maldonios had already ridden to the king of Persia's carriage and said anxiously, Your Majesty, all the troops are already in formation. Why haven't you given the order to attack yet? Artaxerxes said hesitantly, Should we wait for Dionia to attack first? Dionia has fewer soldiers. They won't attack us first. Maldonio suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and turned to look at Tribasus, who was not far away. He vented his anger on him. Aren't you known as the most resourceful minister in the kingdom? How did you manage to advise the king on military affairs? Since the attack plan had been formulated before the battle, it was time to assist the king in executing it. It's been almost half an hour since the formation has been completed, and the soldiers are still standing there like idiots. Do you know that when I rushed here from the left flank, I saw that many of the subsidiary troops were already a little unstable, and even the formation of the East Wushian people was starting to become chaotic. Tarabasis remained silent and did not refute. He had urged the king of Persia several times before, but the king of Persia seemed to have some concerns and had not made a decision. That was why he kept delaying. Artaxerxes' expression changed. Of course, he could tell that Maldonios was scolding him indirectly, but he could not rebuke him on the spot. On the one hand, they were facing a great enemy, which would affect their morale, and on the other hand, he felt guilty. It was true that he had discussed repeatedly with several of his ministers before the battle and came up with tactics that focused on offense. Still, when he saw the Dionysian army's simple and swift formation, the soldiers in their formation standing silently and as steady as a mountain, he suddenly felt a strong sense of unease in his heart when compared to his own disorganized and noisy army. Memories of his past defeats flashed in his mind, and he could not help but worry about his gains and losses. But when he heard what Maldonios said next, he was taken aback. Tarabasis, who was good at reading people's expressions, immediately said, "Your Majesty, those subsidiary troops are not our well-trained Persia army. Although they have undergone strict training, it is difficult for them to maintain their formation for a long time. We must attack as soon as possible." Artaxerxes looked at Tarabasis and then at Maldonios, "Then give the order to attack." Maldonios said anxiously, "Your Majesty, don't hesitate. Give the order quickly." Artaxerxes gripped the handrail of the carriage tightly. He glanced at the majestic undead army in front of him, the impregnable Greek mercenaries, the huge war elephants, the terrifying war chariots, the well-trained archers. Finally, he looked at the silent Dionysian army in front of him. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Prepare to attack." Maldonios was overjoyed. He turned his horse and galloped back. Tarabasis immediately shouted, "Prepare to attack! Prepare to attack!" Woo-woo! As the bugle of the Persia army sounded, Tarabasis continued to give the order on behalf of the king of Persia. "Archers, attack!" A flag embroidered with a bow and arrow was raised high in front of Artaxerxes' carriage. However, only the archers in the middle of the army could see the flag waving. The whole army was more than 10 miles long. Not to mention seeing the flag, even the soldiers on both sides might not be able to hear the bugle. However, the Persia army had their own ways. 2 teams of Persia messengers in gorgeous military uniforms galloped out from both sides of the carriage. They passed through the gaps between the troops and rushed to the front. Then they ran wildly along the 2 sides of the army while shouting, "Archers, attack! Archers, attack!" The archers in the middle began to move. The archers on the left began to move. The archers on the right began to move. At the forefront of the Persia army, the archers lined up in a loose formation of more than 10 miles long, like a long snake that had just woken up from hibernation, began to slowly advance toward the Dionia army. As soon as he heard the bugle from the opposite side, Artaxerxes, like the other team officers, immediately became alert. He shouted to the soldiers under his command, "Attention, brothers, the Persia army is about to attack." At the same time, he saw that some of the soldiers in the team were too excited and eager to fight. So he immediately reminded them, "Everyone must strictly follow the pre-war arrangement and prepare for defense. If anyone dares to violate the military order, they will be severely punished." The soldiers' hearts skipped a beat, and their expressions became solemn. "Captain, the archers of Persia are coming." The soldiers in the first row shouted, "Prepare for defense." Artaxerxes' heart tightened, and he looked forward. The archers of Persia were advancing very slowly, because the Persia generals who led the army knew the details of the battle in Asia Minor. They knew that the Dionysian army also had a large number of strong light infantry, so they were carefully guarding against the appearance of the enemy. However, when they were less than 250 meters away from the Dionysian army, the enemy's light infantry still did not appear in front of the formation. Although the generals were puzzled, they did not stop the soldiers from advancing. When they were about 100 meters away from the Dionysian army, the archers consciously stopped moving forward. Fire! Amidst the shouts of the generals, the archers knocked their arrows and drew their bows. They raised their bows at a high angle. Whoosh! 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 The sound of bowstrings, which was originally very light, was gathered by thousands of arrows and could be heard clearly by the Dionysian soldiers who were 100 meters away. Turtle shell formation. Artaxerxes shouted. The soldiers who were originally in a dense formation quickly shrank inward, and, at the same time, they placed the long shields in their hands on the outside and above the small square formation. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the 50-man team was covered with a layer of black iron, and they were tightly protected. Artaxerxes, who was in the middle of the square formation, looked up through the small gap between the long shields and saw arrows pouring down from the sky like torrential rain. Even with the protection of the thick, long shields, he could not help but feel nervous. Bang, bang, clang, clang, clang. The arrows continued to hit different parts of the long shields, making different sounds, as if they were playing a melody of death. The Dionysian soldiers in the turtle shell formation looked nervous, but when the melody disappeared, no one was injured. Before they could catch their breath, the melody sounded again. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, there was finally a long interval. This was because the commanders of the mixed Persian archers discovered that the Dionysian army's front line had adopted such a strange formation, causing their projectiles to barely cause any damage. So, they urged their soldiers to move forward and increase the penetrating power of their arrows by getting closer to the Dionysian army. When they were only 50 meters away, the Persia archers did not dare to move forward anymore, because they had heard that the Dionysian heavy infantry could throw javelins, and they were too close to the enemy. When they shot their arrows, the Dionysian soldiers on the opposite side would suddenly charge, and it would be difficult for them to escape. It was precisely because of this danger that not all archers were willing to continue to approach the Dionysian army. Some archers of other races were afraid to move forward, even though the Persia generals repeatedly urged them to do so. The Persian archers at the front used straight arrows, while the soldiers at the back used projectile arrows. Furthermore, the arrows were more concentrated on the tortoise-shell formations, rather than a wide area of effect attack. As a result, the efficiency was not high, as Dione's chessboard formation made the entire formation more scattered, causing many projectile arrows to land on empty ground. More intensive sounds rang out outside the turtle shell formation formed by Arsene's unit, like a rainstorm beating on lotus leaves. Every long shield was full of arrows like a hedgehog, and the soldiers groaned in pain from time to time. It was the sharp tips of the arrows that pierced through the shield and touched the bare arms or thighs of the Dionysian soldiers. Occasionally, arrows passed through the gaps of a shield formation, but because they were blocked by the thick helmets and breastplates, they did not cause much damage. The Dionysian soldiers gritted their teeth and held on. Of course, they were almost shoulder to shoulder, and even if they were injured, they could not dodge or retreat. As the captain of the unit, Arsenes not only had to spy on the enemy's movements from time to time, but also listen to the frequency of the arrows hitting the long shields. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, "Brothers, hold on a little longer. The arrows of the Persia should be running out." As soon as his voice trailed off, the sounds outside the formation began to become sparse and soon disappeared. The Persia archers still had 3 or 4 arrows left in their quiver, but they chose to retreat at this time. On the one hand, it was because the continuous pulling of the bow had caused their arms to become numb, and they needed to rest. On the other hand, they also needed to provide support for the infantry in the next close combat. This was the traditional tactic of the Persia, and of course they could not use up all their arrows at this time. Chapter 13:15. The Persia archers retreated a long distance before Arsenes gave the order to retreat. The soldiers withdrew their shields and stood up to take a look. They were stunned. The flat ground around them was full of arrows, and the same was true for the shields, which caused the weight of the shields to suddenly increase. In order not to affect the use of the shields, the soldiers immediately pulled out their short swords and cut off the shafts of the shields. "Your Majesty, the Persia archers have retreated. Our casualties are not heavy." After listening to the instant news from the messengers, Felicius reported to the king with a joyful expression. The Devers nodded calmly. 30 years ago, We used this method to successfully defend against the long-range attacks of the Persia archers. Now, the defensive ability of our soldiers is better than we were back then. The Persia still use the same old method to deal with us. It is impossible for them to gain any advantage. Amyntas said disdainfully. At the military conference before the war, it was because of the suggestion of the old generals that the Devers decided not to use the light infantry first, but to let the heavy infantry fight against the Persia archers who had the advantage in long-range attacks to achieve the goal of wearing down the enemy. Now it seemed that the plan had worked. At this time, the Devers looked at the Persia archers opposite them who retreated like the tide and said calmly, "The appetizer has been eaten. Next, it is time for the main course." The distance of a mile made it impossible for the king of Persia and Tarabasis to see the casualties of the enemy. But from the words of the retreating generals, Tarabasis learned that the result of the battle was not ideal. He was shocked. It was his suggestion to send the Persia archers to fight first. Based on his detailed understanding of the battle in Asia Minor, and by referring to some of the past battles of Ionia, he discovered that the Dionysian army was different from the Greek army. The Dionysian army's light infantry was not weak, and they liked to take the lead in battle to disrupt the enemy's formation. Therefore, he made such a suggestion, hoping to use his powerful archers to cripple the enemy's light infantry. This way, he could gain more advantages, and, at the same time, destroy the enemy's morale. However, he did not expect that the enemy's light infantry did not participate in the battle, and the long-range attacks against the heavy infantry of Dionia did not achieve much results. When Tarabasis approached Artaxerxes, there was no longer any worry on his face. Instead, there was joy on his face. "Your Majesty, the attack of the archers has caused the heavy infantry of Dionia to suffer heavy casualties. We should take advantage of this victory and attack. We cannot let the Dionysian army rest." Artaxerxes was overjoyed and said without hesitation, "Then let's continue the attack." "Yes, Your Majesty." Tarabasis turned around and ordered, "Chariots and war elephants attack." The cavalrymen galloped out. Some of them ran to the front of the formation in the middle, while the others ran to the left. Soon, Artaxerxes heard the loud roar of the elephants coming from the front. He was invigorated. He slapped the chariots and said excitedly, "Crush all the Dionysian soldiers." Under the command of the elephants' men, the 50 elephants began to move forward with their thick and sturdy limbs. Every step they took caused the ground to tremble. While they were still slowly accelerating, the war chariots with sickles on both sides were already advancing at full speed. The war horses were galloping, and the wheels were turning at high speed. They were rumbling and stirring up clouds of dust. Even though there were only 200 chariots, they gave off the imposing aura of a magnificent army. They were like giant roaring beasts as they charged ferociously at the Dionysian army. Even soldiers like Artaxerxes, who had received training on how to deal with chariots during their stay in Egypt, could not help but feel nervous at this moment. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out beside Artaxerxes. It turned out that the light infantrymen at the rear of the infantry formation had quickly passed through the passageways between the phalanxes and ran to the front of the formation. In fact, after the Dionia light infantrymen learned about the position of the Persia chariots and war elephants, they had arranged their tactics in advance. So the 5,000 light infantrymen ran to the front and quickly formed a formation. The harpooneers faced the war elephants in the middle, while the archers faced the chariots on both sides. Without the need for the commander to give the order, the archers immediately drew their bows and fired arrows at the front. Even though the chariots were still 100 meters away, they chose to shoot straight instead of projecting arrows. This was because they had gone through actual combat training in Egypt and knew that projecting arrows was difficult to hit a speeding chariot. On the contrary, even if they shot straight, the chariots would take the initiative to hit the arrows as they approached. As soon as the archers shot an arrow, they did not wait to see what the result would be. They immediately pulled out their arrows and shot again, because they did not have much time left. Megukwides, a native of Crete, had won the championship in archery at the first Ionia Games last year. Dionia's Ministry of Military Affairs had extended an invitation to him. After much consideration, he finally decided to join Dionia. With the special permission of the King of Devers, he only needed to serve in the army for 3 years before he could become a full-fledged citizen. After the news was deliberately publicized by the Turii City Hall, it caused a heated discussion among the people of various alliances. The athletes were even more eager and actively trained, preparing to achieve excellent results in the Second Dionia Games in order to gain the favor of the King of Dionia. However, the Dionia Games, like other Greek games, were also held once every 4 years, which was a long time. After McGuckwides immigrated to Turii, he temporarily lived in the barracks. While receiving military training, he also assisted the military trainer in training and improving the archery skills of the new recruits. The light infantry, especially the archers, relied more on their individual skills. In the traditional Greek army, the archers did not have any special tactics. Instead, they relied more on their individual skills. However, the Dionysian army was different, and they had higher requirements for the archer's tactical ability. McGuckwides had only been in the barracks for half a year, and he had just familiarized himself with the light infantry tactics when he encountered this war. The Turii barracks did not initially want to recruit him, but in order to make military contributions and become a full-fledged citizen as soon as possible, he repeatedly asked for it. Considering his amazing archery skills, the captain of the light infantry of the 1st Legion recruited him as an ordinary soldier. At this moment, McGuckwides ran to the front of the formation with his teammates. When he saw the chariots rushing through the dust and rushing toward them, the soldiers shot the arrows in their hands. Although it was the first time he had experienced such a grand scene, he was born with a big heart. Otherwise, he would not have defeated so many strong players in the first Ionia Games and won the archery competition. He did not immediately release the arrow. Instead, he quickly calmed his breath, looked at the chariots in front of him, and aimed for a while before releasing the bowstring. As the main weapon of the Persia army, the Persian knew that the scythe chariots were too big a target and vulnerable to long-range attacks. So, not only did they cover the war horse with armor, but the archers and crossbowmen on the chariots were also wearing armor. Although many of the arrows hit the war horse, they were blocked by the armor and did not cause any fatal injuries. On the contrary, under the rapid whipping of the crossbowmen, the horse whined and accelerated forward. At this moment, the arrow shot by McGuckwides penetrated the war horse's head, which was not covered by the armor. The war horse suddenly fell, and the entire chariot turned upside down due to inertia. The crossbowmen and archers on the chariot were thrown into the air, screaming as they fell toward McGuckwides. McGuckwides and his teammates hurriedly dodged. "Watch out! Chariot! Chariot!" The soldiers behind him screamed in horror, and McGuckwides turned his head in a hurry. He saw a chariot not far away, not running in a straight line, but horizontally rushing toward them. The distance was very close, and McGuckwides scrambled to avoid it. However, there were also soldiers who could not dodge in time. Unfortunately, one of their legs was grazed by a flash of white light on the axle of the chariot. They were immediately twisted into several pieces and fell to the ground, wailing. The surrounding soldiers were shocked when they saw this tragic scene. McGuckwides then discovered that the driver and archers on the chariot had been shot and fell to the ground. When he and his teammates aimed their bows and arrows at the war horse, the two frightened war horses seemed to sense danger and ran back in panic with the chariot on their back. With a loud bang, they collided head-on with one of their own chariots. While the war horse whined, McGuckwides and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to their teammates who stood still and shot arrows, the javelin throwers of the light infantry did not stop after rushing out of the formation. Instead, they accelerated forward. When they were only a few dozen meters away from the slowly running war elephant, they risked being shot by the archers on the back of the war elephant and threw the javelins in their hands. The skin of the war elephant was tough and thick, and it was difficult for arrows to penetrate it. Therefore, the Persia did not put armor on it. However, the Persia never thought that the Dionia people they despised were not afraid of this behemoth, but took the initiative to fight. Dozens or even hundreds of heavy javelins concentrated on a war elephant was enough to threaten the life of the war elephant. For the Dionia light infantry, the war elephant was large and slow, so it was easier to deal with than the galloping chariot. One by one, the war elephants were shot into hedgehogs. Although these war elephants had been specially trained, their gentle nature had not changed. When they felt the danger in front of them, they turned around and ran back, completely disobeying the commands of the elephant man. Only a few war elephants went crazy because of the pain, accelerated forward, and then fell down after a round of throwing by the javelin throwers. When the light infantry rushed forward, the soldiers of the Legion did not relax their vigilance. As a platoon leader, Arsenides even ran to the front and stared nervously at the situation in front of him. When he saw a chariot in front of him break through the blockade of the light infantry and rush straight to the phalanx, he hurriedly shouted, "Dodge! Dodge!" Because the Dionia formation was a loose chessboard formation, there was enough space for the soldiers to dodge and move. The galloping Persia chariot could not turn due to inertia, so it could only move forward along the path quickly made by the Dionia soldiers. The Dionia soldiers took the opportunity to attack the chariot from both sides with their javelins, killing the horses and drivers. Chapter 13:16. Although Persia's scythe war chariots were terrifying weapons, the Dionysian army's well-prepared tactics prevented them from being shot down by the light infantrymen or annihilated by the legionnaires. The damage done to the Dionia army was minimal. As the war chariots and war elephants kicked up a cloud of dust, Artaxerxes and Tarabasis, who were a few hundred meters away, couldn't see the situation. Once the attack was launched, it had to be carried out according to the plan. Therefore, not long after the war chariots and war elephants moved out, the king of Persia sent out 3,000 armored cavalrymen from the middle lane, hoping that they could follow the chariots and war elephants and break through the Dionia army. Persia's undead army didn't only consist of infantrymen, but also chariots and cavalrymen. The 3,000 armored cavalrymen were part of the undead army. They were elites selected from the massive Persia cavalry and rode on the tallest and strongest war horse. The war horse was covered in armor, while the cavalrymen wore full leather armor and wielded Persia sabers. They were also equipped with double-edged axes and bows. According to the undead army's traditional tactics, the cavalry would launch the second wave of attacks after the chariots. Most of the time, they would be able to defeat the enemy before the infantrymen could even set out. This time, the undead army hoped to repeat the same trick. After the king of Persia gave the order, the cavalry marched forward in 3 horizontal lines that spanned across the entire middle lane. The reason why Tarabasis didn't adopt a dense rhombus formation was because he thought that the impact of the war chariots and war elephants would definitely cause damage to the Dionia army and the cavalry wouldn't face much resistance. Therefore, he wanted to increase the cavalry's attack range and cause more damage to the Dionia army so that the infantrymen wouldn't be able to recover. This way, the infantrymen would be able to completely destroy the middle lane of the Dionia army. However, not long after the cavalry set off, they ran into some trouble. They ran head-on into the retreating war elephants. These huge animals, which had become sensitive and easily angered due to their injuries, saw the Persian cavalry charging towards them. They thought that it was disadvantageous to them, so they angrily swung their long trunks, trampled, and collided with them, disrupting the cavalry's charging formation. Then, the red-eyed war elephants charged towards the Persian infantry formation in front of them with large strides. The bearers on the backs of the elephants had no choice but to endure the pain and drive long iron nails into the war elephants' brains, causing them to suddenly fall to the ground amidst mournful cries. There were also a few war elephants that ran out of control and threw off the elephant drivers on their backs, crashing straight into the dense infantry formation and causing a commotion. Artaxerxes felt a little uneasy when he saw this. "Tarabasis, what's going on?" Tarabasis didn't dare to answer directly. Instead, he hurriedly reminded Artaxerxes, "Your Majesty, the undead army has been mobilized. It's time to launch an all-out attack." Now, this was originally a plan that had been drawn up, But Artaxerxes was a little hesitant when it came to it. Artaxerxes' hesitation did not displease Teribasis. On the contrary, he was glad that the king of Persia's attention had been diverted. Having led his troops many times, he knew that the biggest weakness of war elephants was that they were difficult to control. In the past, there had been incidents where war elephants collided with his own army, but it had never been as many as today's battle. At this moment, he had no time to think about the reason behind it. He could only urge loudly, "The chariots, war elephants, and cavalry have launched an attack on Dionia's army in the middle. We must seize this opportunity to launch an all-out attack and completely defeat the enemy." Teribasis' words temporarily dispelled the haze that rose in Artaxerxes' heart again. He pulled himself together and nodded. Hearing the loud sound of the bugle and seeing the Persian messengers galloping past in front of him, Remy took a deep breath. He knew that the important moment that would determine the survival of his tribe had finally arrived. Suddenly, his heavy heart was mixed with a bit of relief. He had been suffering for a period of time, and now there was finally an outcome. He looked back at the Persia commander who was constantly shouting to attack in the rear, and his face showed a trace of a contemptuous smile. At the front of the right wing of the Persia army, Maldonios, who was waiting impatiently, received the order from the king of Persia. His anger immediately turned into joy. He waved the long saber in his hand impatiently. "Attack! Attack! Attack!" The reason why he was so excited was not only because he was not only the descendant of Gobrias, but also the descendant of Maldonios, the commander of the Persia army who commanded the Battle of Plataea. Maldonios died bravely on the battlefield, but because of his failure in the Battle of Plataea, he was criticized by the nobles of Persia, which affected the reputation of the whole family. Maldonios had decided to make the first contribution in this battle and wash away the stain of his family. The formation of the undead cavalry was very long. The little chaos caused by the retreat of a dozen war elephants was not enough to affect the advance of the whole army. However, the rain of arrows shot by thousands of Dionia light infantry caused more trouble for the Persia cavalry. Megusides watched with satisfaction as the Persia cavalry in the distance rolled on the ground with their horses. When he was about to pull out the second arrow, he heard the shouts of the officers. But the battlefield was too noisy, and he could not hear them clearly. He did not respond, but his teammates next to him pulled him and shouted anxiously, "Retreat! Retreat now!" Megusides was dragged back by his teammates. He shouted unwillingly, "There's still time. We can shoot one more arrow." "Bullshit!" His teammates scolded. "The heavy infantry still needs time to get into formation." Megusides was speechless. In traditional Greek battles, the light infantry was the support, and the attack and retreat were completely up to them. But in the Dionysian army, all the units needed to cooperate closely. As a new recruit, he had not fully adapted to it yet. Megusides and his teammates quickly ran back into the infantry formation, while Arsenes and the other officers looked nervously ahead. The Persia cavalry was fast, and they were very close to the infantry formation. "Javelins!" Arsenes roared, and the well-prepared soldiers threw the javelins in their hands. This was a more terrible wave of death than the previous rain of arrows. The armors of the Persia cavalry and warhorse were easily pierced by the heavy javelins, and they fell in droves amidst screams and wails. At the same time, it also hindered the advance of the cavalry behind. Taking advantage of the chaos, the rear phalanx quickly rushed forward after throwing the javelins and joined the front phalanx. At the same time, some of the light infantry who had not retreated to the rear in time were blocked outside the formation. The undead cavalrymen who were fortunate enough to dodge the long-range attacks never expected that the Dionysian army formation could remain intact after the impact of the chariots and war elephants. Even though they were astonished, as the most elite and most ferocious soldiers of Persia, they continued to charge forward without the slightest hesitation in the face of the heavily guarded shield formation and spear wall. Although the dense javelins hit the warhorse, they could not stop the huge kinetic energy contained in the galloping of the warhorse, which weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors continued, accompanied by cries of alarm. The soldiers in front of them were sent flying, and a small gap instantly appeared in the formation of the army in the middle. Unfortunately, the Persia cavalry only had 3 horizontal rows, and they had been weakened by the arrows and javelins. After this round of collision, they could no longer maintain their formation. The infantry of Persia was still halfway forward, so the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia quickly eliminated the undead cavalry who had fallen into the formation. Your Majesty, it seems that our infantry phalanx has blocked the attack of the Persia cavalry, and there are not too many casualties. We don't need to use the reserves for the time being. Let's replace them. Felicius, who had been paying close attention to the battle in the middle, said happily. When Amyntas, Epthenus, and the other veteran generals heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been in the army all their lives and had rich experience in war, but they had never encountered such a thrilling scene as today's battle, where chariots, war elephants, and armored cavalry took turns to attack the formation. Although they had planned it carefully in advance, they were still nervous. Diver's expression was calm as he stared straight ahead. Countless silhouettes could be vaguely seen on the dust-filled battlefield. The infantry of Persia is coming up, and their cavalry on the flanks should have started attacking too, the Dever said calmly. He paused for a moment and asked, have our stone throwers started attacking? The all-out attack of Persia had just begun. The Bali stone throwers were on the flanks of the army, and they were 8 to 9 miles away from the command center in the middle. No matter how fast the messengers ran, they could not reach the Devers in an instant. Felicius was speechless, but Tormid, who was next to him, responded quickly, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Although the citizens of the Bali Ali Empire were rarely recruited after the Bali Ali Empire was incorporated into the kingdom, they have participated in the training of the Iberian military camp all year round, and there is no problem in their coordination with the other troops. I believe that they will complete the task that Your Majesty has given them. The Devers nodded and said leisurely, As long as we can defeat the cavalry of Persia, I have nothing to worry about in this war. Go, go, yo, yo. Amidst the continuous shouts of various tones, more than 30,000 cavalry on both flanks began to advance one after another, like a flood overflowing a dam. Their momentum was far more terrifying than the attack of the infantry in the middle. Looking at the wall of dust rolling in the distance, Cusius, the commander of the 1st Cavalry Legion, did not look nervous at all. He even looked back leisurely. 450 meters. 450 meters. 450 meters. The observers at the forefront of the 2 ends of the Dionia army reported the distance between the Persia cavalry and the army to the Bali stone throwers at the rear of the army. These soldiers had no other protection except for a catapult and a few lead bags. After the cavalry on the opposite side moved, they had already begun to swing the catapult under the command of the team officer. Chapter 13:17. Release. Under the orders of the officers, the soldiers of Bali Ali threw out the lead pellets in the rope with all their might. Then, they put the smallest type of lead shot, according to the many tests conducted by the Ministry of Military Affairs. An excellent Balearic catapult could throw this type of lead shot over a distance of about 400 meters into the rope. Then, they waved the catapult and threw the lead shot again. They repeated the process without stopping. Even if a lead pellet the size of a red date were to hit someone, it would not cause too much damage. However, when such a lead pellet fell from the sky, it would cause a lot of trouble for the Persian mixed cavalry that was speeding up. No matter if it landed on the cavalry or the war horses, it would easily cause them to fall over or even die under the hooves of the cavalry behind them. Especially when the camel cavalry that was running at the front was hit by the lead pellet and fell over, its huge body would become a huge obstacle, tripping over its teammates that were unable to dodge in time. The Persia mixed cavalry formation on both flanks was originally loose, but after the attack, their formation became even looser. Each of them had a line of defense that was 2 miles long and nearly 1 mile thick. The 4,000 lead shot fell from 450 meters to 150 meters. In fact, it did not cause too many casualties to the Persia cavalry, but it continued to fall like hail. From 450 meters to 150 meters, The Baliali stone throwers threw 5 rounds, continuously causing damage to the Persia cavalry. Not only did it make the formation of the Persia cavalry more sparse, but also forced them to slow down and lower their morale. 150 meters. 150 meters. When the observer's voice reached the light infantry in front of the stone throwers, nearly 10,000 archers on both sides of the Dionia formation shot their arrows almost at the same time. At the same time, Cuccio said loudly, "Next, it's our cavalry's turn." When a flag bearer next to him heard this, he immediately waved the fluttering flag and pointed it forward. The Dionia cavalry began to move forward slowly on their war horses. The formation of the Dionia cavalry was the opposite of that of the Persia mixed cavalry. The war horses were very close to each other, and the formation only had 2 horizontal lines, so the length of the formation was nearly 2 miles. After receiving the order to attack, the Namibian light cavalry that was originally in a loose formation at the rear quickly moved horizontally to the outermost area with bows and javelins in their hands, revealing the thousands of light armored soldiers that were hiding behind them. These light armored soldiers, armed with leather shields and short swords, quickly followed the cavalry in front of them. In order to avoid accidentally injuring their own cavalry, the Dionia archers on both sides only shot 2 rounds of arrows. But because their number was more than 3 times that of the stone throwers, and the lethality of the arrows was higher than the lead shot, the damage to the Persia cavalry was greater. The smug Maldonios did not expect the cunning Dionia to ambush the light infantry behind the cavalry. Since he led the cavalry forward, there was a non-stop rain of stones in the air, followed by arrows that blotted out the sky. The cavalry guards around him gradually became sparse, and even he himself was hit by an arrow. Fortunately, his thick-scale armor blocked it and did not cause a fatal injury. With a lingering fear in his heart, he desperately urged the speed of his horse. There was only one thought in his mind: engage the Dionia cavalry as soon as possible, defeat them, and everything will be safe. However, when he saw the approaching Dionia cavalry, he was stunned. The Dionia cavalry was one after another, like a fast-moving long wall. He had never seen such a cavalry charge in his decades of military career. In fact, Dionia's military training occasionally included such a wall charge training, but this was the first time it was used in actual combat, especially in such an important battle. So, Cuccio, who was leading the cavalry forward, was sweating profusely. The young Dionia cavalry did not think so much. They held a spear in one hand and pulled the reins with the other, leaning forward with their legs, constantly putting pressure on the war horse. Go! The rapid speed of the war horse made their blood boil, and the comrades next to them made them feel at ease. So, in the face of the approaching enemy cavalry, they were fearless. In a short distance of 100 meters, the rapid speed of the horses made it difficult for the Dionia cavalry formation to remain compact, but the 2 armies were already close. In an instant, the cavalry collided with each other, blood splattered, spears broke, soldiers fell to the ground, and the war horse wailed. The zigzagging cavalry formation of Dionia disappeared in the blink of an eye. But at the same time, the momentum of the Persia cavalry was also curbed, and the cavalry battlefield basically came to a standstill. Maldonios, who fell from his horse, staggered to his feet with the help of his guards. He pulled out the sword at his waist and was about to lead his guards to kill the enemy, who also fell from their horses. But then, he was horrified to see countless Dionia soldiers in black helmets and black armor, armed with leather shields and daggers, pouring out from the gap between the cavalry and killing them. The cunning Dionia actually hid their infantry behind the cavalry. Seeing this, Maldonios trembled all over, and his mind went blank. "My lord, let's go." The guards hurriedly carried Maldonios on their backs and fled in panic. The Persia cavalry, who had lost their advantage in speed, was no match for the well-trained Dionia light cavalry in close combat. And the Persia light cavalry, such as the Scythian cavalry, who did not participate in the charge, were pinned down by the Namibian light cavalry and could not provide support. The mixed Persia cavalry was completely at a disadvantage under the attack of the Daionia light cavalry. This was the reason why the Devers asked the Daionia cavalry to attack in such a dense linear formation. Seeing the enemy approaching cautiously with round shields and bayonets, Arthenes knew that they were the Greek soldiers hired by Persia, mentioned by the legion commander. "Traitors!" He spat contemptuously, then shouted, "Javelins!" The well-prepared soldiers hurled the only javelin they had left. This did not cause any damage to the well-prepared Greek mercenaries, but stopped them temporarily. "Charge!" Arthenes shouted again. "Hades!" The soldiers roared in unison and rushed toward the enemy 30 meters away. The infantry of both sides began to fight in the middle, left, and right of the long front line of more than 10 miles. The battle was finally in full swing. Even though the Dionysian army had a big advantage in close combat, the outcome of the infantry confrontation would not be decided in a short period of time. Moreover, the Persians knew the weakness of their army, so they deliberately made some changes to it. In addition to the Greek mercenaries and the undead army, who were not weak in close combat, they also equipped the tough Chaldan, Dukia, and other mountain tribes with iron helmets, chain armors, copper shields, and one-handed hammers, hoping that they could fight against the Daionia soldiers. Unfortunately, shortly after the battle began, the Dukia and Axicant warriors suddenly retreated under the command of big leader Remy and the other leaders. At the same time, they shouted, "We lost, we lost!" The Persia general who was in charge of supervising the troops panicked when he saw this change. He even tried to send a law enforcement team next to him to kill the Dukia warriors who were leading the escape, forcing them to stop running and return to fight. However, the Xascant warriors were prepared to retreat. How could the law enforcement team stop the attack of thousands of Dukia warriors? They were quickly defeated, and even the Persia general was cut down. The retreat of the Xascant troops caused a gap of nearly 200 meters suddenly appeared in the infantry line of the Persia army's right flank. The soldiers of the 11th Ionia Legion followed closely behind the Dukia soldiers and rushed into the gap. Under the command of the team officers, they quickly moved forward instead of immediately attacking the enemies on both sides of the gap. This allowed the 18th and 19th Legions, who were in reserve, to continue pouring into the gap. The sudden retreat of the Xascant warriors also seriously affected the Dukia warriors on both sides, especially when they saw the Daionia soldiers continuously rushing through the gap and appearing behind them. One could imagine the panic in their hearts, and their fighting spirit plummeted rapidly. Not far behind the formation formed by the Dukia warriors were the Persia archers. They followed their own infantry formation and were originally prepared to use the few arrows they had left to attack the rear of the Daionia infantry formation from afar, providing support to the troops in front. This was the traditional tactic of the Persia army. Now, seeing the Dukia warriors in front of them being routed as soon as the battle began, and even killing the supervising troops, they were all shocked. At this critical moment, the commander of the archer unit resolutely ordered the archers to draw their daggers and go forward to meet the enemy, in order to block the gap and prevent the collapse of the front line. Letting the light infantry face the Dukia warriors and the Legion of Dionysia, who were equipped with excellent weapons, was simply a joke with their lives. However, at this time, the archers showed the vigor of the Persia people. They gathered from all directions and launched a fierce battle with the enemy, trying in vain to maintain the front line. At the same time, they also sent messengers to quickly rush back to their own formation to ask for help. When Artaxerxes learned of the terrible situation on the right flank, he was so scared that his face turned pale. "Tarabasis, now what should we do?" he asked his most trusted advisor in panic. Tarabasis was also panicking, but he forced himself to be calm. "Your Majesty, the archers led by General Alteos cannot resist the enemy for long. We must press forward with our reserve troops as soon as possible. Our military strength is strong. As long as we can restabilize the front line of the Dukia people, the advantage will still be on our side." Artaxerxes regained some confidence after hearing his words. Not only did he immediately issue an order, but he also scolded, "Cursed Dukia people, why did I believe these shameless villains before? Wait until I obtain victory in the battle. I will definitely annihilate them completely. Your Majesty, the Persia's reserve troops have moved. Felicius, who received the news, reported to the Devers. As soon as he finished speaking, Tormid shouted excitedly, "Look, the king of Persia has also come up." Chapter 13:18. The Devers narrowed their eyes, and their sharp gaze pierced through the soldiers fighting in front of them. They saw the Persia's flags fluttering in the wind, gradually becoming bigger in their field of vision. They could not help but laugh. When Artaxerxes ordered all the reserve troops to press forward, his carriage had no choice but to follow the main army and move forward slowly. If he still stayed where he was, there would only be the royal guards around him. There were only a few thousand of them, and they were too eye-catching, making him feel very unsafe. The driver carefully drove the 4 Nisaea horses that carried the royal carriage. These white horses were produced in the Nisaea Plains, the most fertile land in the Zagros Valley. They were regarded as the best and tallest horses by the Medes. They were once offered to Assyria as a tribute, and the Persia royal family even sanctified them. They claimed that the white horses of Nisaea were sacred objects given to the Achaemenid royal family by the gods. Other than the Persia officials authorized by the king, no one else was allowed to own them. They followed the reserve troops and advanced towards the battlefield where the fierce battle was taking place. The slightly anxious Artaxerxes felt that the reserve troops were advancing too slowly. Just as he was about to order Tarabasis to urge the troops in front to move faster, he saw the strategist suddenly stop the war horse, put his hand on his forehead, and looked up at the sky. The royal guards beside him also did the same thing. Artaxerxes subconsciously looked at the sky in front of him. At this time, the sun was already leaning towards the west. Artaxerxes hurriedly looked up. Even with the dust blocking his view, he felt that the sun was particularly dazzling. He quickly closed his eyes. Just as he was about to open them again, he heard Tarabasis shouting in panic, "Ballisti! It's the stones fired by the ballisti of Dionia." Artaxerxes was shocked. Ignoring the stinging pain in his eyes, he hurriedly opened his eyes. He saw more than a dozen round black shadows flying past his head at high speed, followed by a roar from behind. Artaxerxes looked back. More than a dozen meters away from him, dust was flying everywhere. Dozens of round stones the size of coconuts had smashed a hole in the ground. Artaxerxes immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Your Majesty, the people of Dionia are trying to attack you with ballisti. Quick, retreat now." Tarabasis did not ask for the permission of the king of Persia and asked the carriage to turn around and retreat. The king of Persia's luxurious carriage was pulled by 4 Nisaea horses. Not only was it larger than ordinary carriages, but it was also much heavier. It was not easy to make a quick turn, let alone make a U-turn. Moreover, the carriage was surrounded by royal guards. It was difficult to clear enough space in a short time. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Dionia's infantry formation, a simple 3-meter-tall sentry tower had been erected at some point in time. Under the control of the workers from the engineering battalion, the experienced ballista soldiers were standing on top of the sentry tower, looking ahead. They were quickly correcting the firing data of the ballista based on the landing point of the first round of stone projectiles and the position of the Persia's carriage. At the same time, they reported to the ballista soldiers beside the sentry tower loudly. The cannoneers quickly adjusted the angle of the cannons and the strength of the bowstring. Soon, the second round of stone bullets was shot out. At this time, the carriage that Artaxerxes was in was still turning around when he saw dozens of stone bullets falling from the sky. The first one landed beside the carriage, smashing a royal guard into pieces. His brain and blood even splattered on Artaxerxes' face. In an instant, Artaxerxes' mind was blank. He stood there in a daze, not reacting to the panicked shouts of the guards. Boom! Another stone bullet landed in front of the white horse of Nisaea, splashing dust on their bodies. The white horse realized the danger and struggled to break free from the carriage's yoke. It did not listen to the driver's command at all. The carriage shook violently, and the absent-minded Artaxerxes was thrown out. "Your Majesty!" The royal guards panicked and rushed to the rescue. At this moment, a stone bullet hit the carriage. Instantly, wood splinters flew everywhere, and screams were heard. The senior generals of Persia all knew that the ballista was a siege weapon made by the Daionia. Siege weapons were rarely used in field battles between armies, so they fell into a dead end. They never thought that the Dionysian army would use ballistas to attack them in a battle. Therefore, they were completely unprepared and entered the range of the ballistas. In fact, before the battle started, the Devers had ordered the deployment of 30 ballistas at the rear of the middle road. Although they wanted to use the tactic of decapitation, they did not have much hope for it to work. This was because, according to the Devers' knowledge, in previous battles, the king of Persia, Artaxerxes, rarely went to the front line. The focus of the ballista attack was not on the middle road, but on the right flank of Persia, the reserve troops behind Dukya's troops. They wanted to prevent them from rescuing the front in time. According to the military system of Daionia, a legion was equipped with 10 ballistas. Therefore, there were nearly 200 ballistas in the army led by the Devers, 170 of which were concentrated at the rear of the left flank of the Daionia army, facing Dukya's troops. At the same time that the Zocan tribe feigned defeat, the ballista troops here also erected a sentry tower in time to closely observe the movements of the enemy's reserve troops. Just as the ballistas in the middle road were aimed at the carriage of the king of Persia, some of the reserve troops on the right flank had already been bombarded by stone bullets. Because they were in a hurry to rescue, they had long entered the range of the ballistas. A single ballista's stone projectile didn't actually cause much damage, but 170 ballistas concentrated firing not only had an astonishing momentum, but also a terrifying killing effect. As long as the projectile landed in the general vicinity, it could create a small bloody scene. The frontline troops that Artaxerxes had arranged for this battle were either the elites of the Persia army or the fierce subordinate race troops. As for the reserve troops, most of them had average combat power. The troops of the Caspian states behind Dukya's troops were not even willing to contribute to Persia. They came here just to deal with some errands, but in the end, they were asked by the people of Persia to rush forward to rescue them. After a few rounds of stone bullets, their low morale was completely gone, and many of them fled in panic. During the time when the messengers on the right flank of Persia went to ask for help from the king of Persia, the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, who were fully prepared in advance, poured into the gap in the Persia's defensive line. Together with the warriors of the Zoscan tribe, they launched a fierce attack on the archers of Persia who had rushed to seal the gap. When the reserve troops of Persia were dispatched, the archers of Persia, who had suffered a large number of casualties, had been forced to retreat. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the attack of the ballistas, countless soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia continuously rushed through the gap in the Persia's defensive line and turned to attack the flanks and rear of Dukya's troops on both sides of the gap. The morale of the Dukya warriors was already low, and they were attacked from both the front and rear, and they quickly collapsed. Some even responded to the warriors of the Zoscan tribe and joined the side of Daionia. When the messengers reported the situation of the battle on the left flank to the command center, there was a burst of cheers and laughter. Whether it was the old generals or the young staff officers, they were all excited because they knew that victory had been decided. With a smile on his face, Devers asked, "How is the situation of the cavalry on both flanks?" Felicius replied in a loud and clear voice, "Your Majesty, the Persia cavalry has begun to retreat. Our cavalry is reorganizing their formation and preparing to attack the flanks of the enemy's formation on both flanks." "Very good, very good, very good," Devers praised 3 times in a row, and the smile on his face became even wider. His heart was completely relaxed, and he turned around to look at his old comrades, who were also chatting and laughing in a relaxed manner. "The weather is very hot. Everyone must be thirsty, right? Herney, let everyone drink the water you brought." "Your Majesty, drinking water is too boring. We want to go to the Babylonian palace to drink good wine." Amyntas joked loudly. "Ha!" Everyone laughed. Although the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia continued to defeat the enemy on the left flank and widen the gap in the enemy's formation, and although the cavalry and light armor Daionia turned to attack the enemy's flank after defeating the cavalry of Persia, The Dionysian army had already grasped the key to victory, but for the huge battlefield that stretched for more than 10 miles, complete victory would not come soon. It was almost dusk when the Persia army completely collapsed. The last to fight were the Persia undead army and the Greek mercenaries in the middle, so they were surrounded and unable to escape. This major battle caused the elite troops of Persia to suffer heavy losses. The senior Persia generals, such as Maldonios, Halpurgos, and Pisididae, were either captured or killed in battle. The only regret was that Artaxerxes escaped from the battlefield. Therefore, the victorious Devers issued an order. The cavalry continued to pursue the defeated army, and the legions were to shorten the rest time and speed up the march to Babylon. The fastest pursuing force was, of course, the Namibian light cavalry. They did not have much of an advantage in the battle against the light cavalry of Persia, such as the Scythian cavalry. However, because the main force of the Persia cavalry was defeated, the opponents lost the will to fight and fled, so the Namibian cavalry began to rest in the second half of the battle. Therefore, they had more physical strength than the other forces. The rapid advance of the Namibian cavalry left the city of Nicoponia, which was not far from the battlefield, unprepared. When it was taking in the defeated soldiers, it broke into the city and had no choice but to surrender. Before entering the city to rest, the Devers sent messengers to the west to tell Leotychides, who was rushing over, that the Dionysian army had completely defeated the Persia army, and that he did not need to lead the army to join up with them. Instead, he should return to Asia Minor and conquer the area completely. Early the next morning, the Dionia cavalry continued their pursuit eastward and caught up with Artaxerxes and the royal guards beside a tributary on the north bank of the Euphrates River. At this time, the king of Persia was completely different from the high-spirited appearance he had when he led the mighty army out of Babylon. After the army was defeated, the soldiers fled in all directions, and the prestige of the king was gone. Even many of his most trusted royal guards fled during the night, and there were less than 500 guards around him. After being attacked by the ballista and falling off the carriage, he fell into a coma at the age of more than 60. He had not woken up yet, which also slowed down their escape. After being caught up by the Dionia cavalry, Trebasis, who was still following the king of Persia, led the remaining guards and simply chose to surrender. At the same time, he asked for the courtesy that Artaxerxes deserved as a king. The Devers who arrived later readily agreed and sent the best medical personnel in the army to treat him. With the king of Persia in hand, the Dionysian army's attack eastward became smoother. Korsodi, Talmand, and other important towns on the Euphrates River opened their gates and surrendered. At the beginning of December, the Dionysian army entered the Babylonian region. When the Devers' army passed through a small village, the old generals in the army became excited because the name of the village was Kunisak. Back then, we camped here. I still remember that the tent I lived in seemed to be in this position. Over there, that's the battlefield. We defeated the left wing of the king of Persia with a single charge. It's a pity that little Cyrus was too reckless. Otherwise, we would have won that battle. What's there to feel pity about? Fortunately, he failed. That's why His Majesty stood out and led us to establish Dionia. That's why we can return here today as conquerors. That's right, we all have to thank His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. When the old generals were touched by the scene and sincerely cheered for the Devers to express their gratitude, the king of Dionia, the new overlord of the entire Mediterranean Devers, sat motionless on his war horse like a clay sculpture. He stared at the empty space where Georges stood in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion. It was there that he was reborn from a 21st century China citizen to a lowly mercenary in ancient Greece. From the very beginning, he struggled to survive, to the hard work of establishing Dionia, and struggled hard in this strange world for more than 30 years. At this moment, scenes of the past flashed quickly in his mind, like a dream. Report, Your Majesty, Babylon has opened its gates and surrendered. Commander Cutchius has led the vanguard into the city. The shout of the herald woke up the dazed Devers. He looked around at the cheering soldiers around him. and a smile slowly bloomed on his face. No, this is not a dream. This is the turbulent, ancient Mediterranean world. And I, Hades Devers, am now the most powerful man in the world. He waved his right hand vigorously. Let's go. Let's go to Babylon. Yes, your majesty. The crowd responded in unison. Thousands of soldiers excitedly surrounded the great king, galloping toward the eastern city that had opened its arms to them. End of the book. Chapter 1319. When I finished the last chapter of Ancient Greece, hegemon of the Mediterranean, I felt both lost and relieved. I still remember 5 years ago, after a period of boredom, I finally made up my mind to rewrite the ancient Greek story to make up for the guilt of not updating it. At the same time, it was also to fulfill a long-cherished wish that had always been in my heart. At that time, I only had a rough outline and quickly started writing. I never expected that I would write for nearly 5 years, including the time I had to prepare the manuscript in advance, and the word count was close to 4 million. During this long period of time, my life and work have changed a lot, and I have experienced many difficulties in the process of writing. I have thought of giving up many times, but the passion in writing and the long-cherished wish in my heart told me that I must persist. Coupled with the countless lovely readers who accompanied me on the lonely road of writing, it is your constant encouragement and support that made me fight until now. Ancient Greece, hegemon of the Mediterranean, is finally finished. You may think that was a bit rushed, but in my opinion, it basically achieved my expected goal and completed the outline I had prepared in advance. It is the first work in my online writing career that is truly finished. Campus Romance doesn't count. It was broken twice in the middle and ended abruptly. It is also a big achievement, and it is worth celebrating. However, as it is my first time to complete such a long novel, my lack of experience has exposed some shortcomings. I think there are a few main shortcomings. First, the characters are not depicted enough. Most of the characters are just symbols, and they did not leave any impression on the readers. Second, the process of Dionia's rise to hegemony was too easy. Some unprecedented new systems formulated by the protagonist had an impact on the ancient West, and the resulting conflicts were described too superficially. There was no more complex interpretation and deeper exploration. Third, I lack a comprehensive grasp of the entire grand historical process in the book. I don't know what should be written in detail, and the countermeasures taken by various forces against the rise of Dionia and the armed conflicts that occurred were not described reasonably. The reasons for these shortcomings, I think, are my lack of writing skills and talent. I can't plan and control the overall situation as well as those great gods, and at the same time, write tens of thousands of words every day. Secondly, I don't have enough time, especially after the manuscript storage is used up. I still have to work during the day and do housework at night. I can only rely on some fragments of time to update every day. Even if I complete the task, I don't have more time to carefully sculpt the characters and plot. Another main reason was that he was not as energetic as before. Writing requires a lot of energy, and when I write, I like to put myself in the shoes of every character I create to imagine their emotions, their conversations, and their reactions in battle. My entire brain is working nonstop. More than 10 years ago, when I was writing Campus Love Log, I could stay up all night writing without feeling tired. I could even immerse myself in it after I finished writing and couldn't come out for a while. Now that I'm in my 40s, I'll feel tired after thinking for an hour. If I'm disturbed by patients or chores at home, I'll feel very annoyed. It'll take me a lot of effort to get back to the situation I've been thinking about. That's why I instinctively avoid making the plot more complicated so that I can complete my task more easily. In short, I've finished this book, but I have a lot of regrets. These regrets will become the motivation for me to write the next book. I'll spend more time to think about the outline in detail, build the image and personality of each character, perfect the setting, and enrich the plot. I hope it'll be better than this book by then. I've said so much because I have a lot of reluctance in my heart. I don't want to let go of the book that I've spent so much effort on come to an end, and I don't want to part with you guys who have always supported and encouraged me. I hope I can meet you guys again when I upload the next book. However, the interval may be longer because before I prepare the next book, I need to rest for a while. After all, in the past 4 years, I haven't had a good time to relax, including during the Spring Festival. Finally, I'll tell you a little secret. In my original idea, the whole book will end after Dionia defeats Persia and becomes the ruler of the Mediterranean Sea. There was supposed to be an epilogue, but after thinking about it again and again, in order to leave some space and not stand out, I deleted it. Now, I'll tell you the general plot of the epilogue. In 2020, when the city of Xianyang in Camino was vigorously renovating the old city, the construction team excavated an ancient tomb in the western part of the Wei River Plain. After the identification of the cultural relics in the tomb by archaeologists, they believe that the tomb came from the Dionia Empire, which dominated the West more than 2,000 years ago. It's highly likely that it's the cenotaph of the founding emperor of Dionia, the Devers. This news not only shocked the international archaeological community, but also the entire Western world. In history, Dionia was a great empire that spanned across Europe and Asia, ruling the West for 300 years. At its peak, its territory not only included the whole of Western Europe, the whole of North Africa, the whole of Asia Minor, and more than half of the Near East. It even extended its influence to Eastern Europe and India. Although it eventually fell apart due to its own decline and the invasion of the barbarians, later generations of Western European monarchs with great talent and strategy dreamed of reviving its former glory. There were also countless Western literati who fantasized and eulogized the greatness of that era. However, no matter how hard they tried, the entire West was still divided by small countries, and it was difficult to unify them. The great achievements of Dionia have always been a beautiful vision of the later generations in the West, but because of this, the cultural relics of the Dionia Empire were highly respected by the West. When the news spread around the world, it was met with angry questions from countless Western people. How could the clothes of the Emperor Devers, whom they respected as the Emperor of the Ages, be buried in Camino, which was thousands of miles away? But soon, the current head of the Devers family, the oldest and noblest descendant of the royal family in Europe, publicly announced that it was very possible. He also showed his grandfather part of the diary of the past emperors of Dionia, which had always been kept secret. He emphasized that the founding Emperor Devers had repeatedly mentioned the faraway countries in the east to the second emperor, Chrotocatax, who was known as the Compassionate. In his later years, the Devers also expressed his yearning for the faraway east to the third emperor, Christos, who was known as the Wise. He also claimed that Hades had given him an oracle several times in his dreams, telling him that it was best to bury his clothes in the faraway east after his death, so as to ensure the long-term stability of the empire. Immediately after that, the most authoritative association of archaeologists in Europe also announced to the public that they had carefully searched through all the historical records of the Empire of Dionia and found that during the reign of the fifth emperor, Seleucus, who was known as the Conqueror, had indeed sent out a large team of emissaries, claiming that they were going to search for the faraway east. However, there were no other historical records after that. Therefore, the Western people were in an uproar. The people of every Western country even held demonstrations and unanimously protested that if this was really the cenotaph of the Emperor Devers, the government of Camino should return it to the West. All the governments of the Western countries complied with the demands of the people and put pressure on the government of Camino. In the face of strong international pressure, the government of Camino finally agreed that if this was really the cenotaph of the Emperor Devers, then it was the wealth of all mankind and should be shared by all countries. Soon, the Western archaeological team, led by the descendants of the royal family of Devers, joined the archaeological team of Camino. At the request of the people of the world, the entire archaeological process was broadcasted live. The rusty golden crown, the helmet, the golden breastplate, the sword, the rotting and tattered robe. After every item was taken out of the tomb, the head of the family of Devers would vividly describe some historical anecdotes about the item. The audience in front of the TV was also fascinated by the story. Now, it was completely confirmed that this was the cenotaph of the Emperor Devers. The audience was looking forward to the archaeologists of the West and China as soon as possible to restore these items to their former glory with modern technology. A few days later, the rusty spots on the golden crown, helmet, breastplate, and sword were all removed and shone brightly. Moreover, the Western experts also discovered that these items were engraved with the same inscriptions. However, the experts of Camino widened their eyes in surprise because these inscriptions were in the simplified Chinese of Camino. Guess what these words are? Dear brothers and sisters, let us meet again in the next installment.